Freaking fresh. Freaking fresh. Freaking fresh. Okay, I don't know why I'm doing that. Hi guys, I am back. Like I said earlier today, I said I would do another stream to continue talking about it, so I'm gonna get right into it, no need to stall. But yeah, I was just catching up with best friend of mine. Oh, that's nice. Hold up. Hold up. This is why I'm not a professional streamer. Okay, where did I stop? Alright. Let's see. Alright. Backing up. Okay, let's see. The image of the chat from Nano's document with the message about Cont'd edited out. The image of the chat from Bao's document containing the message about Cont'd. Excuse me. See. All of a sudden he changes. Oh, okay, and then it's the whole thing from Bao's doc. Red, I was mad at Bao for what I thought from working with us. Oh, okay. Alright. Continuing on. Red, I was mad at Bao for what I thought was her gatekeeping or music video editor, Sacramore from working with us on any other music videos. The other things I said about Bao here were all non-issues that became a list of grievances after what I thought she did. There are more details about this in Bao's section of the document. It sounded so harsh because I was angry about it and I was venting to someone I trusted with it, something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making any sense any other way. Everything I said here I believed and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because. I now know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Sinder. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a part of it. Full context. Cool. Alright, not a model. Yeah, looking for me sounds sus for sure. It's so annoying. IDK man. Oh, she has a way of guilt tripping people to get her way. We can do a deal, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. Oh, wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait, no, Nano. Wait, hold on. Nano, why you lie? Nanolist, why you lie? You had it all. Red, Nano said, oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like, forever, and then suggested I pay for her own model rigging in return below, which she'd discount from her next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that'd benefit her, and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zero out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano's or Bao's documents. That is so wild! So, Nanolist basically lied to the public. Cool! I mean, like, I figured as much, but Nanolist lied! Oh my god. Nanolist was the one that was doing the canceling. Nanolist was the one that went to Red and redacted about exclusivity, I think? I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Anyway. Like, I'll have the model rigging with blank again, so paying for me and I discount from next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. How much is the blank rigging and when do you need it? I think it will be around 2K to 3K. She will start later this month, I guess. Is it through PayPal? Yup. About new babies? That would be another deal. What about we can pay blank for you? Wait! Oh, that was edited out! That was edited out of the original screenshots! Oh my gosh! Oh, wow. Red, Nano told me we have to make a separate deal for new model clients separate from a proposed idea about Bao's cancellation or model rigging payment. And that deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like it was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for a rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cont'd, and only with Bao on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. Oh my gosh. So they lied. Nanolist lied to so many people. Oh my gosh. It do be fair, but yeah, the thing where Nanolist says that she thought it was fair. I will ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal. So she did accept it! This is wild, guys. She accepted it. She accepted it! Oh my gosh! Let me see what Blank says. Sheet. I don't think they're shipping internationally to customers for this one, but I'm gonna tell him to get one to you. Nano, it do be fair, but okay, can I ask for Demon Cinder figure? Yay, deal. WTF is this chat? You're getting a Demon figure, lol? Then we have a deal. Okay, just to make sure. No work at all with Bao. Ugh. Excuse me. I had no frills grill. Oh, anyway. No work at all with Bao Cotton Silver for continue giving you model work and version various art comms. We pay for blank rigging for you, and you don't need to pay us back. You're sent a free demon figure. Yes, yes. Hey, aye, Nano. I'll have sleepy references in the other chat for you ASAP, but if you want to start on the AFK label art in the meantime, you can. IDK if I ever sent the template. IDK if I have the template. Wait a minute, lol. So she did walk it back. Cool. She accepted the deal and walked it back. That confirms that theory. Red, Nano and I went back and forth and negotiated a deal, and we both agreed to it. It was a deal made in each other's word, and there was no contract involved. She had an equal... Wrong! Pause. There was no contract involved. I disagree with that statement. There was a contract involved, because both parties agreed to a deal. That by in itself is some sort of deal or contract. That's what I think anyways. I disagree with that. There was a contract involved. I feel like there was. It's like a non-verbal contract. What is contract but another deal? Anyway, but that's my... Feel free to correct me in the chat or in the description of this VOD. She had equal say in what she'd want or need out of our deal before agreeing to it. She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to, and I would have accepted that like always. But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted, like I had allegedly done before, including canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This was a mutual agreement made between both of us. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model, we negotiated, and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But the end of this conversation and the final terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's document. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. That is true! Guys, he was willing to pay for exclusivity. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payments just like I was to artist number 1, our video editor, shown in Bao section, and artist number 2 in Silverveil section. Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on for that to focus on 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for model rigging. There was no manipulation. I don't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I didn't always have cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Sinder, Tricky, and Vienna, and Cont'd hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time without considering the people it would affect. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects that we've always done. We'd fully pay for Nano's new models rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cont'd were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was cancelled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients, so we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. Like I said in my apology, regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiation of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cont'd being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it about being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. There is nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. I mean, you can just go on the internet. Kidding. Red, I didn't tell Sinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it, though, with how all of the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would be already be long done. Sinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Sinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Sinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, that's all I told her. January 15, 2025, shortly after the deal was made with Nano and he told me about it, Red messaged artist number 1 about our thoughts on their agreement. Okay, thoughts on the thing. We aren't against the idea of paying you month to month to have you as a permanent team member. However, we're concerned we won't get the full use of your service since things like project management, graphic design, IT, and web dev may not be or always be applicable. But I put project management here because as of right now, it wouldn't be like full project management, but more so help with animation and comms with artists like we've been doing, and also depends on what your monthly payment would cover. For instance, with Blank, we pay him a set number that includes X videos per month, plus extra to cover just general channel management. So would your monthly pay include unlimited services or only X number of or animations, etc.? The pay you're asking for also isn't unreasonable given your skill set, but like I said before, IDK how much will be applicable to us month to month, so we probably won't be able to go as high as you ask. Sinder and I both agree that some kind of exclusivity non-compete agreement would be important to do too. With how much you're working with us, you have the example of the model VFX or blank, but we probably want to extend that to VTuber work in general, including rigging, animation, VFX, merch photos, video work, etc. There's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable, so if could be a case-by-case basis. Also for this, no plans at the moment. Okay, give me a couple mins to go through the points, haha. Okay, so what would be covered? What would be covered? No set number of things, whatever that needs working on or need help with. Each project is so different in terms of scope or type that it doesn't really make much sense to have those set to an arbitrary number, in my opinion. Like some projects can span more than a month, like blank that has over 400 hours, but some of the projects are done in like 2 to 3 days, like the mask teaser thing. That's why I originally mentioned like a set number of hours instead of a certain number of piece of content. So I guess the unlimited services, like you put it. Regarding exclusivity, here are my thoughts. I have no problem granting exclusivity for the following VTuber work to be done for a VTuber. Model VFX, model rigging, illustrated model rigging, merch photo, and IRL media. When I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable, I was thinking of giving them the same names I had given Nano. They had told me recently that they started working with Val and they worked with Silver in the past. Cinder and I didn't talk about any names to give to artist number one. For all kinds of illustrated animations or like AE stuff, I would prefer leaving that open for two reasons: creative Cinder fatigue and exposure growth. What do I mean by that? In order to not get fatigued creatively of always doing the same theme all the time, I'd like the ability to take on other projects on the side as a form of palette cleanser, if you will. I want to keep the same consistency and quality of service provided and want to avoid having a dip in those cause I'm doing fire all the time, for example. And for the exposure growth, I'm not talking about the exposure I'd get from working with other folks, but to what I would be exposed in terms of working material and the potential for learning. Things like different art styles, illustration compositions, methodologies, ideas, etc. The kind of stuff that has the potential to improve my abilities working with different stuff, and as a result, being able to apply those new skills to the daily work I do with y'all. For example, while working on one of the Bows projects, it had a very specific way water was drawn that I had to replicate it, and ended up creating a really cool effect that now serves as my general blank FX lol. That said, I'd be okay to limit the range of potential clients to my past current clients list, which I can provide, and not take on any new clients or get them approved first. I do understand your points about exclusivity. Could you send me the past current VTubers you've worked with and the kind of work you did for them, or any VTuber related work? Silvervale, blank, 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 Bow, blank, 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 IDK if you consider blank a VTuber, but I've done all kinds of stuff for her, including blank. I'd say the most likely that would apply or be relevant is Silver and Bow, TBH. I also don't want to overwork myself, Lamau. Do you have a list of folks you compete directly with, lol? I mean, from the list you sent, Bow and Silver for sure, the rest no. Alrighty, let me know where we can go from there. Red, because Silver didn't like Cinder, and I had something against Bow now, I considered Bow and Silvervale competition. Artist number one didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale or Bow. Unlike what I told Nano, I didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with artist number one. This was the third of 4 total times with 3 different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. January 16, 2025. The next day, artist number one read a document that laid out everything in their agreement. Alrighty, I'm sorry to write a document that kind of covers everything we've been discussing and additional stuff as I just thought about regarding the thing that should help navigate this whole thing and hopefully help with the discussions and what ends up being agreed upon. I don't think there was anything officially confirmed, agreed, so everything there is kind of open to the change at ATM. Please take a moment and let me know what you think. And then there's like log in with Atlassian account or whatever. No news on the samples yet, but they said they might not have things for you, but for future drops, they'll be able to send things your way. RIP, OMG, this is so organized, lol. I'll show this to Cinder after her stream. You could send the link to the project server chat too. In the SFW Anim channel? Yeah, sure. Should we also move the discussion there as well? Yeah, we can move it there. Artist number one. Alright, artist number one sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, there was a carve out for both Silver and Bow, and I didn't push for this to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were their clients already and left things open to work with them. I had them post it in our project server to discuss it there, and where Cinder could see it herself. This agreement with artist number one never actually happened due to other reasons that delayed us finalizing things. February 10th, 2025 to February 20th, 2025, Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions for either of us going back on her word, and Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. Like I suspected. Red, hi Nano, I'm waiting to hear from GS about the label before having you do more to it. What's up? It's fine, I'm working on the model meanwhile, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it hurts on me to do so. I really don't care about Bao and Cont'd, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, though I had the guts. Also, let me know if any plans made so far are changing after this. We'd still send you the figure and you can just discount blank costs from the model. We'll think about what the plans are after our current 2 projects. Would you agree not to do models at least, or is that what you're talking about? Okay, I appreciate the figure. Yeah, I'll think about it. She didn't talk about models just in case. Okay, thanks, Nano. Nano, can I ask what you're working on for Silver if it's blank? It's a blank. Gotcha. Red, Nano, I don't really care about Bao and Cont'd. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silverville asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, just like in November of 2023. Silver was tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back our agreement, and I never asked. I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer considered her competition. Even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her, she was still Cinder's friend. Nano went back in our agreement only a week after we paid for her model rigging on February 3rd, 2025, the one thing she asked for out of our deal. You just sent a large number of money. Wow. Full price? Wait, Nanolist Kimono Life 2D model rig, full price. That's freaking wild. February 11, 2025, Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back the deal she made with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling an agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bao or Cont'd at all to me, and Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got tired of hearing about Silverville and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word. Even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I was content with Nano working on what she wanted and didn't hold it against her like always. Quote from about this for my apology. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption that this was only about Silvervale. I was upset and my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Okay. Since I've only talked about that with Red, she did, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. That's not me. Sorry about this. My mental is just a bit weak. Same girl. Okay. Same. Okay, so this is the same screenshots used in Nanolist's doc. Can you see I'm just so secure? Okay. I love everything we've done together. I want to keep doing more. People saying dumb shit online just makes me stressed. They can suck on mine. You the best. Thank you for powering through my recent comms. I hope your power doesn't stay out for too long. Thank you, happy to serve. Also, thank you for talking to me. Sometimes dealing just with Red makes me a bit anxious. I'm sorry you felt pressured about this. He's just looking after me. He loves your stuff. I'll tell him to be nice. I understand. I actually can just imagine busy you are, so I don't bother much. I will always have time to yap with you. You the best. You the best. It's nice to talk more. If you ever need anything, same for you. Searching Bao and Cont'd in my own DMs with Nano. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Huh, wait, she posted this twice? Bao, oh, it's for Bao and Cont'd. April 9th, 2025, in a project server, Red was telling Nano about her next model plans after my sleepy outfit debuted. Okay, so, oh, this is, like, about to be, like, the doc drop. Okay. Nano, so we're thinking we do a big update to the Demon model next, plus a new outfit on it. Big update. Like, we did the 2.5 update to the 2.0 model with the new boobs and Charlie, so we'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Then you wanted to redo the Demon before we started the Angel lull. I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? Well, we want to update just the normal Demon outfit first. The new outfit would be on the Demon model instead of 2.0 like the rest of them, but it's still being worked on. But we're still working on the designs. Whip. Spoiler! Dayan! Nano, we just got an update. I love it so much. April 11th, 2025, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily. For the first time, he messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Congrats on the Lily model, Nano. Hey, thank you. When did she ask you about doing one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? Oh no, it's just hers and finish up a few things on blank. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and work with current clients. Gotcha. Clearly that was a lie. Was it was it recently Lily messaged you, or has it been planned for a while? Since February or March. I asked that about Lily and her projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Sinder lately. That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to scare that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact that she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silvervale. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately, and I was anxious about it. April 12th, 2025, the next day Red went back to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are also the last messages Red had with Nano, and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs or Project Server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily at the time is explained in her section out of this document. In my apology, I wrote, I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong, but that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. Red. I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation about the Sinder above with Sinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about. Okay. Hey Nano, do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything? Been just the model so far? Okay, her asking you for a model recently just made the... Okay, so this is from the screenshot. Red, I followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Sinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Sinder. Okay. Ever since the V-Card launched... just weird petty stuff that's super weird since they both share the same store, lol. Around V-Card's launch, they were talking, collabing, and IDK what happened, but her asking you for a model after that was just weird, even though she said she doesn't plan on getting a new model anytime soon, although Blank was kind of mean to her about using a L2D item one time. I don't know, hate that we keep bringing you into drama. That was before. Red, I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after V-Card launch was because around then was the last time I remembered them collabing and talking with each other like I said after. I remembered Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months had passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then. Yeah, I thought it was quite early to go for a new model. Look a bit. Okay. Okay, Red. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Sinder about competing with Lily, or if Lily had a problem with Sinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her, at the very least, over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Sinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was a suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Sinder did. Between these screenshots, they were talking and something unrelated. Okay, let me see. Okay, real. Is it just Sinder and Blake you've been doing continuous model outfits for? We'll have the Demon Update list final arcade reference for you soon as it's finished. I think it is. I have an outfit for Blank plan too. As for Blank, got nothing for now, but she always comes up with something. You know who's rigging Lily's model? Go to be Blank. Thanks to Nano for all the questions. Okay, that's part of the screenshots. The balding. Red, I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive, as in a general sense, with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to, with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. Okay. Also, profile pic is this. What the? We aren't the ones getting a model from the artist. Oh, okay. Red, it wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily or treating her differently for no apparent reason. Is this you before you start drawing for the day? You got me. Understandable. Me getting GS to start the work shift. Lol, real, same. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the demon model like we did 2.0 or making new demon model? I don't care how much new stuff you ended up doing for the angel outfit, even though it was going to use 2.0 as a base. At this point, I'll always suggest new models since she's pretty old now, but it's your money, your orders. The demon is the oldest 2.0 model. True. Well, we'd want to update the demon with the new toggles we've had, but also to use as a base for the arcade outfit, and then do an ice demon at the start of next year. Whatever you guys prefer. Okay, we'll let you know. Nano, we're brainstorming new design ideas. Are there any ideas or themes you'd have in mind for a Cinder model? There's no wrong answers. Red, these are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why she thought I was lying about Lily. For some reason, she didn't just ask me to verify that I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to. April 15, 2025. This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In my apology, I wrote, Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issues she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. Hi, Nano. Would you want to come on my stream again sometime? Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. Huh? April 15, 2025 to April 16, 2025. 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband, Mia, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat and wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Red, Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this other person. At this time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Nanoless Commissions. Welcome to the beginning of Nanoless Commissions group? Kira. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanoless's new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. You may have noticed she's been a bit quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly, to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward so we can avoid a situation like this in the future. That said, I also come bearing some bittersweet news. Nanoless will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Sinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. This decision wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Sinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanoless feels it's time to expand her artistic horizons. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators, and is concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creatively. This isn't about personal differences, far from it. It's about growth and the pursuit of a broader artistic path. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living from their creative work, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggled to find the right words, is where I come in. Please know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift. As she explores new opportunities and works with other creators, we're absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, Nanoless Cinder has always been a slam dunk combo. I ask for your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well, and she needs to put space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. If you have any questions or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to help. Hi, Akira. Thanks for the message. Red, Akira messaged the chat first and renamed the chat to Nanoless Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate this conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira described she never showed anything remotely similar to. Nano was always excited for our projects, including just days before this. The line of reasoning makes sense, and we have been working with Nano consistently for years now. She's been a major part of our brand, and why Sinder is Sinder. It doesn't hurt that this is kind of coming from out of nowhere from my perspective, and we didn't hear anything about this from her directly beforehand. If this is the conclusion she came to, then I will talk to Sinder and figure out our next steps. This doesn't mean all projects we were in talks with Nano that are canceled, including our model updates. Appreciate your help, Akira, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes. Well, it's unfortunate. These are the terms we're meeting on, though. Hey, thanks so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end, and I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out and make sure communication is clearer moving forward so we can all stay in the loop and avoid such surprises. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout, so she'll need a bit of a break, but once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaborations. In the meantime, if any projects with pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate another higher caliber artist who can handle the commission to make sure Cinder gets the high quality artwork she's associated with so we don't create a roadblock for you. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we've brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she'd drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers on her existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended for launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel, then we'll scrap update altogether. As for future projects, Nanolis or yourself on her behalf can reach out to us when she's ready, and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for your work you've done for us, Nano. Yes, for anything in the immediate future, I'd say until around July. Just give a rough estimate. Everything on hold for now. I totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible on your end. We can definitely touch base again around that time and see where things stand. If it still doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether. Whatever works better for you is fine for us. I don't think that timeline would work for this project, unfortunately. Looking forward to hearing from you when the time comes. Thanks, Akira. Appreciate it. That's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thanks a lot for being so understanding in such short notice. I think Nano really appreciates it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. I have a good week. Red, I immediately accepted this decision if it's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano's a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said, thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in this chat at the time. She was? Oh, this is the okay. Okay. Huh. Hey, Akira, just as a clarification here, since it'll affect mine and Cinder's plans for the future, is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects, and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things, or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now, and only take on our projects sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. Hey, Red, I think it's still too early to say, but once we resume the collaborations, I believe doing smaller scale projects first, like screens and whatnot, would be ideal. Once we get our foot in the door a little bit, it will depend on how Nano feels about it. I believe she'll eventually want to undertake large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff first is definitely smarter in my opinion. Well, given the timeline, let's say she is back in July. The next and last thing after Cinder's Demon model update was a new outfit model project we showed her recently. It's planned to be debuted in August, and there may be just enough time for it to be done. I know you're saying this wouldn't be the type of project she'd want to take on so soon, but if I could get a concrete answer from her on this outfit project specifically sooner rather than later, it would help us figure things out on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? I'll bring it up with her. I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon model update if that timing works for you. Otherwise, it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. And no, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Thanks, Akira. No worries. I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate some kind of timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again, since she threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout. Thinking my conversation about Shy Lily with her could have had something to do with this, I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to suspect this. Okay. Ugh. Excuse me. Freaking chicken fried steak. Ugh. Akira, should we preemptively be looking for... Oh, wait. What? Oh, yeah. Akira, should we preemptively be looking for a new core Sinder model artist for anything beyond these projects in the immediate future? Ugh. In an ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nano has recovered from her burnout, but I completely understand that's not realistic from a business standpoint. Please feel free to begin the search for a new artist. As I mentioned before, I'm more than happy to assist any way I can, whether that's facilitating potential artists or helping with the transaction process. After all, it's due to us that you find yourself in this inconvenience. I think the confusion came from your initial message, which made it seem like Nano was breaking up with us and wouldn't be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist moving forward. If she needs a few months away from any new projects, that's completely understandable, and we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist if that's not what's being implied. What I mean is that we don't know how long that healing process will take, and it would be unfair to keep you from working on models for the time being. It might be months, might be a year, it's uncertain yet. As long as Nano isn't saying, I don't want to be Cinder's model artist anymore, we will wait for her until she's ready again. Not saying we don't be working on other model projects in that time frame, depending on how long it takes, but when she's ready, we will be too. Oh, thanks. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, Excel. Okay. Thanks for a lot for understanding. We really appreciate it. Sinder is very distressed over this whole situation after I broke the news to her. Can you give us any confirmation at this time that when Nano returns, she would be willing to continue making models with her? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she two can understand. Regarding the models, I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now, and like I said, it's yet unknown how long that's going to take, but once she feels she can work on a Cinder model again, we can start a conversation about it. It's not by any means off the table, like I said. It could be months or even a year until that happens. Hey Akira, I've been speaking to Cinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts, and she doesn't feel she should message Nano herself. Red, I didn't want to move on from Nano and said we'd wait for her and change our plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's Model Rs. I first told Cinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. This reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On April 9th, 2025, Nano showed no signs of burnout, ready and willing to take on the next project, excited for about my new design. Nano, we're thinking we'd do a big... Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was from earlier. And the last thing Nano said to Red on April 12th, 2025, she showed no signs of being burnt out either. Yep. The last time Nano had implied she was burnt out from work in any way was read in September 2024 when she canceled a bunch of her projects herself over 7 months earlier. Forget out on the comms, I think I just want to do Cinder. Oh. After Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from there. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Reddit reassured me that things would be okay and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would come to this decision, and without saying anything to me at all, I canceled my fan slice stream I was supposed to have that night. The fan slice stream is canceled tonight. I got some bad news and will be taking the night off. I'll reschedule it soon. Thank you for understanding. The sub-only stream is canceled tonight. I received some bad news and don't have the energy to stream right now. I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. Thank you for understanding. I'll let you know when the stream is rescheduled for soon. April 21st, 2025. 5 days later, Red messaged Akira again. Hey Akira, I've been speaking to Sinder about the... oh yeah. She's very hurt that Nano hadn't discussed this with her sooner and that she came to this decision without any warning after all the time they've worked together to now seemingly all communication with each other being taboo. Not to mention that she wasn't included in this conversation. As you know, Sinder has tied her image and her brand around Nano's work over the past 3 years, and regardless of the business implications that may come of not working together for her, she's more just hurt personally. This felt like a sucker punch at a time where other factors in this space were really weighing down on her. Like I said before, we will continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we both completely understand the burnout with having 13 projects together in about 18 months. We just feel like this could have been handled better, or a compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied instead of a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight. Due to the uncertainty of the future, we've begun discussing backup plans in the case that Nano doesn't want to continue working together on the major projects. Thanks for understanding and I hope to work things out when the time comes. Hello Red, first of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs and avoiding DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for you as well. I'm also truly sorry the situation came up so suddenly. Nano had been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and unfortunately it led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to stress. This has been incredibly painful for her too. Please don't view this as a taboo topic, but rather as a much-needed pause. Burnout and stress can be easily triggered even by well-meaning messages. I agree that had this been addressed earlier, things might have gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nano wasn't able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time, and what could have been a small break and an open conversation about work pace ended up being something much more abrupt. I also fully understand your necessity for a backup plan, and I hope we get the chance to collaborate again. If this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose to not talk to us at all about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together and instead sent someone we've never even heard of to say goodbye for her. Last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. April 26, 2025. Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 a.m. EST. She was the first one to post around this time. Red sent her a DM saying, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her, Nano, can we talk? But deleted it too. She then removed us as friends in Discord so we couldn't contact her again. That is so horrible! That is angering. That is so angering. Oh my gosh! So you're telling me, pause, so you're telling me that Nanolis didn't have the common courtesy to talk to Redacted and Sinder directly. She just threw Redacted into a group chat, made him the group owner, and left. And when they reached out to her, she unfriended them? That is the most childish, horrific behavior I've seen. That is absolutely disgusting. Guys, oh my gosh, I made it! I made it to the end of Nanolys's doc. Oh my gosh, alright. That's a lot to digest. Cool, gotcha. So, Nanolys did something very horrid. Gotcha. That's very angering. Oh, let's go to Bao. 94! 94, okay. Alright. I need to drink water. Okay, that's actually very angering. That's very angering. That's very rude, horrid, and deplorable what Nanolys did to Sinder and Redacted. That's horrible. That if what they say is true, that is genuinely horrible on Nanolys's part. That is disgusting. That is angering. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's read Bao. There's 94 pages to this. Posted on April 26, 2025 at 1:48 a.m. EST. Woo, that one. Bao has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle, there was so much I couldn't explain to my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao that's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of the last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us. I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting, and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March of last year. I also knew that the model was cancelled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask to read Red's messages myself when this happened. When Bao messaged me and our friends, excuse me, I felt bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model. Wait, am I? Yeah, okay. About this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression that was what Nano wanted. I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware about, I didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again. After that, I didn't know if it was ever planned or that Red brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not and do not agree with what he said about Bao to her then. Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shiley or other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public, but I believed she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first, but I don't hold that against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her, and I never was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. That was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She works extremely hard in everything she does, especially her music, with how much bullshit she's been through. She's one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao is the kind of person who will always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry that I didn't do the same for her and for never being the friend she deserved me to be. Red, I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about things that made me feel that way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone that and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon. I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us and not Bao. I'm sorry. Below, we've laid out everything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that's happened. This includes conversation with our mutual video editor, Red's conversation with Nano and Bao's model, our real-life experiences, and the production of Boss Rush's music video with Sakamore, leading up to what Red told Nano in their exclusivity deal. Everything is in chronological order and all dates and times are in EST. I've censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue. September 30th, 2023, video editor exclusivity number 1. The first time Red asked her video editor about working with us exclusively was a couple weeks after we saw that they had worked with Bao. Initially, I took them working with Bao personally when I shouldn't have. I thought it must have been because my content wasn't good enough or as good as Bao's in this case. I thought it could be that I wasn't paying them enough, so they were looking for other work. I was upset, but not at her. She was my friend. Red wanted them to have the time to do more of a for us in general, so we wanted to ask them about becoming exclusive for that reason. Red also asked how much they'd be looking to be paid for exclusivity. They turned him down, and it wasn't a problem. We were both satisfied with their response and accepted their decision. I got over my insecurity and was happy they were supporting my friend with their content. I was only over our shared video editor that I ever saw Bao as any kind of competition, but it didn't affect how I treated her. In my apology, I said yes. Red and I were initially upset when Bao hired my editor, and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough or like I wasn't paying enough for his work, but I accepted it and was happy for him getting that bag and supporting one of my friends at the same time. Okay. Okay, real talk, how much work would we need to give you, or how much monthly income in order for you to make enough for us to be our exclusive editor, and that even something you'd be interested in? Is that something you'd be interested in? We've been thinking about asking, since we do want you to take on some Tashi work and the possibility of making more Sinder content. Sorry for taking so long to respond. I'm just thinking, dude, I've seen you typing like for an hour now. I'm low-key having a panic attack, being like, well, this is where blank parts ways. Rip. Red, this is stressful. I'm sorry. Take your time. Do not think about me. As much as I like editing for you guys, I don't think I would be entirely exclusive, because I do like working with other people too. I already do prioritize you guys when it comes to accepting other commissions, since they're selective. So if you guys want me to take on more Tashi and Sinder work, you'll still be priorities. Also, I wanted to ask if I could change the normal $20 for shorts now, instead of the discounted $8 we did like in October last year. Something that I've been thinking about for a bit, being paid for helping manage the YouTube channel, since I've kind of just been charging for editing the videos and not the thumbnails, uploading, and community posts. Sorry for taking so long. November 17, 2023, finding out about Bao's model. Red asked Nano about her current projects like he often would. Hey Nano, do you have a lot of models still lined up? Quite a few. Is it for the project? Also need feedback on the outfit changes, so I might change the toggles too. No, not for the project. I'm just wondering. I know you were working on blank and silver, and one of our mythic contacts said you would be working with one of their clients soon. I'll go get the feedback now. It's pretty much like this for now. Oof. This spot. Oh, I read that. Red, my oof reaction to this screech was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on the model, so yeah, I did talk about that. Red, I was asking questions about Bao's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme, like a lore outfit. Boss Rush was only an idea between me and Sinder at the time, but we knew what the concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. Later in the conversation, Bao was mentioned again. These are screenshots we talked about in the first part in the Nano list section. Red, after Nana said she was rethinking her wait list, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nana should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nana was thinking about removing herself. Nana said here she really wanted to work with Bao. Okay. Are you designing Bao's? Not sure. We didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned for June. Red, Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. November 19, 2023, Nano asked Red about Bao's model timeline. By the way, since you've got plans, do you think would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner, or around June is okay? Did I read this yesterday? I don't know if I read that yesterday. I think I did. Alright. Red, Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June. March 29th, 2024 to March 30th, 1st, 2024, WeebCon 2024. At WeebCon is where Bao showed us her new model design Nano was working on for her. July 15, 2024 to July 19, 2024, the She-Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with me for her Halloween cover album. This was the first and only time she went to Red in their DMs to plan something with me. She first told Red this song would be a duet. I have a question. Is Sinder familiar with singing in Japanese? No. Okay, noted. She could definitely try, but I mean, I wouldn't bank on it working out, lol. Nah, it's all good. For Halloween, I'm singing a cover album and was asking around to see who wanted to be part of it. Would Sinder be down to sing a duet if She-Wolf with me? She's streaming, but I'll ask her by Shakira. Okay, word. I'll be super flexible. We could change the key. She doesn't have to sing any line she doesn't feel confident in, etc. She messaged Red again later, now telling him that Numi was involved. Red asked me about this, and he told Bao that I said I was down to do it. I also said she could have just messaged me about this, and I don't know why she didn't. Red asked her to clarify if it would be just the two of us, like he said, or three of us now, but Bao never responded. No rush in getting back. Actually, JK, the producer said he can take my commission in right now. Lamau, do you mind asking Sinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be us two. I think she's down, and you said you could have just messaged her, lol. Is the song just you and her, or Numi doing it too, from what your last message said, lol, or is Numi doing a different song with you? I know it's super early, but do you have a release date in mind since it'll be for Halloween? Are we doing any kind of MV or promo art, or will it just be the song? And just curious, how many songs are you planning for this album? 3 days later, Bao messaged me to add me into her project server for the song. Those are the first things she said to me about it. Red never told me Bao said anything about Nubi's inclusion in the 3 days since, and only told me it'd be a duet when talking to me about it. Nubi being included wasn't a problem at all, and the three of us did the cover together. Come in here. We planned She-Wolf in here. It's just you, me, and Numi. Wait, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything. Bruh, it's you, me, and Numi. I told Red that if you don't want to join, then it'll just be me and Numi instead. What? Oh, he told me you said it was a duet. I was just confused. I just thought it would be cute if the three of us did it, because Numi has her kitty form and I want my puppy form, and you are a wolf. Meow, I'm sorry. Bao should have actually communicated effectively with Sinder, but clearly, based on what I'm seeing, Bao didn't. That is on her. My opinion. July 23rd, 2024 to August 6th, 2024, Bao's model cancellation. These are Red's DMs with Nano leading up to when she canceled Bao's model. July 23rd to 2024 to July 26th, 2024. Red asked if Nano if she knew about Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it, like we've done in the past with other people she's worked with. It was the end of July and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned to him it was in November, and she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WeebCon in March, and what Bao showed us. And these are screenshots from the Nanolist section. Red, Cinder's Angel model was booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. Red, Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she can do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Sinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered her my help. Let's see. Red, Nano brings up the idea of canceling models after expressing she wanted to do her own thing, and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Red, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started, me saying to her that we'll find a new mama. For being busy was a joke, like earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. These are all screenshots from earlier. Red, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November. I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her, that less model work meant she could do what she wanted to sooner, and we'd help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model, so this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model, and I still would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her, and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more Nano models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even started either, and I assumed all that was done must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was for supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep up any project she was already considering canceling. None of this content is shown in Nano's or Bao's documents. This is just a rehash of what he said in the Nanolist section. April 4th to 2024 to August 4th to 2024 to August 5th, 2024. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had talked about before. He did not name anyone. Red, the reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she had canceled anything was because it could possibly affect her project schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were at least 2 models she was considering canceling. There were unrelated messages about my own project they were talking about between these screenshots. So it's Red. So this was from the last section. Red, Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should at least somewhat paid for the design. Okay, so that I read that already. 49 minutes after, Nano said she was able to start Cinder's Angel model right away, when earlier she said she wasn't able to start in October. This was all Red told me in our DMs right after I talked to Nano. This is literally later that night. Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTuber career. He said he would help her out, and that Nano was able to start in my Heavenhound model early now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design and she showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to push her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew what she told me. Red, I really wanted Nano to cancel. If I really, no, it's already said. Red messaged Nano and asked about how her, okay. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao. Red, Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked how it went, if Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, and I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model. Just hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window Nano told me about. Okay, this is throwing me off because everything that I'm scrolling through has already been said. It's just that it relates to Bao. Okay, so this is new. This is new stuff. Wow. Okay. August 9th, 2024, video editor exclusivity number 2. The second time Red asked our video editor about becoming exclusive was after our other editor had stepped down from working with us on August 5th. Instead of finding a replacement, we wanted to see if they could have the time to fill the gap in content left behind, plus any extra videos they'd be available to make for us. Red offered them a raise, but they turned him down and we moved on. This had nothing to do with Bao. Okay, side thing, Sinder and I have been talking about you. Considering our predicament, we'd like to make you an offer. So we lost Blank and now we need shorts. And even with the Blank helping out, there's the problem with consistency. So anyways, we'd like to offer you Blank a month to be our exclusive editor. Pick up those extra shorts, maybe do some more clips and the occasional mid-week videos, which you've already been doing. And it's okay to decline. We won't be mad, lol. And you can think about it for a while. No worries. This isn't like a deadline thing. I was about to go back to sleep after you sent this so I can respond in the morning, but then I got anxious about not responding, so I'm at my PC now. Blank, you can go to sleep. I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to decline on it. I agree that we need more shorts for consistency. So while I'm looking for a shorts editor, I can do 2 shorts a week on top of the 3 that Blank will be doing. I think the main issue is getting at least 5 clips that work for short format every week or so. Something I've been thinking about is changing the post rules in the Sinder clips channel in the Discord to include what stream the clip is from and the context of the clip. Really push for Twitch clips to be named. There's so many people that clip Sinder thanking them for their resub and it's not named. August 27th, 2024, last solo collab with Bao. This was the day of my last one-on-one collab with Bao. She had asked to make clay animals together. I watched / listened to that. On August 3rd, 2024, and it took us 3 weeks to get materials delivered and finally schedule it. We ended up making VTuber mascots. I was happy Bao wanted to do something artsy together since I already did my own crafting streams and I wasn't able to do hand cam creating crafting collabs with other VTubers very often. Anyway, hello, can we do a hand cam stream where we make clay animals together? I'm so bad at sculpting Lamau, but that sounds like it would be fun. Around August 31st, 2024, Natural Disaster. Bao released her original song Natural Disaster featuring our other friends alongside her. Red, this event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream, either on the day the song was released or sometime the couple of weeks before then. She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with B singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about, live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of this stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. At the same time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this, and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience and wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she asked me to be a part of this, and I wanted to do my best for her. September 19, 2024 to September 23rd, 2024, TwitchCon 2024. Red, there's 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had of Bao. The first night where Sinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice, Bao was supposed to be there with us, but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video go with it. The song this friend was making with Sinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they were planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. The last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner. I ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with her friends. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore. Oh. At a party at TwitchCon was where we met Sakamore, Bao's video editor. He came to me and said he'd love to work together and make a music video for me, which is why Red would ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Not September 28, 2024 to August 4th, 2024. Sakamore and Boss Rush's music video number 1. Since this is the first time Sakamore has been mentioned, here is his document for reference. Posted on April 26, 2025 at 2:05 a.m. EST. Red reached out to Sak after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next week, but Sak couldn't fit it into his schedule at the time. You wouldn't happen to be available for an MV in a week or two, would you? Ooh, I'm completely full every day this month, and earliest I could do is November 9th. Just checking with you. Thank you. No problem. 100% down for one after that date, though. Sorry to bother, but do you all know the exact release date, since I could try working something out to fit in if y'all want? By the 22nd is. Okay, is it alright if I let y'all know in 2 to 3 days? This month is a dummy busy with trying to get Bao's album or originals done. Sure, thanks. We'll let you know ASAP once I chat with Bobber. Hey Red, thanks for waiting. So I've been trying to figure out if there was any feasible way I could slide Sinder into my schedule this month, but between moving in my new apartment this week and the Halloween album, 7 MVs, think November 9th is the very earliest I can start. I'm very sorry, but if there are any projects after that date y'all would like me to do, I can lock y'all into my calendar 100%. Again, very sorry for any inconvenience. How long does it usually take for you to edit an MVE and then YouTube video? This one took 3 days. Okay, cool, just for a reference, but depends on complexity and length, so often will be a little over a week. 2 in general for Rush. Week to 2, okay. How would you feel about me giving you everything for the MV now, work on it in between your other projects, and have it due by the end of October? I really would love to be able to squeeze y'all in, and absolutely would if I could, but I generally don't have any days free until November 9th at the earliest. This month and start of November is literally just an ass beating for my schedule. Okay, thanks though, Zach. You're missing out on a good one. October 5th, 2024 to October 18th, 2024, Japan trip. Red, there's 2 things that happened during our trip to Japan with our friends last year. Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong. They confided in Cinder and I afterwards and were very upset over it, but it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is? Wow. Everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinner. Since it was a few days earlier, it was last night, all the friends would be together, just like TwitchCon, and again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way, and then sometime later she said, never mind, she's not coming. We all were aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025. After TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. You know what? After everything that Redacted is saying in this document, now I don't feel as bad about Bao. I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond when they happened. October 23rd, 2024 to November 30th, 2024. Sakamore and Boss Rush's music video number 2. After getting back from Japan, Red messaged Sak again about Boss Rush's music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. These are all of their DMs over the course of the music video's production. When was it you were free again? Things have been pushed back a lot, lol. November 9th is my last MV for Bao until, like, first week of December, I think. When is Cinder's coming out now? When it's ready, lol. Lemfao to BH. I'll prob start on it a day or two after I wrap up in the Bao MVs in that case. This song has a lot of typography. Is that something you're good with? Can I hear it? If not, no worries, just so I can get an idea. Yeah, is it Ing or JP? English. Typography is one of my stronger points. I feel like I'm so 100%. I'm 100% comfortable with it. And then, okay. Falcon Shield, this is War 5, this is Wardles. Make a collab, okay. Excuse me, something like this. Holy 9 minutes! This isn't the song load, just a reference. Oh, lots of animated text with different fonts. But yeah, that's fine. Is it just one still image she is using for artwork? No, I can send you more details in a week or two. Yeah, that should be good. Just hit me up when you got more info, but I'm super down. Hey Red, Bao's song got pushed back so I can start Cinders as soon as I get the assets and meetings if y'all are still down. Are you available? Sorry for getting back to you so late. All good. I'm still 100% down to do it. I would be able to start like first or second week of December, like mid-December release if that's okay. We were hoping end of November release. Oh yeah, that'd be impossible for me. Giga full at the moment with like 7 other vids this month. Like I said, I'm still super down to do it and really hope to be able to work with Sinder on the video, but my schedule always super packed, fully planned weeks and months ahead without much wiggle room. So just let me know what y'all would like to do or feeling. What if we pay you double? Can I hear the song demo just so I know what I'm getting into? Fine, all leakers, but it's top secret. Red, I offered to pay double for Sack's work because I knew it'd be a tight deadline and was desperate for this help. Sack was one or two music video editors we knew, and the other wouldn't have been able to pull off this video in this time frame. Sack's music videos always come out great, and this project needed to be the best it could. My Lips Are Sealed. It's an original song. This is an earlier version of it with the placeholder vocals and a couple outdated lyrics. The final version is being worked on with the new vocals. And I'll cook. Song's a banger. Sounds like Blank doing the audio right. When can you have it to us by? I can send all the assets, my MV direction, and lyric changes tonight, besides the final mix, which is still whip. Yeah, it's them doing it. I'll start it on the 16th, 17th, and the latest. I have Bao collab video and IRL content that I can't move around. I want done by them. Don't know exact date when it'll be done since I'ma just have to giga grind on it. I'd say the absolute deadline is like the 27th after any edits, changes Cinder may ask for. Oh yeah, it'll be done by then. Well, maybe the 28th. I want to have it done on the 25th latest. Blank can get it uploaded the night before, but 24th is my goal. 24th, 25th would be perfect since I have Bao original song due on the 30th. You can send the invoice to Blank whenever we'll get it paid ASAP. Alright, is it fine if I do it after the video's done? It helps me stay motivated, let me out. Lol. Sure, no problem. There's a Google Drive, XD all good. Can I get credits list while I'm thinking about it? And generally, wanted to do something similar to this League rap video with lyrics on screen and screen next to each of them during their parts, and then the references stylized like the game franchise they're from. I'll send the lyrics, what references where, and more in depth of shot by shot we were thinking. Sinder, Tricky, Vienna vocals. I'll ask Blank how they want to be credited, but they're doing everything else. And UMV lol. Music by Blank, and then there's that X post written by. Oh, okay, so it's a thing. Alright, sounds good. Hey Red, just checking in to see if I could get a draft mix of this song with Cinder. Excuse me, No Frills Grill is hitting me hard. Tricky and Vienna vocals as well as an updated lyrics sheet so that I can start it as soon as possible. We'll get everything I have to you today. I only have a draft mix with Cinder and Tricky ATM, and Tricky's vocals may be changed. That works for now as long as it's like in the same realm of similarity to the final sense, and we'll go ahead and start on Cinder's part. There's also a couple more animated variants I'm waiting on. No stress, appreciate it. Okay, thank you for letting to me know. Here's the latest mix I have. And for this specifically, it's the group art background itself and the three girls separated from it. Here's the lyrics. There's a Google Doc. My name. Okay, cool. So we wanted to start with the group shot of them panning up in silhouette with glowing eyes, which we'd like as a separate teaser video if possible. Then then each of them will be solo during their respective verses on their own backgrounds. They also have multiple variants to change to halfway through the verses, something. Cinder has her standard pose, but also her hands with fireballs. The choruses would be the group art of them all together. You can keep the camera close to their upper bodies. Don't need to have the full art in frame. You can have fun with the camera. We want to go heavy on the text editing, like the League song reference I sent. For the video game reference, lyrics have their font edited like the game logos, and beyond that, just fun edits on the text to make the lyrics interesting to watch. For instance, Cinder's line, "The demons kept away with locks, but now I'm fucking breaking them," and could have some kind of lock breaking animation with chains or something. I don't know. These are our ideas. Have fun with it. Also, the song's name is My Name, and the group is Boss Rush. I will get you that animated stuff as soon as I have it, and if there's anything else you need, let me know. Hi, thanks for stopping by, Golden Yoshi Star. Sounds good. I got some brainstorm ideas. We'll hop on this early tomorrow and send y'all something in about a little over a week, hopefully, Lamau, since this one is really complete complex. The group animations are updated in the drive folder. Sounds good. Thanks. Finished most of the 3D modeling and MoGraph assets yesterday, this morning, and we'll be finishing up intro today, as well as hopefully making some good progress on the first verse. Thanks, Zach. Can you send a whip to show Sinder? First version of the master. Waiting to see if there'll be any edits. I have an idea of most of the rest of the edit and most of the assets made leading into the video game theme. My general plan is for each verse to be representative of a level. Cinder level 1 Hell, Tricky level 2 Earth, Purgatory Egypt stuff, Vienna level 3 Space, Cosmic. Also ignore the audio slowdown, that's just AE running out of RAM while screen recording lol. Also is displayed at half quantity for performance will be fully half quality for performance will be full quality 4K for final of. Two things, do you want a higher quality version of Cinder's logo that you have on her cabinet lol? Can you keep the art unflipped? For instance, Cinder's design isn't symmetrical, so at the very end the flipped image looks wrong. Yeah, I will unflip. I don't really think our quality PNG will be noticeable once it's full quality and up at 4K. Let me know what Cinder says. As Blank would say, I'm putting my bussy into this one. Holy shit, it slows down because of his RAM, not because it's actually like that. I was gonna say, lol. This is gonna be so good. Show the girls, I'm gonna cry. Also, I noticed you're keeping the shots of them literally up at their faces. Like I said, lol, you can pull the shots out a bit more and have the zoom be more varied throughout the song. There's a lot to each art piece to see. We trust the vision. Yeah, it'll be more varied poses and stuff when I have viewers make eye contact with them, like girls are looking down on them as powerful mythical beasts, but we'll switch up to body shots as each of their verses progresses. You have my word, I will not disappoint you all. Got a lot more things to show for sure. Exactly, just didn't want you to feel limited to that since that's what I said, lol. Just realized that the Google Doc is missing that Cinder's line despair and breakdowns is a reference to Danganronpa. Also, the group files were updated to fix a small art error. Okie dokie, I'll make a note to change it out before I render it. Could you make the teaser video too, Zach, and one of the chorus to post with the release? Yeah, are y'all wanting to just use the intro for a teaser? And yeah, once I finish the video, I'll render out the chorus as separate for post. I think that'd be okay. Maybe without the credits text though, like the song and group name. Right, the song and group name and the Cinder Tricky Vienna in yours and blank credits just for the teaser. I'm gonna see about getting you the intro music without the Cinder at the end so it can cut better in the teaser. The teasery sounds good. Once I finish Cinder's verse and the chorus, a big chunk of the video is done since Tricky's won't take much time from how I imagine it, and Vienna's will have a couple parts that will be time consuming, but couple chill parts. Should have Cinder's finished up in like 2 days, probably day and a half though. I'll have more music for you soon. When excuse me. Oh my god. Ugh. I hate this. Okay. When do you want the teaser, since I'll render them on a day before I go to bed? Probably by the end of Sunday, Monday morning. It shall be done. Thank you, Bubby. Hey, Sack, there's gonna be merch dropping with this, and wanted to ask you if you could put a 10-second ad image at the end of the MV when the instrumental or something could have Blink re-render the MV with the ad line included too. Yes, that's fine. I can do that. Google Drive. Also, here is the intro rendered with diff audio and credits overlays taken off for Twitter. Just a heads up, though, I'm going to be a few delayed as there was a semi-unexpected family member passing 2 days ago, and I'm going to be going home for 2 days to be with family. I should still be able to have it to you all before end of the month, but just wanted to let y'all know. If you all would like a bit of a discount for the delay, do let me know. Oh, damn, I'm sorry to hear that, Zach. I hope you're doing okay. Do you think by the end of the 28th is possible? Not sure, prob 29th or super early 30th. I'll make sure revisions are turned around a few hours after I get home, after I get them, so that it'll be ready to post. We were planning for the 29th at 3 p.m. EST for it to go live because we have some merch launching with it at that time. Okay, I will try my best and make it happen. Okay, I will try my best. Oh wait, we appreciate it. Thank you, Sack. No worries, brother. Can you send me PNG files for the merch? Instrumental for the ending. Still waiting on PNGs and are just an ad image. Also, we'll have the final mix soon. Sinder Cyphermaster.wav. I think this is the final mix. Waiting on a full consensus. Hey, Cracked. Welcome back. Dope, thank you. Started Vienna's verse today, so need to make the League Cinematics MoGraph for her. An ending 3D section, and I'll be able to send it. Can confirm this is the final version, merch renders and logo for the ending. Google Drives, I guess. Ooh, look, a Bosch Rush logo. I don't have the GamerSubs logo, though. Available until 12/12. Okay, thanks. Happy Thanksgiving, Sack. Thanks for grinding. Happy Thanksgiving. No stress, man. I hope y'all like it. Rendering Cinder's verse. Just here verse is a longer render than the whole She-Wolf video. Does that say 40 hours? Yes. Yeah, MVs are very PC heavy. Low-key think I'm gonna get a new one, though. That's probably a good idea considering we may sign you up again. Or y'all hate it and y'all unfriend block me. We'll see what happens. Reference for the merch part if you need it. Thank you. I'll probably replace BG with the video super duper blurred and audio and extended to 10 seconds if that's fine. You have creative control. How's it coming, Sack? I'm almost afraid to ask. It will be done on time. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Vienna's party only has 60. What is that? Has 63 and a half hours left. Nah, Tricky's took literally an hour, and Vienna will be less. What do you do to Cinder's part? Then Jesus, lol. It's something with my PC. Like Cinder's is the most complex by a lot, but no shot it takes that long. Gotta find that new PC. I did cook the fuck out of Cinder's part, though. My PC can't handle my MVs after Bow music video album training arc. Google Drive. I come bearing gifts. I hope the girlies like it. That was from the Google Doc. You did nuts. Everyone loves it. Thank you so much for grinding this out, Sack. The fans are gonna go crazy for this song. ISTG. If there's time to make any edits to it, Sack. IDK. How long this would take to render, though. During the chorus, the shot of the girls can be zoomed out a little more to show more of them all. Vienna's verse is very gray, black, white, and should have a more blue tone overall. At the end, 322, Tricky is pink eyes instead of yellow. This is the most important one, I think. They all agree that the gray desaturated filters on the artwork should be greatly toned down or removed from the parts where it's shown, especially during the chorus, so a lot more of the original artwork's color comes through. 059 to 104. 240 to 244, 254 to 255, 257 to 259, 303 to 304, 304 to 309, 314 to 318. Oh, also, do you have a trailer? Vienna just had the idea today of 3 small trailers of a small part of each of their verses too, but if there's no time for that, it's okay. It's okay if you fell asleep, though. We'll ball with what we got. Thank you. I can change a few things, Prob. Are you sure? I'm so sorry for the VTuber project curse. Yeah, we still have like 3 hours, 2.5. I prob can't change much on Vienna's TBH, but I'll do what I can with all the notes. The last 2 bullets are the most important. The first 2 can be ignored if we're crunching. I didn't want to say this to freak you out last night, but when I sent Cinder's render time of 40 hours, I still had to do Vienna's entire verse. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, the VTuber project curse. Next one will be planned and scheduled way in advance. No worries if everyone ends up happy. It's all good. Let me know what you're able to do. I'll get chorus black and white changed, Tricky's eye color oopsie fixed for sure. Yeah, it went pretty smooth, TBH, everything considered. Next time we are all together at a con or something, you should ask Bao about blank. We were both blank. Oh, trust me, I've heard. Lamau, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. Google Drive. Thank you, Sack. Crunch time is real. You can send invoice whenever. Okie dokie. Hope that everyone loves it and it goes to the moon with views. Tell all the girls I'm really honored to have gotten to work on the project and they did an amazing job. Sack, can you edit the invoice to not require an address? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Let me know if that fixed it. All paid. Y'all the best. We'll have another project for you soonish. Okay, not that soon, but still, thank you again for your work on this one. Well, all good. Looking forward to it. What the fudge? Oh, what did I miss? What did you miss? Just me reading and seeing that Bao is not as cracked up as she is. She is not the person we all initially thought. If what Redacted said is true. Thanks for the right summarize. Bao did a lot of stuff to my understanding and interpretation. It's like Bao did things rude to friends. That's what I understand. It's in there. I don't know. It's freaking Natalis lied. Bao is just the whole thing. It's complicated because it's according to Sinder and Redacted, it's on them as well as Bao. But I will say that Bao, she isn't perfect. She is a woman with issues. Based on what Redacted and Sinder said in this section of the document, she is someone... She is someone that isn't perfect. There. That is, you wanted me to summarize it? That's the best I can summarize it. You'd have to read the doc for yourself. Oh no, Cracked. If you actually go through, I think, what was it? I'm at 54 out of 94. If you go around, the 40-page mark in this section, you will see the stuff that Redacted says. Redacted literally says, this is what Bao did to us. For me to think that Bao isn't a good person, and make me think that Bao is competition. Oh yeah, it's obvious. Okay, that's fair. Alright, November 29, 2024, Bao's comment on Boss Rush's song. My new music group, Boss Rush, premiered our first song at the end of November. Red and I were going through the comments, and we both saw Bao, so he didn't want me to like her, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the day, it was just a comment. It really was a comment. Redacted was being petty. After the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion of how I thought Bao viewed her friends, so I told Sinder she shouldn't like it. I was persistent about it, so she listened to me. I was very petty of me towards a friend showing support. God damn, they 80. Those are my girls. Holy. Around December 5th, 2024 to December 9th, 2024, group chat with Bao. Sometime in between these dates, Bao started a group chat with both Red and I. We were both removed from this group, so we don't have access to what was said. As far as we remember, she wanted to do something together. Red was adamant to me about not wanting to plan anything with her at the time, so we didn't. Red, Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another two friends involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely, but the timing was suspicious to me after the past few experiences with her, and I saw this as her trying to gain something from us. So I brushed her off. What stood out to me is that she addressed Sinder specifically as the lead singer of Boss Rush. December 10, 2024, Sacramore exclusivity. 11 days after the music video was finished and released, Red messaged Sack about another project for February. He said he was working exclusively with Bao going forward. In my apology, I said, and yes, I was also upset with Sack. The Boss Rush MV editor had told us that he won't be working on any future project with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao, but Red got in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future project around it, but he told me without an MV editor as talented as Sack, the future projects wouldn't reach the same heights. So he created this headcanon that's laid out in those DMs. Alright. You want to do MV for February? Hey, brother, I'm sorry, but... After January 2nd, I'm closing down all my comms indefinitely and wanting going completely in-house for Bao. I thought you were down to do more. TBH, I really, really want to, and it's genuinely very hard for me to say no. I also really feel awful about saying no, but also I do have other things in life I need to prioritize since the path I'm currently on does not get me to the goals I actually want to achieve as a content creator. It is more just personal things and my own goals I need to prioritize. Red. The last time I spoke to Sak, he said he was honored to be part of Boss Rush's project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made, and it was already nearing 500,000 views. I didn't know Sak well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. What? Thought you were down more. Oh, prioritize. Oh, has nothing to do with the group or anything like that, since I really enjoyed the last song. Alright, well, I let Sinder know. She's pretty upset and disappointed, but it is what it is, I guess. Understandable, and I am very sorry to be the one to cause those feelings, but I also need to do what's best for me this year, and definitely wish y'all the best in the future, and we'll be cheering y'all on from the sidelines for sure. Lies. Thanks, Sak. Godspeed. Sinder wanted me to ask, is there any goals or projects our project can help you with? She's just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one and it did so well. I appreciate you asking, but not really. There's not really a point in me just doing freelance anymore, since the only growth in it now is just scaling my prices to stupidly high rates, but IDC about money that much. I need to focus on building my own platform community if I want to see the next stages of growth for myself. I'm going in-house with Val because she has been my day one and took a chance on me when I was literal nobody living in basically poverty, and I want to do whatever I can repay her kindness and how much she's done for me, so I'd like to focus on her success as my client friend. And I'm also doing it because I want to take the option away from me of working with other people, so I actually have to be serious about reaching my own personal goals with my content. I'm not sure what you mean by your personal content if you're just working with Bao. I mean, this kinda came out of nowhere since you seemed pretty eager to work with Sinder at TwitchCon and even after the last project, especially since it did numbers. But if that's how you feel, then we won't try to change your mind and respect your decision. Thanks again for your work, Sak. Good luck on your goals. Red, as we were messaging, I was going back and forth, talking to Sinder about this, which is why there's gaps in time in my responses to Sak. By the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. Right after this, Red messaged our video editor about music video editors and what happened with Sak. They're close with works with Bao and her other editors, including Sak. Redacted, blank, do you know any MV editors besides Sak? I don't know any others personally. Okay, was JW. What happened to blank? Nothing, we can still contact him, blank. I guess Sak is only working with Bao going forward, even though he was excited to do more after this last MV, so now we gotta find someone new. Boss Rush did crazy numbers, and we want to keep up the high expectations for the next one. Not saying you need to go look for some editors, I was just asking if you knew off the top of your head. I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up with doing a lot of editing work, so I guess he's really wanting to focus on it moving forward. I guess so. Our video editor gave me the same reasoning for Sak's decision as he did. I should have taken it as fact by then, but I didn't and still thought something else must have happened. Sak told me he was going exclusive with Val because of his own content and goals he wanted to prioritize in his position as a VTuber video editor for a significant amount of time. I just didn't understand his vague reasoning or what content and community he was talking about. This was just 11 days after Boss Rush premiered. I'm going in-house with Bao because... Oh, okay, it was this message from Sak that made me suspicious of what his actual reason was for going exclusive with Bao. He only said all this after he was pushed about his decision, and this was only days after Sinder and I turned down Bao in that group chat where she called Sinder the lead singer of Boss Rush. Because of my experience with Bao over the past few months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sak was doing this because Bao must have guilt-tripped and convinced him not to work with anyone other than her, including Boss Rush, and I was mad that this wasn't even just against Sinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too, who I cared about as much as Sinder did. Confirmation bias is a cognitive bias, a type of error in thinking where people tend to favor information that confirms their existing beliefs, expectations, or hypotheses, regardless of whether that information is true. This means individuals are more likely to seek out, interpret, and recall information in ways that reinforce their existing views, while downplaying or ignoring evidence that contradicts them. Red, another thing that hasn't been mentioned up to this point is what Bao thought of her own music throughout the last year. She would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did was performing well, and guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them due to the low view counts, ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. She wanted to quit making music entirely because she thought her songs performed so poorly. The only songs of hers from last year that I could imagine she considered successful were Miss RGB, Natural Disaster, and the She-Wolf cover, all of which included her friends. When I told Nano about that Bao's songs flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano, music that had dozens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of views. It wasn't good enough for Bao. Although I didn't elaborate any of that to Nano, in my own opinion, all of her songs performed fine, if not great. I don't know why she needed views to validate music she made if it was something she enjoyed doing in the first place. I know how this reasoning sounds when you just look at what my message about Nano said. It doesn't look good on me. Yeah. We were banned from Bao's Discord server, so I don't have any evidence to show this happening. I don't know if Bao's messages about this still exist, but I know there's plenty of Baobel buddies out there who would remember this. Bao's TMJ she talked about in her document had nothing to do with anything I said to Nano and wasn't something I even considered. Another similar instance I remember happening in Bao's server was on Sinder's birthday last year when Bao and her friends were playing Jackbox games together. Sinder was streaming and invited them all to play, and Bao was streaming her end at first, but abruptly ended it not long after starting. I checked her Discord server to see if anyone knew what happened. Bao was chatting in a public channel saying her CCV was too low to keep streaming, and no one cared about watching her. Community was trying to encourage and support her, but I remember she replied to a fan saying something like, "Stop fucking talking," telling them all that nothing she did mattered. This is how she was talking directly to her fans, supporting her, and wanting to collab to her on her friend's birthday of all days. More concerned about her music numbers rather than having a good time together. I don't know if these messages still exist either, but about her music wasn't the only time that she'd berate herself in a server and guilt trip her fans about it. Here is part of the full VOD from September 14, 2024 for reference. Cinder plays Naughty Jackbox with her friends. Red. One thing I found while putting this document together was the tweet from Bao earlier this year on March 15, 2025 that indirectly supports the above. Bao said she was struggling with an unhealthy work-life balance like us. She wasn't enjoying content creation and playing. She was too focused on the numbers, and what she did was never enough for her. Sorry I've been spotty with streams, just trying to take better care of my mental and physical health so I can be my best self for you all. Long boohoo, wow wow wow, big baby ramble lol. Oh, to mark the important parts? Maybe. Ugh. I learned a really hard lesson about work-life balance last year when I sang and talked until my literal jaw fell off and I had to start physical therapy and get bi-monthly trigger points injections just to be able to chew food properly. Chronic pain, constant migraines, life hit me fast. At some point, the fear of falling behind and being forgotten outweighed all the joy and fulfillment I was supposed to feel as a content creator. Was a really bad cycle, going way too hard, having to take a break, rinse and repeat, and never really feeling like I was getting anywhere, and if I did, it wasn't enough. I think I saw my family a grand total of 2 times last year and barely called home. Kept telling myself I'd call back, but I had more missed calls from my parents than callbacks. It's really scary coming home and seeing my parents get visibly older. It felt like I was constantly running out of time with every aspect of my life, when in reality I just had to reevaluate how to be an actual human being again instead of a machine. But good news is I'm a gym girly now, and I try to phone home twice a week, and I think creatine is slept on for girls. Anyways, thanks for reading. I'm just Bobber, and I love you guys. Mwah! This is the year I get my shit together, surely. Yeah, totally. She also spoke about her jaw pain in this tweet that she mentioned in her document. This was not something I had ever considered, had nothing to do with my opinion or actions towards her. Late 2024, I was dealing with, yeah, that's right. Read, with everything I had seen, heard, and experienced with and around Bao over the past few months, all added up, I had come to this conclusion. Boss Rush's song came out and was performing great right away. Bao, who was upset with her own music performance throughout the year and who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song her musically inexperienced friends were doing. She also found that her video editor second made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Sinder and I about doing something again in the week that followed, calling Sinder the lead singer of Boss Rush, but we turned her down. She was also turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently who was guilt-tripped about it and now is refusing to make content with her. Made things worse. She must have spoken to Zach sometime after about how depressed she was over all of this, guilt-tripping him about everything she's done for him into not working with anyone else going forward. When Zach told me why he made his decision to go exclusively, he emphasized how indebted to Bao he was. Would make sense if he was guilt-tripped into this. Sure, there were times before this I thought Bao could be whiny or pushy, but never held anything against her before. Now I was convinced she was selfish, only cared about her friends when clout was involved, and had intentionally screwed us over out of jealousy of her friend's success. Things that were never a problem to me, like her working with our same video editor for the past year and a half, suddenly became an issue. Everything I saw over these few months showed a pattern of behavior that led to this happening. I thought I was crazy for being the only one to see it, with all her friends always giving her behavior a pass because that's just how Bao is. I couldn't possibly think her editor just decided to go exclusive with Bao right after Boss Rush just because she wanted to, and Bao had no involvement in his choice. It was completely unbelievable to me that someone would just do that themselves with the way this perfect storm of events lined up. If there was a greater explanation or reasoning behind these events and Bao's actions, I never knew about them. I formed my opinion on what I did know and experience, like anyone else would. It wasn't founded on jealousy of Bao, and I wasn't just making things up to lie to Nano about her for no reason, but at the same time, I never sought out the truth and never talked to Bao about it. I was mad at her and already decided what she did. I thought that if I did bring it up, she'd just lie about it and it wouldn't matter. I had thoroughly brainwashed myself into thinking there was no way this wasn't the case, but as I now know, I was wrong. I misinterpreted the situation and misjudged Bao's intentions due to my confirmation bias, going as far as to disregard every possible interaction I had with Bao or any of the good things I've seen her do just to fit this narrative. I jumped to conclusions and doubled down without ever trying to find out if this was really true or not. But with every little thing that happened, I was so sure that this must have been the case then, and I held it against Bao. It was stupid and immature of me, and Bao didn't deserve the way I thought about her or my actions that followed. And Bao did know about the music video Sack was working on for us. I was wrong. While going through my messages for the document, he said as much to me when I first asked him about doing the music video. From the time he said that and then became exclusive, it had been over 2 months. We'd gone to Japan, and I handled conversation with lots of other people every day. I forgot about it and thought Bao was unaware of him working with us. There was no conversation at the TwitchCon party we were at that I can remember Bao being a part of while talking to Sack specifically about working together. She was there talking to us at different points, but not at the same time as that. Thanks, we'll let you know ASAP if once I chat with Bober. Oh yeah, that's right. Also, I'm not sure what they're on about Bao not knowing. Okay. Red, I want to say I'm sorry to Sack for the pressure I put him under while working on our music video and overworking him during the holidays with what he was experiencing at the time. If I had things better planned and finished sooner, there wouldn't have been such a time crunch. I also want to apologize for the hostility in my messages to him, and when he told me he was closing his commissions, it was his choice to do so, and I shouldn't have distrusted him. 94. I am at 62. Ugh. December 12th, 2024. Argument with Red. Red came up with this theory about Bao and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I had no evidence of it, only of the events around it. I didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us. I was upset about not being able to work the Sack again too, but I told him we just have to find a new editor. When confronted with her actions over the past few times we saw her, I said they weren't a big deal. Red was persistent and went through his evidence over and over until I got mad too. I caved on the YouTube comment and I understood what he was saying to me, but I didn't agree with his conclusion. I was already stressed out because of my new model debut in 3 days, and I was hosting the VTuber Awards pre-show the day before that. That's where my Fanslide announcement would also be, and another thing I was nervous about doing at all. Now Red was telling me he knew one of my friends had purposely done this to me. I defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told me to ask Bao about it, but I told him to, since he was the one with the problem. I had a collab on another friend's channel the next day that included Bao. Red wanted me to cancel it last minute because she was involved after I had already made an announcement about it in my Discord server earlier. Wow. I'm doing Christmas Confession collab on Blank channel tomorrow at Friday, December 13, 2024, 1 p.m. with Blank and Bao. Use this link to submit a confession and make sure to check off you're a pyro pup. Whoa! I didn't want to hear it, got upset, and just went to bed from the stress of everything. Because of our fight, I was asleep and missed the Okami sequel announcement. I tweeted about it when I woke up. OMG, I was asleep and I missed it. Okami is getting a sequel. I'm so happy I'm gonna cry. I remember that. Ugh. None of the of us ever talked to Bao about any of this. Even after just days earlier, she had started a group chat with us both. It's my fault for never trying to clear things up when I had the chance. I just wanted this to go away and keep the peace between me and my friends. And my apology, I said I wasn't convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up and letting it spiral to the point it got to. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about these ideas that were put into my head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this too. Red, regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Sinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work-related in December, and last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her, Sinder, and their friends were dealing with something else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity came up when going to Nano about exclusivity. Oh my gosh. Jesus. December 13, 2024 to December 14, 2024. The collab with Bao and friends. I was at my friend's collab the next day with Bao. Bao messaged me after apologizing for something that happened on stream. I didn't see her message right away because of everything I had going on that weekend. I replied after the VTA pre-show was over. I thought about saying something to Bao about what Red told me, but I didn't. I didn't want to start anything over what I believed to be nothing in the first place, and I had a hard time talking about it, things in general. I trusted Bao, was still mad at Red, and my new debut was the next day. I'm really sorry I spaced it at the end. It was like the lights were on and no one was home. I promise I would never ever forget you or your music. I was running purely on fumes for the duration of the stream today. I also hope I didn't talk over you too much. I know Blank yelled at me for it, so I started being more aware of it. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Sorry I've been so busy with awards and debut, but don't worry, OMG. Collabs can be really socially draining for me, so I zone out sometimes too. No, you're totally fine. Oh, thank God. I'm watching right now. I voted for you in every category. Also, fan slice sweep. Wait to let me send you something useful. I got recommended this website that blank, and they've been so crazy fast about doing it. I'm gonna just slide you my referral link, but genuinely really do recommend this if it gets too out of hand like me, blank. I appreciate it. December 14th, 2024 to December 15th, 2024. Artist number one and Bao. Artist number one told Red that they're working with Bao now. Since you got the fan slide out now, I'll try to finish the bikini after my Bao projects and before. You have Bao projects now? Mayhaps paywall stuff though. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern. No, it's not that. It's just not the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we work with. I'm glad you're getting that bag. It was actually Blink that referred me. She had no idea who I was before, I think. Talking about your editor, lol, our editor is one, but not the only one. It's it's NBD. Red, artist number one told me they were working with Bao now. This was only a few days after I spoke to Sack and Sinder, and I had an argument over my theory about Bao. The other regular people we work with I was talking about here was Nano. From when she was working with Bao earlier in the year, I told artist number one that it wasn't a big deal that they were working with her. Artist number one never knew my thoughts on Bao that were told to Nano in January. I was mad at Bao, but I wasn't planning to do anything about it. It was only when I went to ask Nano about exclusivity that I have the idea to include Bao's name as a way to get even with her. December 15th, 2024, Sacramento's announcement. Sacramento's announcement about working exclusively with Bao. This was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. Yeah, I saw that. Link to the X post. After I finish up 2 more comms for Peeps, I'll be shutting down my comms forever and editing anonymously in-house for Bao VTuber. Freelance has been fun and got to work with lots of really cool people, but I'm putting myself in Bao content as my only priority for the future. I asked to be anonymous since I would like to separate from being known as a freelancer. Red, as far as I was aware, Sack was already basically exclusive to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with Bao in writing publicly and asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to. I just couldn't believe there wasn't more to it. I don't know if Sack ended up making any of his own content like he told me since this happened. Recently, Sack opened his commissions again and is apparently not working with Bao anymore. The very thing that sent me over the edge about Bao last December didn't seem to last. And I did hydrate. Yeah. Anyway, September 20th, 2025. Sack. Huge announcement. I am opening up my video commissions again. Availability for hire. MVs, highlights, thumbnails. The portfolio works in the thread down below. DM for rates and queries. Retweets. Very much appreciated. September 24th, 2025. Good luck out there, gamer. Be free from the basement. Thank you for everything over the last 2 years. I will truly cherish all of the memories content we've made together. Oh, so Sacramore became public again. Cool. January 10th, 2025 to February 11th, 2025, artist number one in Nano's exclusivity deal. Like was shown in Nano's section, artist number one wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggest some kind of exclusivity for the work they did, just like Nano. Red handled any business-related discussion with them. This is where the idea to go to Nano about exclusivity came from. January 10th, 2024, artist number one messaged Red morning after pitching their idea to him about our video editor and then said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we were going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. I am in Bao's doc! I'm almost finished with it. Oh my gosh. I already read that. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number one gave him the idea to ask her about it again. Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients, to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. As for the exclusivity with artist number one, Red and I only agreed that we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. Can I summarize her problem? Bao... How do I say it? Bao isn't perfect. That's the summary. If you want to know the specifics, please read the document. There's so much complexity in this. January 15, 2025, this was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I don't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day or even knew he had until after they had already come to an agreement without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in our project server chat where all 3 of us were. Oh, right. I already read this. By the way, if you didn't notice, Sinder and Redacted copy and pasted some of the stuff in the Nanolist section and put in the Bao section because they're relevant, but it's the same thing. You already read that. Okay, Red. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us, and I threw Khan's name. Okay. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao, making her editor Sakamoto go exclusive with her because of Boss Rush's music video he made. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him, and he held it against her. I was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Okay, so that's new, I think. Oh, really? Alright, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, that's right. It was omitted. This was omitted. Yeah. Yeah, this is the part where they omit stuff. Because Red says, I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. Oh, wait, no. Nanolith says, I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Sinder's mom means a lot to me. Which Nanolith omitted from her Google Doc, so of course they did tamper with the narrative. Yes, exactly, exactly, Rit. No, you're fine, Galaxy Kitty. You're fine. Like, you didn't miss much. There's just so much to read. They copy and pasted some stuff in the Nanolith section, put in Bao section, which, Jen, thank God I appreciate. So I don't have to read all of it. This is literally everything from the Nanolith section. Okay. Yeah, that's from the Nanolith section. This is from earlier. Yeah, this is from earlier. When I said there's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if agreeable, I was thinking about giving them... Oh. That was already said in the Nanolith section. This was already said in the Nanolith section. Yep, this is already said in the Nanolith section. This is the Nanolith section. This is the Nanolith section. Okay, here it is. March 28, 2025, last messages with Bao. These are the last messages in my DMs with Bao. Hi, Pookie. You like Impractical Jokers, and some of the community members referenced them. I think the whole cast got outed for talking to young girls or something. I just wanted to let you know in case you bring it up. Yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago, and it's just spiraling. Oh no, I know you like the show I'm Sorry, BB. Being a bad friend, compromising with Red, and Boss Rush's role. After our argument in December, Red and I didn't talk about Bao again until sometime after my Heaven Hound debut. He pressured me not to interact with her professionally anymore. I wasn't going to agree to that, but I didn't want this to cause problems between us at home. Bao was a friend that lived across the country. I only saw every few months, and I already didn't do things often with. I lived with Red, so I chose to do just enough to keep the peace, finding a middle ground between us. I didn't plan anything with Bao one-on-one, which you already rarely did. I didn't raid her in the times I was able, and I didn't retweet artwork of us two together on my NSFW Twitter account. Red didn't want to include Bao in anything Boss Rush related either, including collabs. Red, it was wrong of me to push my feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expect her to essentially cut her off. Initially in December, I didn't want Cinder the brand to interact with Bao's at all. I didn't want Bao to be included in anything Boss Rush related either because I thought their music video was the motivation to make SAC go exclusive. I took what I thought happened as Bao acting against all three of the girls, not just Cinder. After my deal with Nano, I considered us even, and by the time Nano walked her deal back, I didn't care to find out if Bao's model was still cancelled. I wasn't angry at Bao anymore, just soured on her. I eased up on my feelings towards her with Cinder as months went by, but the way things had been was the way they stayed. I was eventually open to the idea of a six-person Boss Rush song with all of Cinder's friends, including Bao. It was in group activities with her that our friends that I still interacted with and collabed with Bao. Like always, I was one of the six of us that often took the initiative and tried planning things for all of us to do together. December 27, 2024. Hey Cinder, I know it's a bit stressful dealing with girly pops and sometimes within our schedules, class, etc. You put so much work into forming collabs and stuff for Boss Rush and girly pop. It's probably a bit tiring. I wanted to say sorry about today. My goal is to always be there for my friends when they need and hopefully make it easier, not harder. Blank sorry again, and we have a good stream. Girl, you don't have to be sorry at all. I knew it would be a little challenging during holiday and flu season. Oop, but I'm not upset or anything. I'd much rather have everyone together when y'all are feeling good and have to worry about travel and don't have to worry about travel or other obligations. It's always so much fun hanging out, so I definitely don't mind rescheduling or doing different things with smaller groups. Rest up and feel better soon. Blank, I really appreciate you noticing. I want to do my best for us to have a good time. I didn't talk to Bao outside of our friends group chat unless she mentioned me first, but the same was already true for her before my disagreement with Red and for almost all my other friends for a long time, like I explained in the accountability section of this document. Besides our group chat, the exception to that was the boss rush. Since Boss Rush's inception in March 2024, I've gotten to be much closer with friends with Tricky and Vienna than with the other friends. After our first song premiered at the end of November, I chose to focus on doing more together with them. It was much easier to plan things between the three of us rather than all six of us because of everyone's conflicting schedules and other things that they may have had going on. Bus Rush felt like our version of Bao, Numi, and Charlie Lee's Bikini Bottoms group, making music, collaborating together, and doing our own thing outside of plans with everyone. Because of this, Red and I felt like Yuzu was left out. He had the idea early on that we'd like to eventually bring Yuzu into Boss Rush so she would be included in something too. This idea came before he ever had anything against Bao. These are all Red's messages in our Boss Rush group chat where he talked about the idea of Yuzu and a song we'd make with her. The first two messages are cropped because they're part of a long string of DMs that aren't relevant. July 11th, 2024. Oh, what was this? Considering this going on with the three of you and looking like Numi, Bao, and Lily are doing their own music thing with Bikini Bottoms, Yuzu is kind of left out from any group projects, so I reached out to her to see if she has any boss model designs coming up. But anyways, if you guys are down, we'd want to include her in a second song as an addition to the Boss Rush group, maybe in the first quarter half of 2025. Boss Rush. The third song is the one I had the idea of bringing Yuzu on for with a more blank tone like in Blank song, just brainstorming ideas. Boss Rush 3, 4? Blank with Yuzu for December. It'd be blank with blank skins, blank song. Haven't figured out solid design plan, but maybe blank with blank themes if and possibly featuring Yuzu. Oh, whoops. It's like July 11, 2024, July 16, 2024, December 15, 2024, and January 26, 2025. Remember. It's okay, Phantom. This is a safe space. Like I've told so many people that have gone on my streams. It's a safe space. Ah, this drama does suck. When we would be looking for a fourth person for our Boss Rush collabs this year, Red would suggest Yuzu. Her being involved alongside Boss Rush would have led up to her being introduced to in a new song. It'd be a hint to the fans the same way the frequent collabs between Tricky, Vienna, and I throughout last year were intended to be before Boss Rush debuted. But when I was cancelled, we still hadn't talked to Yuzu about joining Boss Rush or doing a song with us. There was only one collab between us for specifically in January, but I did end up playing through Split Fiction with Yuzu in March too. There were 5 Boss Rush collabs and 5 girly pop collabs that included Bao since the start of 25 and before April. In March, Bao asked me and our friends in our group that chat about doing a group song together for the end of 2025 in December. I turned her down, but I would have been willing to do one next year. It wasn't because of Red, and it wasn't because I didn't want to. I had 6 to 7 music projects already lined up for this year, with one of the most important being Boss Rush's song with Yuzu projected for December already. I know it doesn't mean much without all the details of what they are or who they were supposed to be with, but this was my music release schedule for this year when Bao asked. June 2025, a cover song for my 3rd anniversary. August 2025, Boss Rush's second song. September 2025, an original song produced by Numi. October 2025, an original song I was asked to be a part of by a creator I looked up to. October 2025, Boss Rush's 3rd song. December 2025, Boss Rush's 4th song, which was planned to include Yuzu. Sometime in 2025, a cover song I was asked to do with another friend. The Boss Rush projects in August and December were planned to be much bigger endeavors, similar to the first song's launch. Boss Rush's song for October might have been pushed to 2026 to have more time for December song, and that's what my focus was on. I didn't want Boss Rush's December release to conflict with the project Bao wanted to do together. I know the time investment needed to put music projects together and how difficult it is to get myself to record my own vocals sometimes. I didn't want to sacrifice the plans I already had for this year and commit to another song. Even Numi said no to Bao at the first because of her own schedule. I was removed from this chat when the documents were posted, so I don't have screenshots of anything from it. With how much more I was doing and planning with mine and Bao's other friends within our same friend group, and because of how I was neglecting her, Bao felt isolated, also evident from her tweets in March. So my friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me. Feeling alone in a crowded room sucks so bad. We still did things together as a big group, even though I chose to turn down the group song, and Numi never seemed to have a problem with the few of us doing things separately, but I understand how Bao must have felt. I wasn't including Bao in any of my own things, and when our friends had free time, it went towards our plans together without her. Numi said Bao confided in her about me and the way she thought I felt about her, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt, the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. I was neglectful of Bao and my friendship with her, ignorant of how things I did and did without her, we were making her feel. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on over time, never knowing what he did and said behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months, even months when she didn't deserve it. April 26, 2025, Val posted her document just 6 minutes after Nano posted hers at 1:48 a.m. EST. She had already removed Red and I as friends in Discord and blocked us both on Twitter. December 27, 2024. This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them about difficult subjects. I never spoke to Val about anything that was going on. In the next section, I go over how my lack of communication hurt Numi too. I love when friends have healthy communication. It feels so good. I'm glad whoever did read this did change their minds. Yeah. Like Cracked said. Oh, okay. 26! Guys, it's 26 pages! Oh my lord! Water break. Ugh. Oh my gosh. V-Card and Numi's concert. I messed up and hurt one of my friends, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in NYC in February, but I let her down and canceled my performance. Then, when V-Card's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my friendship when I chose to not even be there for her so I could be representing a company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her, all while preparing for her own concerts. Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I was doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner than a friend. Okay, it is confirmed Shy Lily was right. Sinder planned the collab on the day of Numi's concert. It is confirmed. Okay. Numi has always been an incredible friend, and I was lucky to have her care about me. She always motivated and inspired me, especially when it came to music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation I caused. I didn't bring any of this up before because it wasn't something that involved anyone who had posted a document about me. I thought this was settled at the end of January, privately between Numi and I. Apparently, I was expected to talk about it, and when I didn't, it was used against me. The situation was vaguely described as to push the idea of my manipulation, avoidance of accountability, and sabotage of my friends, but none of that is true to what actually happened. It was caused by my own miscommunication, fears, and anxieties, and misplaced priorities, so I want to go through the entire series of events, my thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to V-Card's launch, my collab with Shy Lily, and Numi's concert in New York City. Everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST. I've censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Dates and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. September 1st, 2024, while messaging Red, Numi brought up her concert for the first time to either of us. She asked him to ask me if I'd want to perform to or go to her NYC show, and Red told her to message me herself since she was my friend. We don't remember if Red ever asked me about this at the time because Numi said she would later on. There was never a message to me from Red or I getting back to her about this question. Well, blank will only be good for sponsors, though. With the stuff you and Sinder come up with, it'd be a better blank where they'd help W sponsors in. That's it. But they take care of you. Blank helps with production, which is what I want for concert. Also, let me know if Sinder would be down to perform. Come to the New York one. Bao is going to perform with me in LA, scheduled right now for late January. IDK if y'all would want to go do Germany, but we're doing Germany in February as well. New York is 99% possible, probably. Not Germany, though, lol. I'll ask her, but you should send her a message too. And yeah, I agree. We'll probably just hang at blank for the time being. I'll ask when it's a little more set in stone. November 25th, 2024. To November 26, 2024. Numi messaged me and invited me to her NYC concert. I remember her bringing it up to me in person somewhere before this, but I don't remember where, when, or what was said. By the way, the New York concert will be February 1st if you'd still like to come. I'd love to. Where is it? La Poise Rogue, I think. I think that's the name. Also for stream, I'm thinking we have 5 foods we don't like and a few foods we like. I have a few things we can off. December 26, 2024. Numi messaged Red about my performance in her show, saying I agreed to it. She told him the set list was already done too. Red was adamant about us being at Numi's concert there from the start. This was the first message from Numi to either of us about any kind of planning for her concert just over a month before it. Okay, so for my concert in February, I know Sinder said she'd be down to perform with me, but did she also want to perform one of her songs? We have the set list and made it so there's an opening if she linked to. Only if she wants. I was also thinking of just writing a new song for us to perform instead of Sexy Drug, unless she'd want to do that. I'll ask her. Also, I don't know if she saw when I messaged, but the date is February 1st. I could pay for y'all's hotel and stuff too. I think around 200 Noombas will be there, which is super hype. It's already on our calendar. We're gonna book our hotels and stuff soon, so I can just book another room for you guys so we can be in the same spot. When Red asked me about this, I was confused. I didn't remember telling Numi I'd sing alongside her at one of her shows, especially with how I felt about singing. Numi didn't mention performing when she brought up her concert to me on November 26, 2025, a month before messaging Red. I couldn't find any messages between us or any clips from a recent collab talking about it. I remember talking about her concerts with her in person at some point, but I guess I must have agreed to it on one of our trips together. Instead of trying to talk to Numi about the confusion causing problems, I just accepted because whether I remembered saying it or not, she had the impression I would perform. I really shouldn't have stayed quiet, but I didn't want to let Numi down. I never told her this, and by the time I finally spoke to her about how I felt, how could I have? Newbie never messaged me directly about the concert, which is why I left Al of the communication about these plans over the next month up to Red when it shouldn't have been. December 26, 2024 to December 27, 2024. This is when I first brought up the idea of a V-Card collab with Shy Lily. I wanted to become closer friends with her, and V-Card was something I think we were both really excited about. My Gamer Subs part owner announcement was coming soon. Had a burp. And I felt like doing something together for the launch of their new game would be a great idea for the brand. V-Card was supposed to release on January 17th, 2025. Okay. Thank you for the raid today, Lily. Would you want to plan a collab for the V-Card launch? I would have loved to, but I promised chat their very first hand cam stream for the release. Super exciting. That's what I was planning too. Actually, if you wanted to, we could make it a fun competition to see who pulls the most rares, Mao. But I totally get you wanting to experience your first hand cam with just your community. No problem. Hell yeah, we can still compete. I just want to have my first hand cam stream to be a good experience with chat. You did hand cams before? I wonder what your setup looks like. I don't know where to start, TBH. I don't want to dox myself. I think I saw you craft some cosplay stuff before on stream. Yeah, I have a hand cam setup that I use pretty often. It's just a webcam on an arm pointed down at my desk. You want to make sure you have good lighting and be careful of anything reflective. And we could do another unboxing collab another time after the launch. January 6, 2025. Red messaged me about the hotel so we could start planning our trip to her concert. Hey, Numi, what's the hotel address for this? Gotta figure out how we'd be getting there, lol. Oh, I'll let you know after my stream. And the Numi, oh, that's a full-on blank. The hotel blank. January 7th, 2025 to January 9th, 2025. I asked Riley about the V-Card collab began to make actual plans since the release was under 2 weeks away on the 17th. I suggested the day after release on Saturday, which would have been the 18th. Riley replied the next day, and at the same time, V-Card's release date was delayed to the 31st. All I was thinking was that the collab was moved to 2 weeks later than planned at the end of the month. Then we talked about doing other things together. Hey Lily, are you down for a V-Card open and collab the day after launch on Saturday the 18th? We could do it anytime the week after too. I was thinking we should plan something sooner than later so GamerSubs can send us both more cards in the mail beforehand. We could make it a competition with the winners, whoever pulls the rare cards, and the loser gifts subs to the other person, or spins a punishment wheel like Blank does sometimes. Maybe we could do some V-Card giveaways while we're live. Shy Lily. Oh, wait, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sounds fun AF. I don't know about the giveaway. They're always so annoying to try and host, but I am down for the punishment wheel and or gifted subs. Depending on what we settle on, we could open a pack each, and whoever ends up getting the least epic deck has to spin the wheel and or gift subs. Hell yeah, but we gotta wait until the end of the month now, Lamau. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah, GG already told me a bit ago. It's alright though, I can ask GamerSubs to send us extra cards for it though. Heck yeah. So we have a few boxes we can open together. I am mad excited. V-Card is going to slap. Absolutely, it'll be crazy. Can't wait to see people play against each other at cons. I'm super excited for all the expansion possibilities. Blank. And if you want to hang out and do something else sooner than V-Card, I'm always down. I'd love to, just don't know what to do. I'm in a bit of a slump right now. First I had the Cup-a-thon, then literally had to end it because of my flight to LA, come back, get sick, then hop into a marathon, and now I'm kind of lost on what to do. Don't feel like doing shit, and no one really pays the kind of stuff I play, so it's always back to yapping or any of the 50 gacha games that the VTuber community plays. That's so frustrating. I'm so sorry to hear that, Lily. You work so hard, girl. What kind of games or hobbies do you enjoy the most? Maybe I can all brainstorm fun ideas for you. Dude, you're too fucking sweet, bish. Yeah, it's rough. I really like MMOs. I want to play WoW, but no one else is really down. Every time I schedule something, it ends up falling through. No one seems to really enjoy Stranova. Everyone is just playing Marvel Rivals, and that's also already yesterday's news. I played some Fortnite as well, but it seems everyone gets bored after like 1.5 hours, and then I feel bad for keeping them in game. I never played WoW before, but maybe it would be funny if you taught me how to play live. Red's been wanting me to play for so long now, Lamau, but he told me there was some kind of level boost to max level. What if we did one stream at the start of the game and the next stream at the end of the game, but I'd be okay with just playing like normal just to try it. I haven't played Sternova or Fortnite either, but the girls are getting me to play Marvel Rivals this weekend, so I'll be more familiar with that kind of game. Hey Lily, would you want to play Marvel Rivals tonight at 6 p.m. with me, blank and blank? I know it'll be super late for you, so it's okay if not. I was just thinking of you and wanted to extend the invite. No! What shitty timing. I am hanging out with friends tonight already. Jesus Christ. January 10th, 2025. Red finally got back to me about her question about my performance and told her about some of the struggles we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks. However, Red only said it was about performing on stage when it was specifically about singing with a live mic. I should have gone to Numi to talk to her myself. I didn't want to bail on my friend, but my anxieties around performing live were stressing me out. Despite trying to psych myself up, I was indecisive and couldn't make a decision on what to do. Numi told him that we shouldn't feel obligated to go either of her concerts, including the one I was supposed to perform at. Cinder's iffy about performing on stage, but we can most likely be there either way. Stage fright? Honestly, if she's still wanting to perform, we can try and figure out how to get her on TV to perform like Mousy. So we could drive there, but I really don't want to drive in NYC, so we take the train. But if she's on stage, she'd want to be in cosplay, and we can't really take it with how much space it takes up. So let's say we do drive in, we do bring the costume, and then we're like, how are we gonna get her in and out of the venue without being noticed in full cosplay and not have anyone track us down and find our car or something? Lol. Yeah, I get that 100%. No worries. If she did want to do it, we can try to set up the TV. But either way, I appreciate you guys still considering. We talked about just bringing her wig or something, which would work on the train, but I don't think she ever gave me a straight answer about it. The New York concert is more chill than the LA one anyway, and I never announced the guests just in case. I wouldn't want to pressure her or anything with that. TBH, it'd only be if she's 100% comfy. Is anyone else coming to the NY one? Like friends? Yeah, like 90% are going to the LA one. Well, everyone's in LA, lol, no, like blank flying, blank flying, blank flying. Oh, so we're the bad friends, cancelled. But in NY, it's gonna be for sure blank and blank. Blank says she wants to go to both. But she isn't 100% on NY yet. Blank maybe. The main reason everyone is going LA is because we have that venue till 2 a.m. and we're doing a mini celebration party after. But in NY we immediately have to leave, so it'll be casual bar hopping after. Oh, okay, cool. When's the LA one? Like next week, Jan 26? Oh, 2 weeks. You guys don't have to feel obligated to go to either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels. Well, now we're like the bad friends if we don't. I literally gaff. If y'all don't want to go, you don't have to. Like, it really isn't a big deal. I don't think blank is going either, so y'all would be fine. Or blank blank. Oh, I just remembered a few friends in LA did invite. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, okay, so blank and blank are bad friends too. Got it. Later the same night, I was talking to Numi about matching shirts she was making for us. It's just we could wear them together when I saw her in NYC because I was still planning to be there. But I hadn't decided if I was going to be able to perform or not. I didn't say anything about performance in her show, and she didn't ask about what Red said to her earlier that day. Is this color okay? Perfect. I'm gonna cry. Yay! I'll be here in another week. What if we wear them to the concert? Or hotel off collab? OMG. Yes, please. That'd be so cute. January 13th, 2025. A few days later, I chose not to perform in the show. Red told Numi, but he didn't go into detail about it and just said it was about the live mic. This was 19 days before the concert, nearly 3 weeks before the show. Sinder decided not to perform in the show. She's nervous to sing with a live mic. No worries. This is why I chose not to perform. 1. I was too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live mic. This was the biggest reason I made the decision not to do the show. The only time I did something similar at this was at WeebCon 2023. I performed on stage in full cosplay while pre-recorded audio of me singing played over the speakers. I almost pulled out of that show after about a week before the con because I thought I'd have to sing live. My one-track mind told me this concert had to be sung live, especially if I was supposed to be singing alongside Numi, and I didn't consider any other options to work around. I have never been confident in my singing abilities, and I've been saying it for years. Every time I've recorded a song, I would do dozens of different takes for each verse, and then I'd have Red listen to them and pick out the ones he thought were the best. It was only after I heard my vocals mixed into the song that I think it sounded right. All right. Although I've done karaoke many times with my friends, this was a completely different scenario. I was definitely afraid of singing live in front of a crowd of fans for what would have been my first time. Here's a conversation with another friend about almost canceling my performance at Weep concert from April 3rd, 2024. Hey, Sinder, can I ask you something? Of course, what's up? I was listening into your stream and you mentioned crying every night and almost canceling your concert. How did you end up getting the strength to keep going? In my eyes, you are doing so well and have come such a long way from when I first met you, and there's not even a moment where I could ever think you'd be sad or nervous. And hearing that made me want to ask you, since these days I've been a little down. Oh, I was crying because everyone was so nice and supportive. I was happy. Oh, I am so stupid, lol. I thought you said you almost canceled. Maybe I misheard. Oh. I was just high-key nervous before the con and had trouble setting things up the way I wanted, but powered through even though I was nervous. That's when I almost backed out like a week before the con. I didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. My cosplay takes up a lot of space when I travel, mostly for the tail and wig. The only way I would have been able to get the whole thing there was if we drove, but Red didn't want to drive at NYC, and I was worried about anyone following me in costume after we left. Even though I would have been most comfortable on stage wearing everything, I would have been okay with just wearing my Sinder wig by itself, but it didn't fix my problem with singing live. 3, I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert overall, and that pulling out wouldn't have been that much of an inconvenience to Numi. As far as either of us knew, there weren't any songs planned for me to do yet, and the set list was done in December. Sexy Drug was the only song Numi and I had covered together, so I assumed that would have been the only one. Any other songs in the set list that may have been intended for me to perform were never communicated. She suggested to Red that I could perform one of my songs, but I only had 2 songs to choose from. Convergence said on my cover of Winter Rain, even if we sang them all, that was a total of 3 songs. I didn't think it'd be a problem to fill in that 1 to 3 song gap in the set list if she even had to. I don't know anything about prep work that goes into planning a concert, though. Yeah, that's right. Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't feel pressured or obligated to perform or even go to the concert 3 days before this. This further the idea that my guest performance must not have been that integral to the overall concert, and it'd be okay to her if I pulled out. The NY concert is more chill than the LA one anyway. Oh, yeah. 12 of 26. I want to cry. Look at how much I have left. I want to cry. Yeah, you're out? Alright, that's fair. Take care. I'm reading all of this. I'm gonna read all of this. I'm gonna cry. I kept pulling off making a decision because of my anxiety of performing versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and measured myself to talk about it with her instead of Red. She never messaged me and asked about my decision either. Maybe we would have been able to make something work for me instead of letting my fears get the better of me. Red and I were still going to the concert even if I wasn't performing. Val would end up filling in my spot in the show at the last minute, being a much better friend than I was. Gamer sub speak card and my call up with Charlie had nothing to do with my decision not to perform, only about not going to the show later. My call up with Charlie was not scheduled at this time. In absolutely no way was I trying to somehow sabotage Newbie in our concert. January 16, 2025, I finally made my part owner announcement on Twitter. Most of my focus since the new year was on making this announcement. I started with Gamer Subs in December of 2022, and I was offered the position in November 2024. This was a huge milestone and accomplishment for me. I was extremely proud to be representing them and was honored to have been given the role. But with this title, I now felt like I had more responsibility. I felt pressured by no one other than myself to prove to Gamer Subs that that they made the right choice by giving me this position. And the only example of another VTuber part owner was Shy Lily. She has been the Gamer Subs VTuber. I wanted to live up to what she's been in the eyes of the company and the VTuber community. She spearheaded VCard, represented them at the VTuber Awards, and she's synonymous with their brand. I wanted to live up to what she's been in the eyes of the company. Wait, does that even... So that means Shy Lily was right about that, then? In her own screenshotted words? I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Hold up. VCard was the company's first massive drop of the year and planned to launch right after my announcement before the game was delayed. I saw it as the perfect opportunity for me to really step up as a new part owner. There was obviously money to be made, but I was focused on making the most of the launch weekend to show my passion and dedication for the company and their new project. I wanted to be there advertising the new game and representing gamer subs as best I could. I thought the collab with Charlie would be a great way to do that together, the two VTuber partners side by side, while sharing something we both were excited about, which is why I reached out to her about it in December. Super Huge announcement are officially a partial owner of Gamer Subs. They've been incredible. Yeah, they've been incredible partners to work with. I'm so honored to have been given this opportunity. Thank you for making this possible. Drink Pyro Power. January 22nd, 2025, in her song production server, Numi told us how her shows will affect her schedule around the song she was making for me. The conversation following this message was the last one in this chat before the concert below. Before the concert. Below, Red talked about the release date for the song, but we pushed it back to my birthday sometime after this. Redacted. Hey guys, just wanted to give y'all another notice that today is pretty much the last day I can make any real changes to anything for a bit. We're going to be in LA all day tomorrow and Saturday, and then I have my concert on Sunday, so I won't be around to make changes. Blank will be back on Tuesday next week, then me briefly before I fly to New York. It would make it easier. If it would make it easier, we can send the guides for every version and let you record what you like the best instead, so you'd have everything in front of you. I'll be back home on February 5th after my NY concert as well. If you guys make changes and stuff by tonight, we'll probably have a little bit of time to fix stuff before we head to LA tomorrow morning, and maybe Blank can on Friday while I'm streaming, but otherwise it'd be quite difficult. We've been arguing about lyric changes. We'll give you guys our thoughts tonight. Originally, we said we were planning for a Valentine's release, but given yours and our crazy schedules lately, we're fine with releasing before the end of February. January 26, 2025, 4 days later, I checked in with Charlie about our V-Card collab so we can plan a time. I first asked to plan it the day after release on Saturday, just like the original plan was. I asked Charlie about 3 p.m. EST, but we settled on 1 p.m. EST, and I said we can go for however long you want. Oh. Hey Lily, we're holding off on playing Lethal Company this week, but when I plan it, I'll make sure it's earlier for you. Are you free Saturday for the V-Card opening collab since the release got pushed back? I'm all good to go. Do you have a time? February 1st, 2025 to 1 p.m. Does this time work? I don't know how early that is for you. How late is a Saturday, February 1st, 2025, 3 p.m. for you? That's 9 p.m. my time. That works. Just gonna go for too long, 2 hours max, I would say. Okay, then I can do 1 p.m. I'm not sure how long it'll take us to bust open 5 boxes, Lamau. Holy shit, 5 whole boxes, Lamau. That's 1 p.m. for me, so I'll just go live early. We might have one ones in there. That's a crap load of boxes, Lamau. I don't think we can go through that many. Whatever you're down for, I'm gonna have to see how many boxes I got. I gotta make sure I have a few for the release day too, because I think I only have like 6 or so. Hey, they sent me 5 for the release day and then another 5. Oh damn, maybe mine are still in transit. I don't know when they sent those, but overseas shipping is pain. So if they were too late, there is a small chance they won't even make it in time. Cause I think I only remember having 6, but I can check later. No worries, but yeah, we can plan for 1 p.m. and go for however long you want. January 27th, 2025 to January 28th, 2025. The next day I told Red the time of the collab to put it in my schedule, but he told me that was the night of Newbie concert. All I'd been thinking about was V-Card's launch at the end of this week, and I completely forgot about her show when I was messaging silently. The release was delayed by 2 weeks, and I made a mistake. I felt obligated to be around for Gamer Subs, and I didn't want to cancel Numi or Charlie, so Red scrambled to figure out how we were going to make this work. However, there wasn't a train to NYC that left late enough to stream and get to the concert in time. Red told me that he'd support whatever I decided, and ultimately I chose my career over my friend's important event. I messaged Numi to tell her we wouldn't be coming because of V-Card and the responsibility I felt to be around for it. The way I saw it, it would have been like I was calling out of work during an important or busy weekend, right after a big promotion to go on a friend's weekend birthday trip. I've always taken my job seriously, even before streaming. After becoming a partner, I took that little title seriously and put expectations on myself that not even the company did. The collab with Charlie could have been rescheduled. There was no obligation for either of us to do that day or any other time, or to do the collab together at all. It was my idea, and Charlie agreed to it. The only thing stopping me from rescheduling with her was the importance I put on being present for V-Card's launch weekend, and the pressure I put on myself in my new position. The collab itself wasn't the main reason I made my choice, and it's not as if I didn't want to go to the concert. Red telling me Numi said it was okay if we didn't go was also a factor in my decision. I come to find out that was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there. My brain goblins told Numi would have lots of other friends there cheering her on, and that my presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either. On the 28th, before I heard about from Numi, Red was able to find a train at a different station that could get us to the show in time and still do the collab with Charlie if it was scheduled a little earlier. I messaged Numi to tell her we might actually be there, and the Red messaged her later that night when we had a plan. We just needed to hear from her. He told her I was feeling guilty about my decision not to go in the first place. Hi, Numi. I hope your concert went well yesterday. I saw the pictures and it looked like it was bumping. I meant to message you sooner, but I didn't want to bum you out before you show. Red and I won't be able to come to your NYC show this weekend. I didn't expect V-Card's release date to get pushed back to your concert date, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a GamerSupps owner now. I really wanted to be there for you, but I know you're going to kill it. I'm sorry, Elysium, and I miss you. Wait, I think I found a train that can leave. Later, Red and I are trying to figure it out. When does your show start? What time does your show start Saturday, Numi? And was there anything planned for Sunday? So we're taking a late train to NYC and we'll be able to get to the venue right before the show starts, but I need to know when we should leave Sunday and if you booked anything so I can book a room. Sinder felt really guilty after she messaged you, and so we're making things work to be there for you. January 28th, 2025 to January 29th, 2025, I asked Charlie if we could start collab an hour earlier to have more time to stream together before I had to leave to make the train. I didn't tell Charlie about the concert. I just wanted everything to just work out. Does this time work for you on Saturday, 12 p.m.? That works. January 29th, 2025, I was up super late that night, feeling so stressed and guilty about my choices around Numi and her concert, and how disconnected I felt from a lot of my friends lately. Red and I were always so focused on work, and I never felt like I could take time off, even for the smallest things. I let down one of my best friends when I pulled out of her show, and even though I was still going now, I basically told her that I choose my job over being there for her. I'm not the type of person to make my feelings like this public very often, but I did. Oh, that's the X post, yeah. I feel like I've been a letdown to a lot of friends lately this year. I really want to do more with them and reach out to more people. Things have been so crazy in my life, but I'm trying my best. January 29th, 2025 to January 30th, 2025, new response to me. Told me how she felt and I apologized to her. I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxieties, self-esteem, or insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk things out sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her better. Oh, God, that's so much. Ugh. Hey, Sinder, I wanted to apologize for my late reply. I was in the mountains for a few days after concert and wanted to focus on spending time with friends that were here before really checking my messages. I just want to say I appreciate you trying to make the time to see the concert. I understand you have been working hard and want to focus on your business, so I wouldn't ever hold it against you if you felt obligated to be there for V-Card. What did disappoint me, though, was when I asked you about the concert months ago, you said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear that comes with performing and going out of your comfort zone as well, so I completely felt your reasoning and would never want to put you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was that I had to hear it from Red and not from you about all your thoughts, while you were texting me about being excited for the concert and off collabs. Even when checking my messages and when I got home yesterday, Red was the one telling me about you feeling guilty, whereas you were telling me you felt obligated to be around for the launch of GamerSupps. The messages between you both were completely different, and ultimately it felt as though I was being treated like a business partner rather than a best friend. Excuse me, no frills grill. I truly understand all the reasoning, but it had me feeling frustrated and confused about whether or not you truly cared about how important this was to me, or how much Blank and I spent planning the NY concert with you as a guest in our minds and having little real time to find a replacement. I didn't hear anything from you or any of your actual thoughts or fears. I only heard about some feelings from Red. I want to apologize if I ever made you feel hesitant to share your feelings, or if I gave off the impression that I'd be anything other than empathetic towards the reasons I was given, but I truly hope in the future we can be more open to communicate our feelings so that the other feels less nervous or upset about things. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. I know you've never given me any reason to doubt the strength of our friendship until this year, so I hope, want to trust and believe that it isn't as bad as I was imagining when I received the messages from Red. I hope that things can be okay and that you know I'll still be here to listen to you if you ever want to talk about it all more. It's okay, Numi. I hope you had a good time with everyone after the past weekend. I'm really sorry for putting you in this situation and making you feel so frustrated about everything. I've been so stressed out with the things going on in my life and career lately that I hadn't stopped for a second to consider how my actions were making you feel. Okay. I agree, Red shouldn't be the one telling you how I feel about things. You're my friend and you deserve to hear how I'm feeling from me. Since the planning of everything has been through you two, the communication about this whole thing was split from the start. It's just always been extremely hard for me to voice how I'm feeling with other people in general, especially when I'm anxious about the situation. I don't want you to think it's because of you in any way. You don't need to be sorry, because I know you've always been empathetic and understanding with everything, and it's my fault I haven't been able to be open about myself. I wanted to pull out of the show because I am deathly anxious about singing with a live microphone. At WeebCon last year, I was able to perform because I wasn't actually singing. My full tracks were played over the speakers. I'm not confident in my singing skills at all, and being on stage with someone with a voice like you is a lot of pressure. Plus the struggle to figure out how to get my cosplay there, then wear it to the venue and back without anyone recognizing me was another stressor that just made me give up on trying to think it through and make it work. I know how important this show is to you, and I let you down when you needed me. I didn't realize my appearance was that big of a part of the concert. Now that I'm part GS owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them and to the community. Oh, so Shy Lily was right about that. So Shy Lily didn't lie. I was wrong about that. Shy Lily was being serious because in her own screenshot where she says, I wanted to live up to what Shy Lily is, she says that. Dang it. Oh, well. My announcement didn't really make the splash I thought it would, and VCard is probably their biggest new drop this year. For full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after VCard's launch day, which would have been the 18th, but because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible to be able to make the late train to NYC. We are coming to your show. The message I sent you the other day was a mistake. I shouldn't thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event, no matter the circumstances, and I'm sorry for that. I did feel super guilty after messaging you. I feel like I've just been digging deeper into this stress hole I'm in, and letting a lot of friends down lately. I'm sorry I've been making you feel more like a business partner than a friend, and I don't want to make you feel like that again. Your friendship has meant so much to me these past few years, and I know I wouldn't be where I am now without you. I don't know what the planning process is or if it's even possible at this point, but I could try my best to perform our cover song together to make it up to you. I can ask Lily to reschedule our plans again to be there sooner. I'm really sorry about all this, Numi. All I really wanted in all of this was to hear how you felt, so I really appreciate you being open and honest with me despite everything. I was given so many different reasons, and when you brought up feeling obligated to be there for VCard, I think it really made me feel sad because you didn't acknowledge anything prior to that. I was the first I heard from you regarding the concert, and hearing you connect the reason to business, I felt like I meant less to you. As disappointing as it was, I truly just want to hear from you, so thank you again for opening up in the previous message. Red is a nice friend to me, and I understand for a lot of business things it's better to go through him, but this was just something very deep and personal to me, and something that you committed to with me when I asked you in person, so it meant a lot more to hear from you in that respect. The blank, confusing, but most of all, it left me confused with how you truly felt regarding it all. I hope from this you can understand that I'm here for you too. We do different things, but we're both in the same space dealing with a lot of similar difficulties. I'll always be here to extend an ear or a hand if you need. I didn't tell her about my collab with Charlie until now because that wasn't the main reason behind the decision I made, and up until 2 days earlier, I was always coming to her concert. I didn't want to get the impression I was choosing Charlie over her. I meant to message you sooner. I meant to message you sooner, but I didn't want to burn you out before your show. Brett and I won't be able to come to your NYC show this weekend. I didn't expect VCard's release date to get pushed back to your concert. She said that earlier. I told Numi my part ownership announcement didn't make the splash I thought it would. This was such a major and massive accomplishment to me, and it felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care. This made me put more pressure on myself to take the upcoming opportunity of VCard's launch weekend to do my best to prove to the company that I deserved the part ownership in the first place, leading to my decision not to go to Numi's concert. When I told Numi about it in my message, I said, for full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after VCard's launch day, which would have been the 18th, but because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early as in the day as possible to be able to make the late train to NYC. I thought I was clear by what I said that I was the one who made the plans, not Shy Lily, so when I said I didn't really know how to tell her no, I wasn't blaming Shy Lily for the collab. I planned, but I understand how it could read that way. I was not okay when I wrote that my message. What I meant was I didn't really know how to tell her no, the collab isn't happening anymore, or I didn't really know how to cancel on her. My intention was not somehow avoid blame and pin everything on Shy Lily to save my ass, as she put it, but as if she was the entire reason I made the choices I did. When the rest of my message shows I accepted fault for my mistakes. And again, I didn't even mention Shy Lily originally. Saying I felt pressure to live up to what Shy Lily is for gamer subs was not me blaming Shy Lily either. I was explaining myself, the bar Shy Lily set is what I wanted to reach for the company and community now that I had the same part owner position. I put this pressure on myself, and it's what led me to making the mistake of choosing business over my friend. I felt so bad that I was willing to try to get on stage with Nui for at least one song and just schedule my collab with Charlie to be there sooner or later. I was willing to do anything to try to make this right. I never said the collab was something I couldn't miss. Okay, what was that? Oh, uh, a previous message. Oh, back to different responses. Oh, different things. We're both in this. Oh, what am I missing? That respect. Oh, that respect. The different responses I'd get from both of you were confusing, and most of all, it left me. Oh, okay. So there was just. Oh, Christ. No Frills Gorillas keep sneak attacking my stomach. Anyway. One of the reasons I kept asking you if you were sure about this show, aside from prep for everything, was because I wanted to know if you were having any second thoughts or if you needed to vent any frustrations or fears regarding performing. I've told you this, but I had stage fright for years because of a traumatizing first experience, and I only gained confidence through VTubing and making music with Blank. Every single show I've done was either ruined or messy in some way, but I've still managed to push forward and get over a lot of my fears. When Red was telling me you were anxious, I wish you could have brought it up with me sooner. It's scary opening up to people, especially after you told me how other friends were to you in the past, but I promise you I would have been here to listen to you and hear about everything and reassure you that it'd be okay. If afterwards you still felt too scared, we could have figured it out and found a proper replacement without any added stress from both our ends. I do want to add that pretty much everything went wrong for the LA concert. Blank got sick, so Bao stepped in and replaced him, and I had Blank pretend to play bass during the entire show to provide me support. I realized just how much more amazing things are when you're surrounded by people you love. I could have easily just gave up, but decided to be honest with myself and the fans, and somehow it was one of the greatest nights of my life. In the future, I want you to know that despite scuffs or fears, I promise I'd be here with you to help in any way should you decide to do something fun like this for yourself. Whether it's a musical performance or something fun like you did for WeebCon, I know you get what I mean when I say that performing in an art, and there are so many ways to do things in a way that ensures you and your community will have an incredible time no matter what. That's what I figured out on Sunday. And like I said, I know you've had a lot on your plate working with gamer subs, especially in the position you're in. It's hard. There's so many eyes on you, and it's a completely new environment full of different internal and external battles you need to face. Yes, this concert means a lot to me, but so do you. I don't want you to wring yourself dry over my concert when I know I can see you at Ren Fair or any convention or trip we plan together. It's an important weekend for me, but it is for you too. Despite the fears I've had over our friendship, I have tried my best to silence any kind of demons I've had telling me the worst case scenario. I remember the person you were when we met, and I want to fully believe that you're still that person that I know would be there for me and her friends and her community. And like I said, you don't have to do anything to make things up for me. I truly just wanted to hear your thoughts. It's okay. Thank you again, and I accept your apology. Would you rather me not come to the concert? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Uh, Maybe she continues it. Yeah, there it is. Despite what I did, do me accept my apology. It took me almost 2 hours to say anything else because I broke down. All of the stress I've been under and guilt of what I've done hit me after reading Numi's message. This whole situation was a wake-up call for me about how I've always bottled everything up and what my priorities should be, and that I couldn't let something like this happen again. Now I was anxious about seeing Numi, knowing that I hurt her, and I didn't want to bring the mood down if she felt weird about seeing me in a few days. I was overthinking everything. This was not a way for me to manipulate my way out of the situation. I messaged her again when I collected myself a few hours later to figure out our plans. For your show, to be honest, I've been crying on and off since our messages earlier, and I feel really anxious about being there after hurting you. I'm just really upset about everything. Of course I'd want to see you. I wouldn't be uncomfortable around you. I think I would have felt tense if you hadn't have talked to me, but like I said, I just wanted to hear your apology. Please don't cry, Sinder. We all make mistakes. The most important thing to me is just communicating our feelings with each other, and it'll be okay. If you feel anxious about being there or feel like you just need space, That's okay with me. I just want you to be okay. Everything regarding the show is completely fine, and I know I'll be able to pull off a fun show. Afterwards, we're gonna hang out and celebrate blank birthday too. Whatever you decide, fine by me. I just want you to take the time you need and do whatever you feel is the most comfortable for you. I'm being 100% honest when I say all I wanted was to hear just hear things from you. I feel like a weight has lifted off my shoulder because I was worried. Okay, I'll do my best to be there for you this weekend. I think I'd like to just talk more often, and you can message me about things instead of red, so things don't get lost in communication between us, and we end up with another situation like this. I really appreciate you knew me. Are there any plans for Sunday? We haven't booked the train or hotel yet. Yeah, we're gonna hang out and go to a dinner place for blank birthday. Added y'all just in case for dinner if you wanted to come. We'll be doing an off collab in the morning as well, so we should plan to leave Monday. Which hotel is it? We're all leaving Monday. One sec. We asked blank, and she said it's at blank, and then the hotel. February 1st, 2025, this is the conversation Shy Lily and I had the day of our collab and the concert. The first message from me was about a mistake that I explained in Shy Lily's section of this document. After our collab, I told her that I was going to Numi's concert for the first and only time. V-Card unboxing collab with Shy Lily. What? Why does it have to be such small text? That's the problem. I appreciate that. I just wanted to clear things up with you so there wasn't any weird feelings between us. I completely understand how annoying people can be when plans change and they start pointing fingers at us. And I know V-Card has been your project, so I see why you'd be frustrated. I'm trying to do my best to get everyone on board with the cool things we do and with the information I have, especially now that I'm a partial owner like you. I'm super hyped about the future of V-Cards, all the cool things us and Gamer Subs can do together. How many boxes do you have for our collab tomorrow? Do you think we should change having a full set to a VTuber's mascot basic card in either full art or ultra rare, just so it's easier to score? No worries about not replying to it earlier. I was super busy day. It was a super busy day for both of us, Lamau. Also, heads up that I'll actually have to end around 1:30 p.m., so we'll have an hour and a half-ish, if that's okay. And I got your ultra rare like 2 or 3 times. Oh yeah, we should change the full set perhaps. I opened 4 entire boxes today and only completed 2 VTubers. I don't know how many you opened and I completed, but the chances seem pretty rough, Lamau. I opened 4 and I think I have 3 or 4 more to go. Do you still want to start by the previous time? We could always start a little earlier if you want. Otherwise, I doubt we'd get through more than a pack or 2, though I am also cool with that. I found that it takes a long time to go through, so if we open them together every time and compare and react and also cross off cards from the sheet, we might barely make it through a box or 2. Also, you're cheating. I wish I had more ultra rares. I had a few, but like only 4 or the blank, maybe 12-ish that I got are friends I care about. Only so many VTubers I don't know, Lamau. Was hoping to complete some more sets from friends. Instead, I reserved my first binder for VTuber friends only. The second, I's just gonna have extras and people I don't know, just so I can complete the collection. I could be ready for 11:30 a.m., so 30 minutes earlier. I think we'd have time to go through at least 2 boxes. Yeah, I still haven't gotten a lot of friends ultra rares, and I'm running out of boxes, Lamau. Excuse me. Can do. I can make sure I'm ready for that time if you want. Same, man. I got yours, blank, mine, and blank. The rest are dupes or people I don't know. I got you twice, blank, and myself. It took me 5 boxes to find one of me, Lamau. Do you want to send each other our hand cams to have on each of our streams, or do you want to just tell chat to open both of ours, Lamau? Lamau, no idea what's better, TBH. I think we can share them. I just use Video Ninja anyway, so it's already a shareable link. Okay, I set up my camera in Video Ninja. The resolution is 380/40 by 2160, and it needs to be flipped horizontally and vertically. Okay, give me a minute, and I'll be ready with a link. Okay, then there's the Twitch. Thank you again, Lily. I had so much fun. I would have loved to yap more, and sorry if it felt like I had left hella fast, Lamau, but I'm actually zooming to Numi's concert at NYC, keeping it private, though. February 1st, 2025, Red and I made it to the concert in time, and I was part of the off-collab. Numi did the hotel room the following day. Numi and I wore matching shirts together, and we spent the rest of the weekend there with friends. Oh yeah, I remember this. Thank you, New York. I loved it. Y'all sounded good. We're gonna need even more shows after this. I was already planning to be at Numi's concert in the US, if not both of them. I wasn't going to let Numi down again. These two shows happened at the end of July. I wasn't there for obvious reasons. March 21st, 2025 to March 22nd, 2025. Did you ever plan a date for your Chicago concert, Numi? We've been on holds for all the venues in Austin and Chicago, so we're not solid on the date, but it looks like it's going to be either the last weekend of July or first weekend of August. Yay! Shy Lily! Oh boy. Oh boy, we made it a Shy Lily. Oh! Oh god. Okay. It's eye-opening. Shy Lily. Posted after my apology on April 27, 2025 at 6:41 p.m. EST. Shy Lily was a friend, but I've never been close with her. I wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She's someone I've always looked up to. I saw her as a role model and as of this year, a potential business partner. I wanted to live up to who she's been for the VTuber community and gamer subs now that I held the same title. She was the only example of a VTuber in that position before me and set the bar for what a gamer subs part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her or envious of what she's had, and I didn't see her as my competition at any point. Since October of 2024, Charlotte and I had been messaging back and forth every now and then in our DMs leading up to our interactions before and during our VCard collab you saw in the previous section. From the second half of March, she stopped replying to my messages. It's not odd to get busy and miss messages, and I was guilty of that all the time to too many people, but it was out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I was cancelled. This was alongside her seemingly dodging collabs we were both a part of and off-putting reactions to me raiding her. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such a high regard. Shy Lily didn't have her own document about me and didn't say anything until after I did, but she was the first one Nano contacted about any of this and was involved the entire way through. Shy Lily pulled everyone together to organize, plan, write, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation and her lie-filled reply to the apology that was the final nail in my coffin. Her actions show she clearly had something against me before Nano ever said anything to her, and she couldn't take accountability and admit to it until I was already in the ground. Shy Lily said she wanted her own section, so here it is. Hey yo, that's what we talking about! I'll show and explain everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily for the couple of months leading up to what happened since it's relevant to understand what Red told Nano in their messages. I won't be repeating things that included Shy Lily in the previous section about VCard, and this section will pick up right before the release of the game and my collab with her. Everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST. Oh yeah, this is just the whole thing. So, I'll skip that. I've read that all already. I keep burping. Oh, I keep burping. Jesus, I keep burping. VCard launch information. I need to talk about this first because I made a mistake and knew it upset Shy Lily, even if she couldn't admit it to me. January 26, 2025, Red and I were planning my stream for VCard's launch day and asked gamer subs about Shy Lily's exclusive unboxing stream to make sure we weren't stepping on her toes. During my stream on the 31st, I didn't start doing anything VCard related until 3 p.m. EST out of respect for her. Red then gave gamer subs a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked me about VCard on one of my previous streams. Hey guys, we're planning a VCard launch stream. Is there any restrictions on how Sinder can start opening packs on Friday because of Lily's stream? Just want to make sure we're not stepping on any toes. Nope, 3 p.m. EST on launch day. The second the boxes come out, everyone good to go. I think he meant because Lily is opening packs an hour before launch. We wanted to see if she's the only one who can do that. Yeah, she said exclusive unboxing 1 hour before launch in her post. So checking with you guys if there was an agreement with her or not. I believe Lily will start that first hour before launch showing off the boxes and binder and deck box and such, and then get into opening them. Yes, nothing will be purchasable on the site, however, until 3 p.m. EST. Also, I'm waiting for final numbers to update you this week. Is that with my code? Some questions we had from our community: how much will a box cost? How many cards per pack? Packs per box? Is there a limit on how many a single customer can buy? After the first batch is sold out, how soon do we estimate there'll be a restock? $84.99, 10 game cards plus 1 rule card per pack, 28 packs per box, no limit. There will never be first editions again, and the unlimited set will follow the sellout. Honestly, no date set yet. A lot of it depends on how quickly this first edition set sells out. January 30th, 2025, since the questions asked were stated to be for my community and I wasn't told that this information was confidential and could be shared, I assumed it was okay for me to tell my chat the answers to their questions on my stream. This stream was the day before the game's launch day, and no info had been released on what was going on, how things would work, or what things were priced at. The information I gave it onto the GamerSubs or VCard subreddit and into Shylili's Discord server, both citing me specifically as the source. Right after my stream ended, GamerSubs sent me updated info about the box pricing. Hey, a few updates! Nothing super new for you. I just wanted to send the copy-paste that everyone also got. The only big change was that the booster box is going to be sold for $89.99, not $84.99. Blank. January 31st, 2025, this was the day VCard launched. Shylili talked about how angry and annoyed she was about VCard info leaking early, including incorrect info. She claimed she didn't know who leaked information, saying, I guess people are just excited to be the ones to spread stuff before me. Oh, also, I just want to put this out there, but they did a really bad job in letting people know about the change in VCard. Because, like Sinder said earlier, in one of my earlier videos, originally, VCard was going to be released on January 16th or January 17th, 2025. But then it was pushed back with no notification. VCard, it didn't let anyone know that the date had changed. I didn't even see an announcement regarding that. What the freak? Anyway. Alright. 3354 to 4408. Oh, it was this one! Exclusive VCard pack opening hand cam stream, VCard release. Oh! So she's just being a jerk about it. Of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5, which I was only updated about after my stream ended. The other thing I advertised that I assumed would be the case, but was wrong about, was VCard being available 20 minutes early on the GamerSubs app. All of their drops were consistently like this for a long time, but it was only on VCard's launch day did Red and I find out that this was discontinued. Everything else was correct, but I didn't know I was supposed to say anything about it. I wasn't supposed to say anything about it. And will VCard be available 20 minutes early on the app, or only at 3 p.m. everywhere? Everything will go live at 3 p.m. EST. From my understanding, the 20-minute early on app is no longer something we do company-wide. Shylili said that official sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself and the GamerSubs or VCard Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official source, she said no. I was a part owner now, and I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given the information directly from the source, thought it was okay to make public, and thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had. My motivation wasn't to be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just the day before the game launched, and instead of leaving them in the dark, I gave them the answers to the questions asked on their behalf. As a new part owner, people were looking to me for answers about VCard, and I thought I was doing the right thing by informing them. I was wrong to do so and made a mistake, and I made sure to correct the info I had wrong on my stream on launch day. That night, I messaged Shylili to apologize about what I did. After what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier, I was making an effort to be more open about things. Shylili avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info or admitting I was who she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared the incorrect price and was the one mistakenly advertising the early app pre-orders, and there were posts citing me as the source of all this leaked information. Shylili knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be the one to spread stuff before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad at me. In the end, she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this. What a piece of garbage. Nice! Okay. Let's read this. Juicy gossip. Hi, Lily. I heard you were upset about some VCard information going out earlier than you would have liked, and I think it was for me. A few days ago, I told GamerSubs that my community had questions about VCard, one of which being about prices. At the time, they told me a box was $84.99, and being an answer to a question I asked on behalf of my community that made it seem like it was okay to share, I also found out today that GamerSubs is discontinuing the app early access. While I was under the assumption that VCard would launch to the same access like other jobs over the past year, so I wanted to apologize to you if I was the one to cause you stress and confusion for the community. As soon as I was given updated info at the start of my stream today, I made sure to correct my mistake from before, but I'm really happy that VCard's launch did so well, and I hope we can have fun together tomorrow if you're still down. Aw, Sinder, don't worry, I had some annoying chatters tell me a bunch of info you never released, and they were spreading stuff around in my Discord. When I literally told them the day before that the info is not going to be available until launch, but they blew up my Discord claiming VTubers have been claiming that stuff on stream. And then today I had a bunch of people say in my chat, upset that I changed the prices. Like, bro, get off my dick, Lamau. I didn't do shit. I don't want to hear that when you're the owner. It's like, bro, But yeah, it was during my day off, and I didn't want to make a tweet or anything correcting shit, because that's low-key a bit weird. No, that's stupid! No! What the freak did you say, Shy Lily? But yeah, it was during my day off, and I didn't want to make a tweet or anything correcting shit, because that's low-key a bit weird. No, that's not being a bit weird! That is taking responsibility of an owner of V-Card. Personally, that is the stupidest line of reason I've ever freaking heard. You're the owner of V-Card. You need to take responsibility and let people know about the changes. That is so stupid. No, as a card gamer, I'm not letting that slide. That is dumb. No. That is a disrespect to the community right there. Excuse me? You're the freaking owner of V-Card! Correct the information! What do you mean? Just my day off. And? Still your baby? Didn't correct it? Because that's a bit weird? No! That's reassuring your fan base! What do you mean it's a bit... I'm getting too triggered over that statement that Child Lily made. I still think that is the stupidest line of reason for not correcting incorrect information. As the owner of a card game, I feel like it's your responsibility to correct incorrect information. Because you're the person that owns the thing. It's your baby. But, okay, I'm projecting. That really set me off. Like, making drama out of a potential misunderstanding, like in your case, Lamau, so just mentioned on stream to not trust any sources that have been spreading info and only believe info I publish, GamerSubs, V-Cards, or any other direct source. I also doubt you were the only one talking about it. Plus, if you asked GG on behalf of chat and no one told you it wasn't supposed to be public, then that's on them. They should have clarified that to you. Literally nothing you could have done about that. Charlie's right about that. This part was a little weird on stream, though, because today a lot of info has indeed been made public, and a bunch of people have been making posts and stuff about V-Card and any additional info, so hope no one caught strays. Lamau, also hold up. Yours and blank are the only completed pages after 4 boxes. Also, of course, I am still down to pull together tomorrow, Lamau. Only reason I haven't reacted to the sheet yet is because I saw it as I was gonna go live, and I was already behind because I'm a master procrastinator and did not get shit done until after I was supposed to be on. Oh, and by the way, huge fucking respect to reach out about the info leak stuff. That takes a lot of balls, Lamau. That takes could have just kept it to yourself after all. I appreciate that. I just wanted to clear things up with you, so there wasn't any weird feelings between us. I completely understand how annoying people can be when plans change and that they start pointing fingers. Okay, that's February 16, 2025. In another conversation with GamerSubs a couple of weeks later, we asked for them to clarify to us what is and isn't able to be shared publicly going forward after what happened during V-Card's launch. I was told that there was not really a certain source the launch info was supposed to come from. Also, for future launches, please let us know what is and isn't supposed to be said publicly and when it can be. Yeah, the info I asked about for V-Card launch that I thought was okay to share with my community ended up all being wrong, and I got a lot of backlash for it. I didn't know that info was only supposed to come from certain sources. Blank blank. Fully understood, very sorry for that. It was my fault. There was not really a certain source, but when I gave the info here for launch, it was at the time correct. I believe hours before launch, we changed things last minute. I should have updated that right away here. I will be absolutely sure to say what it is public and what is not moving forward. That is really bad logistics. That is disappointingly bad logistics. As a card gamer, that is just really bad logistics, especially for V-Card. That is genuinely bad logistics. Like, Sinder went into this, like, all innocent. She was given information, and then afterwards, they changed. Like, what can you do about that? Also, no one told her not to share it, so I guess Shy Lily's, like, frustrations are valid, but if that was the case, I don't know. Since you're the owner of it, why didn't you tell that to Sinder in the freaking first place? I don't know. It's so bad. February 5th, 2025, the very last collab I had with Charlie was a few days after a V-Card collab, Mario Party collab with Charlie, Limes, and Matara. March 3rd, 2025, this was the first time either of us messaged each other since our V-Card collab on February 1st. I asked Charlie if she wanted to play Split Fiction with me. It was a long game that we would have been able to bond over while getting to know each other better. She told me she'd pass on the game and that was fine. Then I asked Numi, who was also unavailable. She told me that Yuzu was interested and I happily played through the game with her. Hey Lily, would you want to play this together this Thursday and maybe Friday? I'm not sure how long the game will be. It comes out Thursday. It's the next game from the It Takes Two devs. Sorry, I'm gonna have to pass. Wow, new season dropping Wednesday, and I'm gonna take an extra day off and just blast WoW with my friends. No problem, Lily. I hope you have fun. March 11th, 2025, the last time Charlotte and I spoke was when she reached out to me about disconnecting problems she was having with OBS, trying to fix my own disconnecting problems or what made me move back in with my parents before this conversation. Sinder chat told me you've had this specific issue as well and managed to fix it after it tortured you endlessly. Are they just yapping or do you actually have a cure? So I had a disconnecting problem with my OBS for so long, but I was only getting this pop up within the past month or two. I'm not sure what exactly fixed it, but there was two things I did before it stopped happening. One was to uncheck the browser source hardware acceleration box in the OBS's settings, and the other I had to repair some of my system32 files in command prompt. But I have no idea how I did that because I just followed directions on some forum. I don't know which one was the actual solution, but I haven't been having problems for over a week now. Only a week? I thought you fixed your issues a while ago. I wish. False alarm, I guess. Praying that this time it is actually fixed. Thanks for trying to help Pookie. I'm gonna try to bother Mythic. I hope you don't have any more problems with it. It was going on for like 6 months for me. Dude, I could never. It's pain. It happened out of nowhere. I changed nothing. Now I can't stream for 5 minutes. Yep. Fucking hate my livey. Kill me. Me every day, such a mood queen. After this, there were two different repo collabs Shyla and I were both supposed to be a part of. This was when I thought things started to change between me and Shy Lily, March 21st, 2025. This was the first repo collab. It was originally going to be on the 15th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. Shy Lily was supposed to be there, but she decided to cancel last minute due to a Bikini Bottoms collab she had going on that day. I understood just like everyone else, and this alone wasn't a problem to me. Big repo collab today featuring Lime, Shoto, Camila, Dem, and Michi. March 27, 2025, the second collab never happened, but was being planned in a group chat. Charlie was added to the chat, but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in this chat directly before she was removed. These are all of the messages here, and it never went anywhere after this. Okay. Hello. Oh, wowie. Yippee! I will set a day up for us there in a bit. It will be modded. Oop, Lily can't make it. Lily leaves. From then, these are the rest of my DMs with Charlie. Below, I'll explain them and other events that were happening in between. You want to play the V-Card Sim together sometime soon? I missed you during the repo collab last week. I hope you're doing well, Lily. Or I found this cute co-op Souls-like slime game. It looks like there's a water and fire slime we can play as. Slime Heroes! Have a good stream, Lily, and bumping this in case you missed it. Hey, Lily, is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. Oh. March 28th, 2025. I messaged Charlie the day after the above collab. Chat happened when the new V-Card rules were announced and the tabletop sim version was revealed. I would have thought she'd love the idea of playing together to advertise and show off the new rules of her game. It'd generate hype and renewed interest in V-Card after lots of people were dissatisfied with the first edition game mechanics. It was an idea motivated by the business implications of it, but it was something to do together as friends that I thought we'd both be excited about. It would have benefited us both and the entire brand. Okay, March 30th, 2025, I rated Lily. 6 hours, 52 minutes, 52 seconds in, which is the clip I remember. I covered that. Charlie greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes after she basically moved on with her stream, you'd see that she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened in Shy Lily's defense. Wait a minute. Oh, I was wrong! 5 minutes later, she quickly thanked Sinder, so I was wrong! Okay. Alright, I was wrong. I admit that. Oh my gosh. There's a lot of things I was wrong on. Wow. Anyway. April 7th, 2025, a week later, I still hadn't heard from Shy Lily. I messaged her again about playing a different game together. I just wanted to hang out since she hadn't been able to make the past two collabs that we were both supposed to be part. Wait. If she quickly thanked her, then how come I didn't see it in the... Oh, probably they spelled it wrong. Anyway, never mind. There's nothing else. It's something else. Alright. A week later, I still hadn't heard from Shy Lily and messaged her again about playing a different game together. I just wanted to hang out since she hadn't been able to make the past 2 collabs that we were both supposed to be part of, and maybe she didn't like my idea about V-Card. She turned me down when I asked about Split Fiction a month earlier, so it's not like she hadn't done that before or couldn't have done that again. Okay. April 11th, 2025, I rated Shy Lily again. Oh, she did in this one? Oh, in 5 hours, 49 seconds, 5 hours, 49 minutes, 28 seconds in, Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders but didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple weeks, coupled with removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. This more recent raid was not linked in Nano's document. I decided to DM her again to bump what I sent her before. After still not hearing from her, I was convinced I had done something wrong. I wasn't expecting an over-the-top reaction from Shy Lily just because I raided. Just a hello and thanks for the raid like any other streamer would do, especially from someone who was a friend in the past. Silvervale, who read and I knew had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her. She continually ghosted my messages and got a model from Nana at a suspicious time, among other things, which will all be shown in her section. These specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had a problem with me for some reason. I wouldn't have thought that the individual things I experienced with Shy Lily were pointing to a greater problem if they weren't all happening over the same few weeks. She's the only one that Silver won't. Oh, Cinder's rated Silver multiple times, and she's the only one that Silver won't say her name. I think that was in the Google Doc. April 11th, 2025, the same day as my second raid, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Yep, that was in the previous one. I asked Nano Lily projects. Okay. Oh yeah, this has already been covered. Okay. The next day, Red went back to Nana and asked about Shy Lily again. That was a thing. Yep. This was already mentioned earlier. Moving on. April 15th, 2025, I still hadn't heard from Shy Lily, so I tried messaging Bosca about my previous DMs to her. Hey Bosca, I hope you've been well. Could you bump Lily for me? I sent her a couple of messages about hanging out sometime, but I'm not sure she's seen them out. Yo, I will continue the convo for planning things in the group chat. Also, as a side note, Lily rarely uses Discord, only really uses it for business meetings and stuff. Thank you, Bosca. We were messaging kind of frequently a month or two ago, that's why I asked, but it's no worries. Bosca told Shy Lily rarely uses Discord and only really uses it for business meetings and stuff, which was weird because until these past few weeks, I didn't have any problems getting a hold of her in her DMs. I hadn't had to message Bosca to get Shy Lily since before October 2024, so this was out of the ordinary by now. The messages below were the same day in the group chat with us and Shy Lily. I was fine with not doing anything together, and I just wanted to hear from her since I had no idea if something was wrong. Nothing else was ever said in this chat. Yo, usually use groups to schedule Lily's. I stuttered. Groups to schedule Lily's things so I could put in all her schedule. To mention, she is very occupied the coming months since she will be traveling around to blank and will be hanging a while with blank. Thank you, Bosca. I'm free to plan anytime. I had mentioned playing the tabletop sim version of V-Card together or a cute co-op slime souls like. It's okay if she's not interested in either. Bosca told me Shy Lily would be very occupied in the coming months because of a trip somewhere, implying I shouldn't expect to plan something. April 21st, 2025, this was my last message to Shy Lily 5 days before anyone posted their documents. I tried to talk to her about whatever was going on and clear things up between us. Shy Lily never responded, even after praising me in the past for having the balls to reach out to her. Hey Lily, is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. Wait, really? That was it? The breakdown? What's the breakdown? 230! Oh my god! 230 messages! Oh my god! Guys, I made it to the breakdown. Silvervale Aru spite message to the power. Oh, the breakdown's going to unalive me, guys. Okay, this is the meat of the matter. Oh, I can do this. I believe in the me that doesn't believe in me. Oh my gosh. Okay, the breakdown. Nanolis, Shy Lily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they'd already determined I was guilty of. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me, Red and Nano, to protect her and hurt me. I couldn't understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all of my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public without me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. However, at the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were two people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shy Lily lied to Nanolis about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolis she was being manipulated when she wasn't, under the excuse of manipulation that Shy Lily gave to her. I believe Nanolis lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shy Lily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you. I believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be the manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on April 26, 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our sides of the story because it'd contradict what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolis, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who were involved. I used their own words and all of the evidence of the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claims, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. Okay. Screenshots that are directly taken from another doc is orange, dates and important messages, yellow, video timestamps, green, speculation sections, pink. Who was involved before anything was public? Nanolis. Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all of the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shy Lily. Shy Lily was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao. Red's messages to Nano and Bao about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano. Numi. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on April 28th, 2025. The other three girly pops. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff Pup and the other three Vichibon members. Numi said that Buff and the other three Vichibon members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream on July 22nd, 2025, she basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of this stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Oh yeah! I think I covered that. Sakuramore. Bao's video editor Sak had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. Shy Lily... Shy Lily is, what's it? Shy Lily did in fact ghost Sinder's messages and dodge collabs with her. There. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning or anything beforehand, including Cont'd, Silvervale, and Spite. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cont'd tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after her document was posted, which I did cover, and Silvervale and Spike posted their own documents with Nano's screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. The 17-day timeline, April 11th, 2025 to April 28th, 2025. 11th, yeah. This is the timeline of what happened, starting with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily on 4/11 and ending with Shy Lily's stream on 4/28. April 11th, 2025, Red saw Nano working on a model for Shiley on her stream, messaged her about it. April 12th, Red messaged Nano about Shiley again and talked about her behavior towards me recently. This was the last time Nano messaged either one of us. The 14th or 15th, Nano showed Shiley the things Red said about her. She was the first person Nano spoke to about it. Shiley told Nano Red was manipulating her, leading to Nano leaking more of their DMs. Shiley told her to contact the people affected, including Bao. Shiley said the screenshots Nano showed her were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all. Speculation. Whether Nano decided to show Shiley more of her messages with Red herself, or Shiley actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain, but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shiley is also unknown. Shiley convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shiley could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. I messaged Bozka since I hadn't heard from Shiley directly in weeks. He implied she'd be too busy to plan anything with me anytime soon. I messaged Nano for the last time, asking her to come on my stream again. She never replied. Akira, Nano's new manager, messaged Red about Nano parting ways with us due to artistic burnout. 16th, Red messaged Akira again for more clarification on what was happening with Nano. 18th, Nano did not message Bao. Shiley did instead, telling her they needed to talk. Bao told Shiley she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday, April 21st. They did not talk until Bao recovered from surgery. Speculation. Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shiley suggested, but apparently didn't. Shiley was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? April 21st to the 23rd. Speculation. Sometime between these dates was when my other friends first were informed and got involved in what was happening. A few of them had plans to go to a Ren fair between the 18th and 20th. Red and I were originally supposed to go too, but had to cancel because of family plans for Easter. I don't think Shiley would have told any of them about this while on their trip between these dates. The last message from any of my friends was from Numi in our DMs on the night of the 21st. It was uncharacteristically short. Hi Numi, I hope you've been feeling okay lately. I've seen you tweeting about your asthma and I wanted to see how you were. I hope Ren Fair was fun time for everyone too. Tenku Sinder, slowly just getting back to breathing normally again. On her stream, July 22nd, 2025, Buff said that with the fire VTuber that happened recently. Oh yeah, I did cover that. I covered that section. All right, take care, Zero. All right, yeah, I already covered that. So like no, that quote, I actually covered that. If I will literally, I remember clipping that. I literally recorded that whole stream. I believe the day of. Someone reached out to me and was like, "Hey, did you see this?" And I was like, "What?" I checked it out and I made a video about it. I had the stream and I didn't know it was privated. Anyway. The way Buff said this implies that my friends all knew about what happened before the person who was affected. Bao was even involved because of her surgery. A lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something. Isn't talking about saying something publicly. Because right after, Buff said they asked that person what they wanted to do about the situation, which Bao revealed was her choice. The VOD of the stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. The 21st, I sent my last message to Shiley to talk about whatever was going on between us. She never replied. Red sent a final message to Akira about Nano. April 23rd, Bao finally talked with Shiley about what was going on, and they made a group chat to gather evidence, corroborate stories, and plan the documents together. Bao's editor, Sakamar, was involved sometime after this, most likely by her. Bao's document said, I found out about this less than 48 hours ago. At the time, it was posted on the night of the 25th PST, and Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. April 25th in Pacific Standard Time, and April 26th in Eastern Standard Time. Nano's, Bao's, and Sakamore's documents were posted within the same 23-minute span. Nano's at 1:42 a.m. EST, Bao's just 6 minutes later at 1:48 a.m. EST, and Sakamore's 17 minutes after that at 2:05 a.m. EST. Sometime during this, both Red and I sent separate messages to Nano and that were soon deleted, followed by her blocking us. Speculation. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have had a chance to do or say anything to anyone before the narrative about me was widespread, out of Shiley's fear of me manipulating my way out of it. Shortly before, Cont'd, Silverveil, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion, and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted, but Cont'd tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after, and Silver's and Spite's documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own names uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was. I had a fight and falling out with Red before 3:29 a.m. EST, which led me to firing him at 4:24 a.m. EST. The documents and statements posted by others throughout April 26th and 27th weren't pre-planned alongside Nano's, Bao's, and Sakamore, so I won't list them here. April 27th, I posted my apology at 4:16 p.m. EST. Bao replied to my apology with her own post at 5:22 p.m. EST. Charlotte replied directly to my apology at 6:41 p.m. EST. Bao streamed that night to talk about everything. April 28th, Bath Pup had her stream, Charlotte had her stream, Numi had her stream, everyone else streamed their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. Nano's new manager, speculation. The first thing that needs to be addressed is Nano's new manager. Whose messages were shown at the end of Nano's section? Who is Akira and how did they get involved? It's very hard to believe they were ever actually Nano's manager, so how are they connected and how did they get in contact with Red? Akira is the game director of Kernel Hearts and founder of the game studio Infirmera Games in Argentina. Oh yeah, she did. She did her due diligence. So Akira, Kernel Hearts hype. Wishlist her game. I feel like good games and Yu-Gi-Oh! Fernet apologist. Okay. Developers of this. Oh wow. Whoa. Akira follows Nanolist, but nowhere on their page does it say anything about Nanolist. Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. Dang, she had receipts! Mio, Nano's husband who's always acted as her manager, is present on Nano's profile. However, Momotex follows Akira as the screenshot above shows. Momo is the lead artist of Akira's upcoming game, Kernel Hearts, and is also from Argentina. NPC reveal, our lead artist Momotex is here to unveil the two of the characters that will aid you in your journey, Nicolaj and Fang. Momo is also close friends with Nano, who she saw IRL on May 2nd, 2025, 5 days after I posted my apology, and April 27, 2025, and a week after Nano posted her document. I'm with my wife, Nanolis. I love her. Ooh. I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. In November 2023, it was Nano's friends who told her that it was unfair for Nano to only work with us. This is something Nano was confused about and not something Red said to her. In January 2025, Nano went to her friends for advice about exclusivity when talking business with Red. In a conversation from November 28, 2024 that wasn't shown in Nano's section, Nano was shown to be leaking private artwork she was working on for my upcoming debut to her friend. My friend did this. Are you leaking all over the damn place? Oh my goodness, Nano less. After speaking to Charlotte about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Akira was someone Red and I didn't know, and now we know Red's conversation with him wasn't genuine. Evident by what happened after, but also the fact Nano removed evidence of her ever being in the chat to begin with. She then made Red the group leader before leaving. To leave a Discord group you own, you need to manually choose someone to be the leader. She did not choose her manager Akira in this chat supposedly about her commissions. She chose Red to make it look like it was his group all along, and that she was never a part of it because their actual goal was to separate us from Nano altogether. So why was this done, and why do I think this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after April 12th, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano then needed to find someone that neither Red or I knew to separate us, since she couldn't do it herself the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself and Shy Lily had to do it for her. Nano's message screenshots, time zones, and context. Speculation! Hey, good morning, Hotcon. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST. Some 1 hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For her screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have to have been physically logged in 2 different time zones when taking them sometime between April 12th to April 26th. Nano would have had no reason to have these screenshots from conversations years apart and years earlier already taken before Red spoke to her on April 12th, and must have had at least some taken during the same time as her conversation with Shy Lily, just days later to show her. This is the first screenshot shown in Nano's document about the exclusivity deal. The first message is timestamped at 8:29 p.m. This is Nano's message in Red's DM shown as 6:29 p.m. in EST. Nano's screenshot is 2 hours ahead of EST. This is one of the screenshots about Shy Lily and Nano's document. The first message shows 10:16 p.m. Here's the message in Red's DMs showing 9:16 p.m. EST. Nano's screenshot is only 1 hour ahead. If Nano was the one who took all of her own screenshots herself in the same 2-week span from April 12th to April 26th, this discrepancy shouldn't exist. This shows Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in her document. Here's a list of the dates and topics of the screenshots that appear in Nano's document and the time difference to EST. I've also listed which conversations were shown in full and which are missing context in her document. April 10th, 2023, 1 hour ahead. Spite does not show the full conversation or everything that was said about Spite. July 19th, 2023, 1 hour ahead. Silvervale does not show the full conversation or anything from the previous conversation about Silvervale from May 10th, 2023. November 19th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business does not show the full conversation and never showed the pivotal conversation that happened before this on November 17th, 2023. November 25th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business doesn't show the full conversation and is also missing the context from November 17th, 2023. November 26th, 2023, 2 hours ahead. Exclusivity and It's Just Business, Nano's DMs with me, does show the full conversation, but missing the context of anything from November 17th, 2023, and was presented before any of the DMs from November 25th, 2023, with Red in Nano's document. August 5th, 2024, 1 hour ahead. Bao does not show the full conversation and doesn't show any of the vital context from the conversation on July 26, 2024. It also doesn't show any of the following DMs on August 6, 2024, or what this situation led up to on September 29th, 2024. January 15, 2025, 2 hours ahead. The exclusivity deal does not show the full conversation, and what's shown is manipulated to hide Nano's guilt and acceptance of the deal with Red. And it's true. I agree with Sinder. I am out of water. That's a problem. Anyway. February 11th, 2025, 2 hours ahead. Canceling the exclusivity deal, Nano's DMs with me does not show the full conversation and does not show Nano's messages to Red canceling the deal from February 10th, 2025. April 12th, 2025, 1 hour ahead. Shy Lily does show the full relevant parts of the conversation. Nano said nothing incriminating and everything Red said was claimed as false when it wasn't. The full context of what happened in Red and Nano's DMs would have shown Nano's guilt and Red's innocence. Breaking down Nano's document. Nano's story in her document was the basis for any information from anyone else involved being made public, with her DMs being the source of many of the claims made. How else could anyone come out publicly and use Nano's messages with my manager as evidence unless she was a victim herself? Nano lied to my friends and lied to the public, saying that what was presented in her document was what truly happened. Let's go through Nano's document piece by piece. Okay, I'm not even reading that. I'm reading the new info. Alright, stretch, and I'm good. Woo, okay. Oh, gosh. Guys, if anyone is listening to me right now, if anyone's still in chat, please timestamp my live streams. I will pin the comment. There's just so much to go through. If people could just timestamp these streams, that'd be great. Like, regarding this, that'd be great. Anyway. I wanted to share my experience with Sinder and Red manipulating me. Nano wasn't manipulated to do anything she didn't want to. At any point in any conversation with Red or I, treating Nano well over the years we worked with her is not manipulation. Red gossiping with his friend Nano about drama and his feelings towards other people without asking for anything in return is not manipulation. Red expressing his opinion without asking her to make any changes in her work is not manipulation. Both of us sympathizing with her point of view on different occasions is not manipulation. Red reassuring Nano about her wanting to cancel models no matter whose it was is not manipulation. Red telling Nano about what he had against Bao after she asked him to explain it to her is not manipulation. Red and Nano negotiating a mutually agreed upon deal is not manipulation. Thank you! Oh my gosh, thank you for pointing that out. Using me. Nano was never used. She was a cherished work partner and friend to both me and Red. We both did everything we could for her, and I've praised her countless times on streams and to friends. And dragging me into drama. Nano never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama. She had no problem talking about drama about Bao in January or about Shy Lily in April. The only person Nano got tired of hearing about and wanted nothing to do with the drama related to her was Silvervale because of her own relationship with her. While sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about people I thought were closest friends. The only person Red had a hand in sabotaging was Bao. When Nano offered to him that she'd cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model rigging, he didn't go into the conversation with Nano looking to have anything canceled with Nano. He wanted to prevent Bao from working with her because of his own opinions as part of an exclusivity deal. He told Nano never mind when finding out about her model before Nano said it was okay and inquired further before she offered to cancel it. Red didn't lie about anyone he talked to Nano about, not Spite, Silver, Bao, or Shy Lily. Even if some things he said could have been wrong, everything he said to her was based on his own opinions, experiences, observations, and what he genuinely believed to be true. The way you talk to a friend. The same way my friends said how they thought Red and I worked together at home, and about what they were led to believe happened. He did not maliciously lie about anyone to sabotage them. I want to share what I've endured over the years. You've seen what Nano had to endure over the years in her section of this document. I wasn't sure if what I felt and experienced working was real or just burnout. This is the only time burnout is mentioned in Nano's document, even though that was the entire reason her manager, Akira, told Red she wanted to stop working together about a week earlier. If Nano genuinely felt this way, then she showed no signs of it to either of us, including in her last messages to us. Earlier, the last time she implied feeling burnt out was 7 months earlier in September 2024 when she cancelled 7 models herself. The one and only time Nano specifically said she was feeling burnt out to Red was in May of 2024, almost an entire year earlier. Nano never expressed to me directly that she ever felt this way. I think this proves that I was lied to and manipulated over the course of years while working with Sinder. This is an interesting thing to say after knowing the full context of Nano's DMs with Red, and as you'll see, how many lies are present in this document to manipulate the narrative to the public, and the fact my friends were lied to and manipulated to support her. This was an assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me, and there was no way Nano or anyone else could definitively say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue this case was the 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other, where I was told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout it to push this assumption necessary to the narrative as fact. Okay. And that's what the whole lovers and managers always tell their people thing, or whatever. Okay, English not being her first language. An excuse as to why this document is not written like Nano would, and evidence that she did not write or put it together herself. English isn't her first language. Below, you'll see what's presented first in Nano's document is what happened regarding Bao. Not by talking about herself or the alleged abuse she experienced, or what happened first chronologically. Nano is on record saying she doesn't care about Bao, so it's puzzling why she chose to do this herself. And before breaking down this section about Bao, I also need to point out the problem with the presentation of her model cancellation in Nano's document. Bao's model was cancelled once in August of 2024 because Nano was overwhelmed with her workload, and again in January 2025 due to her offering and agreeing to do it in her deal with Red. Nano's document misleads you into believing all of Red's messages about Bao and her model are from one time, never specifying the difference in the presentation of messages that were over 5 months apart, but placing the DMs from January 2025 right before August 2024. It then deceitfully manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. Spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano. They also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on, which, that's stupid, that did never happen. Red did not make this claim against Bao and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. I covered that! Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshots below show in her document. And this couldn't have been confused with Bao's editor, not only because she specified she was talking about her editor and what was written, but because Red's DMs specify her editor and her editor as different people in the same conversation that's shown next. This claim was only made to push the false narrative that we were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in her document. Yeah. She says that. Screenshots below show them affection and appreciation being followed by spreading rumors, whatever. Here is a direct claim of manipulation by Nano. With screenshotted evidence presented, however, when you have the full context, you can see the affection and appreciation Red showed was in response to Nano's own messages that were purposely cut from the document. Why weren't these messages shown? Next are 3 screenshots from January 2025 presented in her document. As you saw in Nano's section, This was not the beginning of Red's conversation with Nano about their exclusivity deal, but this is where it was chosen to start. The messages have been purposely manipulated to remove context, so I've added back what was missing in their messages between these images, highlighted with a white border. I've done so for the rest of her document too. I've also dated each non-sequential screenshot Nano presented in EST, like the dated in Red screenshots, to show when each one happened. The chronology of events was disregarded in our document to push its narrative. I've also labeled the difference of time in the screenshots compared to EST due to the time zone discrepancy I talked about. Note, the first image shown in Nano's document was Red's message about Cont'd edited out of it. Nano, having no relationship with Cont'd, would have no reason to do this herself, and this message was included in the screenshot of Bao's document. Nano said, I don't really care about Bao and Cont'd. Okay. Screenshots from January 15, 2025 at 6:25 p.m. to 6:54 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. And you can see, oh yeah, this is the full, and then she shows the full like context. Wow. What is presented next is a screenshot from over 5 months prior, in August of 2024, when Bao's model was cancelled the first time. Screenshot in this image is from August 5th, 2024 at 3:13 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Red asked me to cancel one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work in progress. Nano's document never shows where Red asked Nano to cancel Bao's model because it didn't happen. Bao's model was cancelled, but he did not ask her to do it. Not in August of 2024 or in January of 2025. In the instance last year shown above Nano's document, she was the one to bring up and consider cancelling Bao's model. All Red did was reassure her in 2024 that it was okay to do so, since that is what she implied she wanted, and ended up going through with it herself. Plus, about a week before it was cancelled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. How could it have been cancelled mid-progress? Even though Nano's document only presents Bao's model being cancelled once, and the evidence shown above was from August 2024, let's assume that Bao's model was cancelled mid-progress in January 2025. Well, in January, Nano told Red Bao's model was on her list, as in on her commission list, and not mid-progress. I do not believe Nano would cancel a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. Red did not ask her to cancel Bao's model in January either. Nano offered and agreed to do it in their deal, but that wasn't shown or mentioned in Nano's document at all. The document could only show Bao's model being cancelled in August because it couldn't show anything about it in January without implicating Nano herself. The narrative that Nano was a victim would fall apart because she gladly and willingly offered and agreed to deal where she benefited at Bao's expense. In addition, it was easy for her to offer to cancel the model again because of the fact it was not mid-progress. And then it was like, oh, Red contacted me specifically to cancel Bao's model, whatever. Her document also doesn't show where Red supposedly contacted Nano specifically to check on her canceling the model she had planned with Bao, because it doesn't exist. That's what I've said. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other projects she expressed interest in canceling that they previously discussed, to which she replied, not yet. And I can imagine how upsetting this all must have been for her, considering she was the one who brought up canceling Bao's model in the first place in August, even telling her that she didn't think she could finish her model, and in January was the one who offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her own model's rigging. They mentioned, oh yeah, they mentioned they didn't want to pay for exclusivity. I made a video about that. They did. Freaking. Okay. Neither Red or I had a problem with paying Nano for model exclusivity, which was shown with our video editor artist number 1 and artist number 2, who will be shown in Silvervale's section. Okay, to our video editor, to artist number 1, to artist number 2. Wait. We wanted to also ask if you'd be open to pay to us paying you extra for more of your time for more projects and narrowing down your client list. Okay, so I don't know. I think that was already mentioned. Yeah, you're just hanging out there. Nano said she'd want a monthly fee, and Red explained to her what we were looking for, which led to him talking about the 3 people he didn't want her to work with. Afterwards, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model in exchange for paying for her model rigging, and that an exclusivity deal about new babies would be separate from the deal they eventually came to. No, don't do that. Okay. Did I? Oh! Whoa! Oh, okay. Okay, just making sure. Making sure you're still good, OBS Streamlabs. Still here. The heck are those emotes? Anyway, afterwards, Nano offered. Okay, They made a mutual agreement without general model exclusivity and payment being involved. Why wasn't this shown in Nano's document? And then the whole thing about the blacklisting. Red told Nano that if Silvervale asked her for art, we'd replace that work with our own art project. He did not specify model work or say anything about Sinder only. It must not have felt very strange to Nano at the time because she said herself it do be fair, then accepted the deal, willingly doing this to Silvervale for her own gain. This was only in regards to Silver, like Red says directly above, and never once did he suggest this this applied to anyone else who'd asked her for a commission, like Nano's document just claimed. As you saw, this was never an accusation Red made about Bao, and this was the closest thing he said. Earlier in the document, it said this baseless claim about overworking our editor would be important later on, so we could support another baseless claim presented here. I'm not even reading the stuff that's already there. Okay? I'm just reading the new information. What? Anyway. This is everything we commissioned Nano for in the past year. Nano willingly and excitedly accepted and made time for everything listed here, and besides the increase in Gamer Sub's work, our project cadence with her has always been consistent. We've always had Nano make any models and outfits with a new starting screen for each of my debuts. We went to her for any major artwork for Gamer Sub's projects because of how important she was to my brand image, and how important they were to her, with the exception of my V-Card artwork specifically because they would have overloaded her schedule. She could have always turned us down if she wanted to, and if she couldn't take our work at the time, we would have either found another artist or pushed our plans back for her like we always have. Okay. March 2024, Gamer Sub's Waifu Cup Art. April 2024, 2.0 Model Pyro Pup Edition. May 2024, Unreleased Gamer Subs Art. June 2024, Bikini Model Outfit. August 2024, Heaven Hound Model. October 2024, Unreleased Gamer Subs Art. November 2024, Heaven Hound Starting Screen Art. December 2024, Unreleased Gamer Subs Art. January 2025, Gamer Subs AFK Label Art. February 2025, Sleepy Model. March 2025, Sleepy Starting Screen Art. The argument that we were overworking her to purposefully keep her from other projects is objectively false. The only project she was kept from was when she offered to cancel Bao's model and made a deal with Red in January. And any potential Silvervale project she would have been kept from, she never was. Because she went back on her agreement a week after her model's rigging was paid for. And as soon as Silver asked for her for artwork, Silver didn't lose out on working with Nano. The last time she implied feeling overworked was 7 months earlier in September 2024, when she canceled 7 models herself and had no problem doing so when she wanted to lighten her workload. She could have done the same to us, but never did. She just wanted to do Sinder stuff. Nano's document goes from they didn't want to pay for exclusivity, which was untrue. Nano said new model exclusivity would be a different deal than what her and Red eventually agreed on, and payment wasn't included in the deal they made. 2. But rather when a creator from the blacklist comes asking for a commission, they would guarantee me model work for Sinder only. By terms of the agreement she agreed to, if she turned down a commission for Silvervale, we'd replace any income with a project of our own that she'd otherwise lose by doing so. 2. Yet their solution to me working with other creators was for them to essentially overwork me to keep me from working on other projects. The solution was the deal Red and Nano agreed to, but wasn't shown in her document. How could we have been overworking Nano by replacing Silvervale's projects she would have otherwise accepted anyway? Does that mean when Silver asked her for artwork and Nano walked back on the deal, Silver was then overworking her? Or only if she turned Silver down and we gave her a replacement project, then that would be us overworking her? This conclusion doesn't make sense and is a blatant lie about what happened, strung together to make it sound like we were abusing Nano when we weren't. That's right, thanks for the reminder. I will take a short break and I'll be back into it, but I'm guaranteed probably not going to be able to finish this document today. Or tomorrow, so Friday, not even Friday. Oh shoot. It's probably gonna be on a Saturday that I finish reading this, because I'm busy tomorrow and Friday, and oh my lord, I'm just booked. I did that to myself. I'll be right back, I need to hydrate. I am back. Oh my gosh. Wow, 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 wow. Alright. Let's read some more. Okay. Oh, where was I? Less valuable about multiple models. Okay. I'm just going to quote a part of what Red said in Nano's section about this. His full reasoning can be found there. To Red, it was a matter of supply and demand. Just like a rare trading card, the more models Nano made and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all of incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less special or valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. From a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. Your design, your model, and its art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they're represented and recognized. Excuse me. The fewer VTubers with their model's art style, the more unique it is to have it. They stand out more, and it becomes a more personal, defining feature of that VTuber, representing that artist. We all know of at least one VTuber as the only model from a certain artist, or one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artist makes, and the easier it is to get one, will inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTuber's visual identities who have those models. The following screenshot is of Red stating the terms to start negotiating an exclusivity deal, specifying that an existing model clients and her artwork commissions would be unaffected. How Red justifies the terms he started with doesn't matter. Nano didn't have to agree with him. They never spoke about his thought process here and still reached an agreement at the end of their conversation. Yeah, I bet. Yeah. Excuse me. Red's model ideology should never have been shared with Nanolith. He actually explained to her what he was talking about. He never forced Nano to agree with him, and both of us could see that and understand both sides of the argument, which is why it wasn't brought up since 2023, until he went to Nano about exclusivity. Nano didn't push back or question it when Red said it and was still willing to negotiate an exclusivity deal that would have prevented her from working with other people. What the whole backing out thing. The way this is written makes it seem like Nano never agreed to deal with Red. Personally? Okay, yeah, never mind. When she actually did, but it's purposely never shown in her document. Nano said the deal was fair and gladly accepted it, but it's specifically cut off in the screenshots from her document. Red asked her to confirm the details of their agreement, and she did. She only backed out a month later after she had already gotten what she wanted because Silver approached her for a commission, and she couldn't turn her down. Her messages canceling the deal to Red were, again, never shown. Her workload wasn't and wouldn't have been affected at all, other than her having less work after canceling Bao's model, which was presented as only happening once in her document. Okay, screenshot from January 15, 2025 at 4:48 p.m. to 6:12 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of AEST. Then the screenshots jump to the end of their conversation an hour later, but cut off right before Nano calls the deal fair and accepts it to make the argument she never agreed to a deal with Red. Screenshot from January 15, 2025 at 7 p.m. to 7:05 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Hold the phone, I just realized something important. Okay. Thank you. Anyway. And that's not all what happened or was implied to Nano by Red in their conversation. At no point did he say anything about reconsidering work with Chilily or to cancel her plans. Red told Nano what I'd been experiencing with Chilily because he thought that her working with Nano on a model could be correlated, and he's always gossiped with her as his friend. Which had been done for well over 2 years between Red and Nano, with her willingly sharing them even about Chilily, which is what this is in reference to. For Nano to suddenly imply this was a problem to her is contradictory to years of her own behavior. Red did not slander Chilily. The things Red told Nano were true to what I was actually experiencing with her. The deal Red and Nano was made 3 months earlier and ended 2 months before this conversation. It only involved 3 people. Nano and Red never talked about exclusivity beyond what happened there, and Nano never said it was off the table. Red wouldn't have had to convince her to go exclusive, somehow using drama to do that It was a matter of making another deal, like Nano said. She was the first one to bring up the possibility of exclusivity. In their conversation about Shy Lily, there was nothing about exclusivity working only with me that this drama was any kind of reason for her to do so, or Red ever saying he was looking out for her. This claim misleads you again to believe that Nano never agreed to a deal with Red to begin with when she actually did. These screenshots were from April of 2025. Screenshots from April 12th, 2025 at 9:60 p.m. to 9:25 p.m. EST shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Sharing her plans has never bothered Nano in the years of working with Red, and for her to flip her opinion of this out of nowhere is unbelievable. Besides willingly sharing what she was doing with Shy Lily 2 weeks before I was cancelled, she even shared her project plans with Silvervale after cancelling her deal with Red because of it. And Red never used the phrase gauge the competition like it's quoted in Nano's document. These are the closest things he said. The competition referred in the messages shown was one person, not plural. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering Shy Lily as competition with how she was treating me at the time of this conversation. I did not start to view her this way, and only wanted to fix what was going on, evident in my message to her on April 21st. No, Shy Lily working with Nano was not the catalyst for Red thinking this way, but it was the reason he talked to Nano about her. Again, this conversation is about Shy Lily, not plural creators. Red said to Nano that it felt like we'd have to compete with Shy Lily and start considering her as competition because of her unwarranted actions and change in attitude towards me. She was not treating me like a friend, and working with Nano on a new model was just another thing on top of what I was already experiencing that Red thought was related. What actions? What action did Red take against Shy Lily in his messages to Nano besides asking Nano questions and daring to tell her what Shy Lily was doing towards me? Red said Shy Lily wouldn't acknowledge me by name, not ignore my raid. Red clearly says in his messages to Nano that I raided Shy Lily a couple times, but Nano's document only addressed one of them. Nano included an exact time-stamped link to one of the 2 times I raided Shy Lily that Red told her about in Shy Lily's defense. Here's the link to that raid from March 30th, 2025. 6 hours, 52 minutes, and 52 seconds in. That's the one I know I covered. I didn't cover the other one that Sinder called out. Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes after she'd basically moved on with her stream, you'd see she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. However, what wasn't linked in Nano's document was the second, more recent raid Red told Nano about from April 11th. A day before he spoke to her about how Shy Lily was acting. 5 hours, 49 seconds, 28 seconds in. Oh, she even has the time link. Good. Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do, or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple weeks. Coupled with removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. The same day as this raid, Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. He thought it could be connected to how she was acting towards me. In the past, Silvervale, who Red and I knew had a problem with me, purposely refused to say my name when I raided her, continually ghosted my messages, and I got a model for Nano at a suspicious time. Among other things, which will all be shown in her section, these specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had something wrong with me for some reason. I will talk about my raids to Shy Lily again when I go over the things she said herself. Screenshots from April 12th at 9:29 p.m. to 10:02 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Okay, thank you, Cracked. The drama Nano's talking about in the next screenshot is specifically in regards to Silvervale after she canceled the exclusivity deal. The only time Nano had ever said she didn't want to be involved in drama was around Silvervale. She never had a problem with Red gossiping to her about drama and had no problem talking about the drama about Bao in January or about Shy Lily in April. The baseless claims being referred to here was me telling Nano people were still comparing us to this day, which was true and had affected me for years. I agree that I was guilt-tripping Nano with this message. I was upset that she went back on this deal because it was a last resort that could have ended one of the biggest direct comparisons people drew about me and Silver when she eventually got a new model from someone else. The outcome of this conversation and Nano's decision didn't change because of it, and we reached a mutual understanding. These screenshots below were 2 months before the conversation Red had with her about Shy Lily in February 2025 when she told me about her canceling her agreement with Red. Screenshots from February 11, 2025 at 5:18 p.m. to 9:13 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Boop, 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 boop. Her messages canceling the deal with Red the day before she messaged me about it were never shown in her document. Once again, where is the message where either of us state that we are simply looking out for Nano? I justified my behavior with how I felt towards Silvervale because of the actions of her and her community towards me. When Nano came to me about how she felt and didn't want to be involved in drama around Silver, I was okay with it and didn't hold it against her. She didn't need to agree to the terms of the exclusivity deal if she didn't agree with Silvervale being included, but she did. Nano was not manipulated to say what she said to me. There was no loss of work for Nano with Silvervale or any other clients due to mine or Red's actions. The reason why she ultimately went back to the deal she agreed to was because Silver approached her about a commission and Nano couldn't turn it down. Neither of us have gone after other clients of hers unless you count Red and Nano's negotiations about exclusivity. Here is what Red said about Nano's work being less special from November 2023, which was referred to in the screenshots in my DMs shown in Nano's document below. This is what he said, and there was no conversation further about it. It was the one and only time he brought up the value of Nano's model, other than mentioning it once when negotiating their exclusivity deal in January 2025. As was explained before, the dishonest framing of "it's just business" by Nano's document was intentional. The conversation with the use of "it's just business" was from November of 2023. Nano clearly understood what we meant by it back then, when for it to never have come up again until her document was written. I agree that me saying, "but if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me," was guilt-tripping her. I regret how I phrased this, but I already accepted her decision by my use of "it's just business" like Red had said to her the day before. Neither me or Red tried to change Nano's opinion on her decision, and she was not manipulated to change her position on what she wanted. We both agreed with her and accepted it. I thought I wouldn't be a Nano model only VTuber anymore because of her not having a lot of time for my projects to keep up with my model cadence. I thought I'd have to find another model artist, which is why I reminisced about my first model with her. I told her it felt special to only have her model art for my outfits, and to let me know if she wouldn't have time for me to only use her artwork for my models, not to be the one single VTuber with her model art. Here's what was said to Nano in both mine and Red's DMs with her during this situation. All of these messages are from the same conversation and appear in the screenshots from Nano's document below. However, they're separated among 3 topics the document covers. Red and I understood Nano's position and agreed with her. We didn't force her into anything or force her into thinking a certain way to her own detriment. Yeah. Yes, Red spoke for me all the time to lots of different people because that's been his job as my manager, and I trusted him, but Red also spoke for himself and for the brand. No, we didn't always agree on our feelings or wants. There's been many times he's had to walk things back because I disagreed, or we've had to compromise in decisions to assume that in every single instance for forever that we were 100% in agreement on things is crazy. There were a total of 2 times Nano had ever messaged me about our conversations with Red, this situation from 2023 and when she canceled the exclusivity deal in 2025. Like I pointed out when talking about "it's just business" in Nano's section, Nano's document presents my conversation with Nano from this situation before any of the context of Red's conversation with her that happened a day earlier, deceptively masking the context of my use of the phrase. Unless you were paying attention to the dates of the messages in Nano's document, you'd never know the timeline of events. Screenshot from November 26th, 2023 at 1:03 p.m. to 5:22 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. In the full context of the conversation from the screenshots below, Red never said anything about Nano being exclusive to us or ever told her to only work on Cinder-related things. He never said every design was a Cinder clone because his reasoning wasn't about other models being Cinder clones. The messages in the screenshot happened in November of 2023, over a year before the exclusivity deal, but Nano's document doesn't point that out. Here is everything Red said that Nano took as him asking her to not work with anyone but me. He was confused in his message because he never asked her to do this or was somehow making her to do this. Yeah. How was it? Right out, and you're only going to keep getting better models, and we love you. It just sucks everyone wants a Nano model. I mean, it's good for real because you make a lot of money and you got to eat lol, but sucks because it's not as special. Red's full thought process behind Nano's work being less special and no longer unique was explained in her section, but he didn't explain his point of view to her. This was not a black and white issue, and Red and I could understand both sides of it, ultimately sympathizing and agreeing with Nano's perspective. Screenshots from November 25th, 2023 at 8:46 a.m. to 8:59 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business" or similar phrases were dishonestly misinterpreted and twisted to fit the idea that it was to somehow justify sabotaging others. Like I explained before, the phrase was used to accept Nano's decision in 2023, regardless of her feelings on that decision. If you were to actually read the screenshots that were presented in Nano's document right below this, you'd understand that in no way is Red using the phrase "business is business" to try and sabotage anyone. If you only look at my messages without the context of Red's conversation with Nano happening the day before, then it looks like I'm saying it's just business about Nano canceling models. That is not what I meant. I spoke to Red about his conversation with Nano before hearing from her, and my use of "it's just business" was in reference to what he said. Presented out of order, out of context, and if you're someone other than Nano who had an experience talking to Red and I back to back in this situation, you'd see my message to Nano and get the wrong idea. Nano's document purposely showed my message first without any context before it to manipulate the narrative. Yeah, I agree, Rubies. Rubes. Yeah. I've seen like I'm gonna take a break from reading this. I've seen people on X literally say it's too long. I don't care. I won't read it. And personally, I think that's dog water because they put in the effort. Because some of these people put in the effort to read like everyone else's Google Docs, but now they're not gonna give Sinder like the decency to read her side of the story. I want to remind people that Sinder didn't have time to defend herself properly. She even admits it in this response here. She didn't have time to, defend herself properly. It seems like she's gonna come back soon, though, which is a good thing. But I do appreciate that she's standing up for herself and just basically saying, like, I ain't taking this lying down. I'm putting out the receipts. And it's already proven a lot of things false. Of course, she is admitted to some things that were wrong on her side. But I will say, she did disprove the majority of the accusations. Like the main one meaning canceling Bao's model and the exclusivity deal. It is apparent that Nanolis made her Google Doc in a way to deceive the public. She may have just lied. She lied to everyone. I know, there's two main people. It's like Nanolis and Shy Lily, but bro, they doesn't matter. They did something horrid. They showed how they showed the wrong way to handle VTuber drama, and it's very disgusting. And I hate the fact that because of this slanderous drama, Sinder decided to give up her partial ownership of GamerSubs. That is so stupid. It makes me upset that because of some petty high school drama baloney, that Sinder had to give up something she worked hard toward just to smooth things over. And that really grinds my gears. That makes me very upset at the accusers, Shy Lily, Nanolis, and Bao. It makes me angry. I know we've already talked about Bao. I'm not even done reading this document. But I'm just going to say, I understand, Bao had her own thing, but I think what Bao did was wrong. It was just wrong. She should apologize to Cinder. I feel like the accusers should apologize. Well, the accusers need to apologize to Cinder for what they've done to Cinder. That's what I think. It's horrible. It's stuff like this. Literally, Cinder was like, I almost lost my long relationship over this. And I was like, that's horrible. She received threats over this. She received horrible threats over this. It's horrible. Horrible, deplorable, all around. And guess what? Here's what sucks. It doesn't matter. Because Shy Lily, Nanolis, and Bao got away with it. Sure, Cinder did this, right? She made it a 1,000-page Google Doc. And she posted it to the public. But because everyone had that narrative just stuck in their skulls, stuck in their brains, they don't want to believe it. Literally, I saw, an X post from, Muujin? That literally cherry-picked a phrase from this 1,000-page dictionary of a Google Doc. Saying, you don't even need to read, and, it was you don't even need to read all of this. She literally outs herself here. I'm like, you? I know, what was it? Someone, it's public. I know, who is it? Someone called out, Muujin on it, was quote, quote reposting it saying like how to be a bad journalist, and I was like, ha, that was funny. Because like it was like bad journalism. It was the accusers and then the bad journalism that came after. This is horrible. And that's why I encourage people to use the hashtag justice4, the number 4, Sinder on X, or just posting in general, because Sinder deserves support and love after everything she's been through. I want to remind you folks that there is one thing Sinder will never get back, and it is the time lost because of this slander, because of the defamation she received. She is never getting that time back. She is never getting those projects that she's wanted to do back. Think about it. Because people just decided to roll with the narrative and just say that Cinder's a villainess. Because they decided that everyone said so, so it is. And it's so infuriating. Yeah, like, I stopped, after really digging into this, I've stopped supporting Bao, Shy Lily, and Analyst. I don't even follow them anymore. Sometimes if their stuff appears on my feed, I ignore it. Because what they did was deplorable. As a content creator that's been on YouTube for like a long time, since like 2011, surprisingly, I've been on the content creation platform for YouTube back in 2011. I believe that was still the time frame when if you had 100 subscribers on YouTube, you could get paid. There was a time that happened. I was there. I grew up when YouTube was founded. Like, I'm older than Google and YouTube. And I've seen the content creator sphere there. And, like, I just want to say, like, I'm ranting now. I want to rant for a bit, and then I'll continue reading for a little bit. But yeah, no, I just want to say, I've been on the content creator sphere for so freaking long. Like, granted, I was on and off, but I was still in the content creator sphere. I've seen YouTubers make content. I've seen, like, the funny old YouTube videos, like the gopher that looks back, or, like, the afro dude that fails at a backflip. Like, I've seen those stuff. And in all my time with content creation, there's probably been worse. But, like, I want to... the Sinder slander is, like, by far, like, the worst I've seen on, like, the content creation sphere. Especially with the VTuber sphere, that's, like, it's recent. It's new. Yeah. But I just want to rant a bit before I continue reading, and take a break from reading all of this. Because it just makes me upset and angry at, Bao, Shy Lily, and Analyst for doing this to Sinder. It just makes me angry. The more I read it, the more I get very angry about it. Exactly, yeah. I should probably turn off chat for this. The chat box, I mean. Oop. But yeah, no. Taking a break. Clearly, I'm not gonna read everything. Yeah, it's getting pretty early in the morning for me. I have a lot to go over. It's not even enough. Like, I'm not gonna be able to finish all of it, but I just want to take a moment to rant because I hate this. I really do. One of my favorite indie VTubers got wrongfully slandered, and she suffered for it. Like, if you had a problem with it, why didn't you talk to the person? It's angering to see how Nanolis handled this. It is angering to see that Nanolis and Sinder have been working closely together, and then Nanolis suddenly ghosts them and just puts them in a random group chat. Like, I feel like Nanolis should have explained it first before leaving them to, that new manager thing. Like, it's all scummy behavior. And, like I said, they got away with it. They benefited so much from it. It's absolutely deplorable. Justified rant. I've ranted on this so many freaking times with, like, other people. But, yeah, it's just... It makes me upset. It genuinely makes me upset that Sinder had to go through this. Like, even if it wasn't Sinder, it just makes me upset that someone would have to go through this. I really don't like it. think it's absolutely deplorably disgusting. Like, why do they even have to drop Google Docs in the first place? What, they didn't think the truth would eventually come out? Like, seriously? Well, actually, to be fair, I thought the truth wouldn't come out. I didn't know what Sinder was going to do. And so when I see Sinder do this, I'm really happy to see that she stood up for herself. But I actually read the ending to the Google Doc, and she's like, if you spread hate, you're no longer a pyro pup. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. I guess I'm not a good one. I am just an admirer now. I'm no longer a pyro pup. Just, truthfully, like, yeah. I don't know. Just hinting. I feel like I've lost my pyro pup tag ever since I started covering, like, the drama. Sure, I like her content, but I'm like, bro, like, I'm keeping the drama alive by talking about it. Ugh. Anyway. Yeah, no. When I saw that, I immediately got excited. I was like, yes! Time to cover this! Time to let the other Sinder fans and pyro pups know that she's alive and well and is fighting to prove her innocence. As well as taking accountability for some of the stuff she did. Rant's over. Let's read a little bit more before I end stream. Okay. Are you sick? No, you're not seeing any of that. No. Here it is. Okay, I really do need to finish this up. Okay. I already read that. Screenshots from November 25th, 2023 at 9 a.m. to 9:24 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST, and continuing from above. Wait a minute, did I read that? Both mine and Red's use of "it's just business" or a similar phrase. Only if you look at my message without the context phrase, competition happening the day before. It looks like it's saying canceling bottles. That is not what I meant. I spoke to Red about the conference without hearing from her. And my use of "it's just business" refers to what he said, presented out of order, out of context, and you're someone other than back. Oh yeah, okay, I heard that. Okay. The example shown in the next screenshot is after Nano canceled Silvervale's model. Red did not ask her to make her do it or target Silver in any way. Obviously, you wouldn't want Nano to tell Silver it was my fault because it wasn't, or the fact they were talking about her at all. The only other time Red asked Nano to keep things between them was about another VTuber was when they made their exclusivity deal, not only to keep what he said between them from the other VTubers, but to keep what he said and did against Bao from me too. Pointing out and claiming the message was hidden so it wouldn't accidentally be leaked, as the reason doesn't make any sense. Red fully trusted Nano to keep things private between them, not just this one censored image. Who else would that one message in Nano's DMs? That was immediately buried, be accidentally leaked to if it wasn't spoilered. Nano leaked that exact message here, and hiding did nothing to stop it from getting leaked after all. Screenshot from November 25th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. to 9:34 a.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Screenshot from November 19th, 2023 at 2:50 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. There were a total of 3 major instances where Silver came up in Red's messages with Nano, 2 of which were in 2023, and the other in January 2025, and in the aftermath of those cases were the only times Nano and I talked about her. My experience with Silvervale is explained in her section of this document. No other source other than Red, these are Red's words, he did not say she was asking for it, and sympathized with Silver's perspective. This exact screenshot is what's shown next in Nano's document. I did view Silver as competition, but not until 2024, which will be shown in her section. Screenshots from July 19, 2023 at 11:46 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. A screenshot from July 19, 2023 at 11:51 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. And the last image Nano presents below is from May 2023, where Red is talking about Spite, not Silvervale, but it's never pointed out that this is about someone else or from a different time. This is all that was shown about Spite, and Nano's document didn't include anything about Red asking and Nano agreeing she wouldn't work with Spite for some reason, even though it helped Nano's case. Screenshot from May 10, 2023 at 3:14 a.m. to 3:16 a.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. Me trying to gain Silver's recognition came far before there was any kind of effort to ever try doing anything against her. They were not simultaneous, and a huge majority of the context around my relationship with Silvervale over the years was never explained to the public, including by myself in my apology. I didn't feel entitled to be recognized by her. I felt pressured to. On one hand, I was being harassed for being similar to her, and on the other, I was constantly asked to do things with her. If at the bare minimum we could get along on Twitter, it would have stopped the hate and satisfied the fans wanting us to interact. Similar to how another couple popular VTubers that I had beef in the past publicly ended the feud between them, but Silver couldn't allow herself to do even that. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Oh, I hope everyone makes sense and everyone who has been hurt, maybe or suffered by her will find closure. I hope the events presented here make even more sense than they did before. Nano's message screenshots, manipulation, speculation. Another thing I'd like to point out is the fact that Nano's screenshots present in both her and Bao's documents were manipulated after Nano had already given them to Shylily and Bao, meaning that someone helped Nano cover up information and providing Nano did not originally present the screenshots to them this way. Here is one of the screenshots in Nano's document. The bottom is cut off. Wow, it's like something I covered. Here's the same screenshot from Bao's document. The image is in higher quality, the censorship is done differently, and the bottom where Nano says the deal was fair is present. Nano was the only one who could have had these screenshots from her DMs and Red to give to Bao to use. Even the timestamps of the DMs are the same. If Bao's document had the full screenshot, then that means Nano showed them the full screenshot, but at some point after showing Shylily, Bao, and my friends, it was decided to edit the screenshot in Nano's document to crop out her calling the deal fair, removing her guilt. Another example is of the image of Red's message about Cont'd, which I also covered with the help of Sparky. In Nano's document, the message about Cont'd is deliberately doctored out of the image as if it never existed. Nano, who had no relationship with Cont'd, is on record saying she didn't care about her, would have had no reason to do this. But Bao's document shows the message and just censors Cont'd's name. It also contains the message at the bottom, unlike the screenshot Nano's used. I'm unsure why Bao's own name is censored in the screenshot from her document. So if my friends knew what the full screenshots showed here, but they were manipulating Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red fair was seen by Shylily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right? I originally thought that as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed in everything that happened before making the decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe that Shylily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Shylily what she did and said about one of her best friends, Bao? If Shylily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shylily saw that Red said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shylily and Nano what happened and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may have not yet seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this and may have been manipulated not to under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. What was Nano's motive to leak messages silently and eventually post this document? Speculation. Everything that was posted was on top of Nano's claims, but if her story isn't true, she wasn't manipulated and Red didn't lie to her. Then what was her motivation? Nano's manager, Akira, told Red that Nano wouldn't be working with us anymore due to artistic burnout and for no other reason. Burnout is mentioned once in Nano's document, and she showed no signs of burnout in our conversations with her for 7 months. Since I was cancelled, she's continued to work on more than plenty of projects. It doesn't make sense as a motive, and it is true, she has. More calliope. Anyway, as we can see from our DMs, Nano was always treated well by us and was always excited to work on my projects, even right up to her last messages to us. Not wanting to work together wouldn't be her motive. Since working with Nano, my work alone has made her over $100,000 and about $60,000 of that being within the last year from when I was cancelled. Given that I was her most frequent client, she would have had a monetary reason to do this. Nano's reasoning behind many of her claims written in her document are contradictory to how she behaved for years and how she responded to situations when they happened. Those couldn't have been her motive. Nano only leaked her DMs with Red after he talked to her about Shylily. Why was that her turning point? If Nano had concerns about what Red was saying about Shylily, then why didn't she ask him for evidence? Why didn't she come talk to me about it? Because she suspected Red, who's been on her side for years, of lying before she'd ever suspected Shylily of any wrongdoing. I believe Nano was curious about the things Red said about Shylily and asked her about them. Shylily lied to Nano about her own actions and told her she was being manipulated by Red. If we're to believe that Nano was so easily manipulated by my manager in their casual conversation, then how likely is that Nano could have been manipulated, used, or pressured by the biggest pissed off indie VTuber Shylily directly throughout this whole ordeal? She had to add that in there. Nano betrayed Red's trust in her after believing everything Shylily said and either willingly leaked more DMs to Shylily for her opinion, or Shylily asked Nano if there was more to see. There was no backing out now. She had to go along with the events that came next and carefully maneuvered her way to the best possible outcome for herself. Nothing from Nano's DMs could be made public without her cooperation, and her cooperation wouldn't make sense if she wasn't also a victim. Shylily, in lying to Nano, inadvertently gave her the excuse and support she needed to blame all of her actions on Red and I without ever having to show for it. Nano leaking messages, hiding the truth, and going along with the plan to post her document was about self-serving self-preservation in the eyes of Shylily, my friends, and the public, at the expense of people who supported her for years. Who wrote Nano's document? Speculation. I do not believe Nano wrote her own document, and whoever did manipulate the information Nano had and maliciously wrote about me. Nano then presented it to the public, and the real author kept their hands clean from any direct involvement. Nano's document states itself that she did not write it or put it together. This is further evidenced by the fact that Nano's DMs are typed completely differently to how her document was written. Wait, really? Oh. Her document starts with Bao's involvement, not about herself, and not about what chronologically happened first. Nano is on record saying she didn't care about Bao. The message from Red about Cont'd hurting one of our friends was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document. Nano would have no reason to do this, and she's on record saying she didn't care about Cont'd. Nano had no prior relationship with her friend who was hurt either. The way Nano's document claims she felt about Red asking about her plans and gossiping with her contradicts years of her own behavior. Issues with situations over the past couple of years claimed in her document weren't a problem to her when they happened. Nano would have known exactly how the events presented played out and the full context behind them. She lied about them, and someone who was just using Nano's messages helped her to do it. They didn't care about the validity of the claims being made, only that they supported the greater narrative, purposely leaving out critical context and distorting the order of events. Only one screenshot of message about Spite was included. Nano's document never mentioned Red asking her not to work with Spite, even though that seemingly would have helped her argument. The person who wrote it didn't know about it ever happening. However, I believe this wasn't included on purpose. Nano's document repeatedly uses the ampersand symbol throughout it, and that's the name of the symbol. Not just in section titles, but in the written text too 25 times. Not once in the years of working together has she ever used the symbol in either of her messages with her, and in my experience anywhere else, it's not commonly used. A dozen people, including Nano, Shylily, and Bao, were involved in the planning of these documents. Bao's document doesn't contain any use of ampersand, and I believe Bao wrote her document herself. However, Shylily's reply to my apology tweet used ampersand a total of 15 times in its writing. Did Shylily write Nano's document? Shylily was already giving me multiple signs that she had a problem with me before any of this happened, even saying on stream she always had a bad feeling about me. Shylily has evolved from the very start, being the first person Nano told about Red's messages. Shylily was more than willing to lie about me herself, as you will see below. Shylily was the one who reached out to Bao for Nano, and most likely was the one to do the same with Cont'd, Silverveil, and Spite. Nano's document states that with what happened with Bao, which would make sense if Shylily wrote it instead of Nano. The message about Cont'd hurting a friend of ours is edited out of the screenshot of Red's DMs. Shylily is also close friends with that person and may have done this to keep them out of things. A link to the exact timestamp of one of my 2 raids into Shylily's stream that Red told Nano about just so happened to be included in her document in Shylily's defense, but not the incriminating one. Nano's document claimed a manipulation when there wasn't any. Shylily was the one who told Nano she was being manipulated, and she was the only other person involved to push that claim to the public. Shylily started her reply to my apology with it, discrediting anything I said. My use of it's just business was dishonestly betrayed in Nano's document. Shylily used the phrase in her reply to me, was the only person who lied about the meaning behind it to the public, and made it into a meme at my expense. Nano's document says my friends platformed me when talking about competition. That is very specific wording. Shylily said something very similar in her reply to my apology. She also said very similar things on her stream. Nano's document The competition they were referring to are people I thought they considered friends, who always self-supported in platform Sinder. Shiloh's reply: everything you do is out of competition to your constant need to one-up the people who are the sole reason you even have these opportunities and platforms to earn from to begin with. Oh, it's similar. Shiloh's dream: let me just platform the same person. Oh, dang! She quotes her! Okay. These two quotes from Nano's document are very similar to what Shiloh said in her stream. Both were claiming manipulation. Shiloh specifically used the word problematic when describing someone Nano wouldn't want to work with. Nano's document says that. Shiloh stream says that. It's very similar, actually. Shiloh implied she was directly involved in making the documents on her stream. She said that it was obvious, and the most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of ampersands in its writing, just like and only like Shiloh's own reply to me. It's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shiloh to write her document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shiloh from the start, Shiloh still helped Nano lie. Besides presenting everything in such a convoluted order, there were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. The same screenshots in Bao's document being uncropped and unedited shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shiloh weren't. Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shiloh and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business, but she was the one who lied the most about it. In Nano's document, in her reply to me and on her stream, interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before. November 25th, 2023, November 26th, 2023, breaking down Bao's document. Oh my gosh, okay. Originally, I had gone through Bao's entire document pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my other friends were lying. They were misinformed and were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shiloh lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out about what happened and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. I'll only be going over parts of Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano or our side of the story and pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Just like in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red in January 2025. I will address this down below. Posted on April 26, 2025, 1:48 a.m. EST. Just like Nano's document, this was an assumption that they corroborated with each other, and Bao refers to Red's actions as both of ours in her document. This wasn't true, and no one could definitively say that in every single instance Red was just a surrogate for my thoughts and feelings. Red is an individual who can think and feel for himself. Bao shows 0 screenshots of my own DMs in her document. One of the only times Bao had first-hand experience of the way Red and I worked together was with the She-Wolf cover song. Bao messaged Red, not me, and Red didn't tell me all the information when he asked me about it. Or, in the 3 days before Bao messaged me directly, her own experience with us should have cast doubt on this claim. As I will show, Bao is clearly talking about her model being cancelled in August 2024 here. Nano told Red herself that Bao's model hadn't been started yet. 2 weeks before canceling Bao's model, Nano told him she wanted to cancel models, asking him about canceling on Bao specifically, and telling him she wasn't the only one she was considering canceling. Bao saying there was a back and forth could imply that Nano approached her before August 5th when Red messaged Nano again, already saying she may not continue her model. This was Bao's message she sent to our group chat when her model was cancelled on August 6, 2024, which she also included in her tweet replying to my apology. I knew about this before Bao did. I felt guilty about it and I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I should have been a better friend and at least tried talking to Nano for her, but I didn't. If this was Nano's decision like I was told, then I wasn't going to get involved. And I mean, that's fair. This claim is false. Bao would only have said this if Nano told her this was what was happening. Bao had reason to believe it too, with Nano telling her that her model was one of the ongoing commissions affected. Right after talking all about August 2024, when her model was cancelled the first time, Bao presents screenshots from January 15, 2025, over 5 months later to explain why her model was cancelled in August. It is out of order, missing context as well. That's what I pointed out! Oh my gosh! Let's go! Because I pointed that out in one of my videos. I was like, guys, she's pointing out stuff that happened in 2025 for the reason her model got cancelled in 2024. That's dumb. I called it. I made a video on it. I am a drama tuber. Okay, anyway. The screenshots Bao shows of Nano's DMs with Red are the same ones that I use in her document, including the time zone discrepancies I discussed. I will include the date and time of them in EST like I did before, and as shown in the full content of these conversations down the section of this document. Screenshot from January 15, 2025 at 7 p.m. to 7:05 p.m. EST shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. Like was shown above, Nano's messages calling the deal fair and asking for a demon figure were cut from the exact same screenshot in Nano's document, but are present in Bao's document. Here's what it looks like in Nano's document. Screenshot from January 15, 2025 at 6:29 p.m. to 6:34 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. As I pointed out before, Bao's document shows the message about Cont'd above, unlike Nano's, and just like in Nano's document, the following messages from Nano are missing entirely. This wasn't Bao's fault, they were missing. It's all Nano gave her. Screenshot from January 15, 2025 at 6:52 p.m. to 6:54 p.m. EST, shown as 2 hours ahead of EST. And again, the messages from Nano right after this are missing too. Nano's, this statement is false and it's not what happened, but Bao may have been told this was the case. This list above was how Red felt about Bao and his reasoning as to why he wanted to exclude her from working with Nano in his exclusivity deal in January 2025. But Bao, who only had the context Nano shared with her, applied these reasons to her model being cancelled in August 2024 to explain why Red manipulated Nano to cancel it then. While Red was looking to prevent Bao from working with Nano, which was wrong, he didn't even know Bao had a model planned with her again. When Nano told him about it, he backed off, followed by Nano asking if he was sure and for him to explain why to her. Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 after Nano told Red Bao's model wasn't started, and just like I showed before, Nano said here that she had Bao on her commission list as in not ongoing. I do not believe Nano would have canceled a project if she had any significant amount of work invested into it already. I've never done any of these things. My friends both knowingly and unknowingly sabotaged me out of innumerable business opportunities when they chose to make this public. Nanolist and Charlie spread lies about me to fuel their own selfish narratives to my friends and to the public. Nano used the private information Nano had in her messages with Red that she had from being close friends with him to use it to manipulate my friends and the public. Bao's model wasn't sabotaged by Red when it was originally cancelled in 2024. He didn't lie about anything, he genuinely believed about her, and none of the 5 reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao were private information or things he knew from the privilege of either of us being friends with her. After showing screenshots from January 2025, the next screenshot she presents is from August 2024, where she states it's another screenshot of Red urging Nano to cancel her model as if from the same situation. Screenshot is from August 5th, 2024 at 3:13 p.m. EST, shown as 1 hour ahead of EST. These are all Red's messages, not from them like Bao says. Nano wanted to cancel Bao's model, and Red reassured her about it. Red said, I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon without ever mentioning how excited Bao was about it when she showed us the design. In Nano's section, Red explained that he thought Nano would still be paid for the design work she did for Bao. The possibility of her starting shit was based on his own opinion of how she could react to the bad news from Nano. This screenshot of their DMs shown in Bao's document was not included in Nano's document. We were completely unaware Bao encouraged our video editor to take our exclusivity offer. This call apparently happened over a month before I was cancelled, over a month after Nano cancelled the deal with Red, and over 2 months since they first made it. Our video editor never told Red or I about this. The few times they asked for raises while working with me, I was more than happy to accommodate them every single time. Red placed together the narrative he convinced himself of and told Nano as was laid out in Bao's section. Bao was the one who spoke ill of her own song's performance in her public Discord server last year, and Red decided it was a contributing factor to in what happened. It had nothing to do with the TMJ she's talking about, but I can see why she'd think it was. Her most vulnerable moments were not used against her. I don't know how anyone can understand the timeline of events from Nano's document when everything was presented out of order and out of context. This was not over years. The only times Nano and Red had meaningful conversations about Bao was at the end of July and early August 2024 and in January 2025. From the time Bao's document was written, the oldest of these messages would have been about 9 months old. The problem Red had with Bao was only in December 2024, about 4.5 months before her document was posted. Either one of us should have talked to Bao when we had the chance, and we didn't. None of the reasons Bao listed above or anything else Red said to Nano about Bao was private information, things she shared in confidence, or had anything to do with her most vulnerable, darkest moments. Bao stream on April 27, 2025. Bao streamed the night after posting her tweet in response to my apology. Just like her document, I won't be going over everything Bao said on her stream, and many of the things she said were because she was convinced it was the truth. I'm choosing to believe she wasn't lying, but she was wrong. April 27, 2025. Yeah. 9:56 to 10:56. Well, I don't know. I can't even remember what the conversation was like because I was just in such a state of, it was like I'm hearing what Lily and Nano were telling me, but it's like I cannot compute it. I just kind of remember seeing the screenshots. How much did Nano tell Bao and how much did Charlie say for her? The screenshots Bao saw couldn't have been more than what Charlie saw. I believe Nano hid the full context of them from the start. I am at the breakdown. I am about halfway through. 17/16/2016. In every scenario, I tried to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I couldn't understand it. We have been through so much offline and online, and there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination. But because everyone loves them, you don't know if you want to say anything, and so you keep it to yourself and you keep hoping it's your imagination, but then the cruel realization hits and that it wasn't, and it's even worse than you could have ever imagined, and you wonder why all those times they talked over you or ignored you if you had done something wrong. And I just kept asking myself, out of everyone in our friend group, why was it me, and like, what did I do differently? And for so long I was jealous of how warm they treated my friends, and I wondered why it just felt so different towards me. Reading everything confirming my worst fears was awful. Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context or ever know the motivations and reasoning behind it that was explained in her section. Red and I never talked to her when we should have. I'm sorry to Bao for that. Oh, let's see. The power of an H-bomb. 2359 to 2635. Everyone knows how special a VTuber debut is. This is kind of the most important day of a VTuber's career, and all the preparation and foresight needed to make it happen. No one tells you how stressful the project management is. No one tells you how to run a commission, all of the assets, all of the coordination with merch shops to have everything come out on the dot, making sure that at the same time you're planning everything, you are having to advertise it. You look at a content creator online, even though you are seeing one person on the screen. By that one person is a really big team that they have to coordinate with, and that takes a lot of time. And if you are a VTuber and you have models and live TV artists to work with, you know that they're booked out sometimes years in advance to that, and to have a sudden cancellation like that happen so suddenly right in the middle of everything happening, it's so, I can't even begin to tell you like how hard it is to pivot and to restructure how the rest of the next month or couple of months is going to go in order to fill up that space. Some VTubers plan this out years in advance. I'm not even joking. So to say I was devastated from when my model was canceled is kind of an understatement. I completely sympathize with what Bao said here, which is part of the reason why Nano was so important to Red and I as my model artist. 2635 to 2812. Oh my gosh, Jesus. I sat on that design for so long and I was so heartbroken that I just deleted the tweet where I teased it. I couldn't even look at it anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's stupid, but if you're a VTuber, your model is what represents you, and you really do have to fall in love with it because it's an extension of yourself. And so I had that model as my subathon goal, one of my top subathon goals for a while. And I showed it to everybody around me. I'm very used to very cute, dainty designs. I wanted to see what it would feel like to have a sexier model. And ever since that happened, I thought about getting a different artist and keeping the design, but it felt like it wasn't the same. I didn't want an artist to just draw over the design, so I shelved it. And I hoped that maybe one day Nana would be free enough to take my commission. I told her that even if it was years from now, I would love to revisit the commission. Bao said here that her model with Nano was shelved and implied that it wasn't ever rescheduled again. 2928 to 3025. There's so many ways to be competitive and still not hurt other people in the process. And I don't know. I feel like when she was so much smaller than me and was just starting out, I still remember showing up, calling her during a random stream and just making a little bit out of it. And I think I speak for all my friends, but wouldn't be where we are if it weren't for each other. And I've always felt that way, that every success that each of us has is everyone's success. I was never competitive towards Bao in the same way I felt I was towards Silvervale. I agree with everything Bao said here, and I always be grateful to her and my friends for what they did for me, and I'm proud of what I was able to do for them, too. 3156, 3302, and that's the most fucked up part about it, is, the whole time I was like, what did I do? What did I do? And, why was I even considered a threat at all? I felt like she was so much more successful, and I felt like she had everything I could ever dream of, and, there was no need to kick the ladder down. There was no need. If Bao or any of my friends had come to us before making things public, they would have found out the motivation behind what Red did. Bao was never considered a threat. Someone put that idea into her head because it's not something ever said in Red's messages. 3314 to 3352. How could you accuse me of being a thief when I spent 5 hours talking to our editor, telling him and assuring him that I would never stop being his friend, even if he took an exclusivity deal with you, and it would mean I would only have 2 editors for my channel, and that still did not stop me from considering your financial well-being and the success and growth of your channel, and they could not even spare the same thought for me. Like I explained when going over Bao's document, our editor never told Red or I about this conversation with Bao. We had no idea it ever happened. Red was the one who had a problem with our editor working with Bao, and only after December 2024. Before that, it wasn't a problem for either of us, except initially, like I explained in Bao's section. Red's conversation with Nano about it was in January 2025, 2 months before Bao's conversation with our editor. 3519 to 3637. Do you not know how many times I was told to put in my Google the fact that you had a significant other, and no matter how many people told me to put it in, and how stupid I would be to not put it in. I could not bring myself to put it in because I knew that what that would do to your reputation, and you could not spare the same thought for me. It would have been so easy for me to prove that you had seen the messages, but I couldn't do it because in the end I still wouldn't do that to you. So I wonder why you would do that to me. I appreciate Val for not putting my relationship in her document while under the pressure from Charlie and our other friends to do so, but I would never do that to anyone like she claimed I would. Red and I being in a relationship doesn't prove that I had seen all of his messages. True that. My friends had no way of knowing that, or not just because we were together. However, if Nano lied about the alleged years of manipulation and abuse she suffered with us, then I can see why my friends wouldn't believe I didn't know about any about any of the things I actually didn't. But the story Nano told them isn't true. 3729 to 3904. So I looked at. When I read your apology, I was looking for the same semblance of I just wanted to know if you would know what to say. I just wanted to know if you ever thought of me as a close friend or if it was just one-sided or not. And I felt like I still didn't know by the end of reading your apology, and that really fucking sucks. And now I just don't know what to think about, what to believe, and how easily I could have turned this into a personal vendetta. But I kept it strictly about the people and the clients that were affected and how their careers were put on pause because suddenly a month-long project was put on hold. And to pivot so suddenly, especially when so many VTuber debuts are tied around a holiday or a birthday on dates that cannot be changed. When I wrote my apology, I was blindsided by what Red did and said about her to Nano behind my back, and everyone had thought it was my fault. I couldn't accurately explain everything that happened between Red and I over Bao with the pressure I was under, but I also felt I couldn't own up to the way I treated Bao and the role I played in making her feel the way she did without the context. I didn't know what to do or what to say, or how to say it, so I said the bare minimum. Bao deserved better at the time, and I hope I can make it right now. Bao mentions that she kept a document about the people and clients that were affected. Was she talking about these clients? Bao wouldn't have known what really happened to the projects, but Nano did. Yeah, that list. 39, 53, 40, 34. Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year when I was so depressed and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Bao saying I didn't come to Numi's concert and that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a deliberate lie. This is a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert where I'll talk about this again. 4052 to 4227. I feel like at every single pivotal moment where you had the choice to be a good person and a good friend, you chose not to be. And no matter how many times me and our friends try to wrap our heads around it, try to make sense of it, we can't. We can't because every single time we come to the realization that that's not what we would do if we cared. At some point, what are you even trying to one up? The only pivotal moments I can assume Belle was talking about here was with Numi's concert that she just spoke about. Possibly when I didn't say anything about her model was cancelled in August, Bao and the rest of my friends didn't understand because they didn't have the full story. I was never trying to one-up any of my friends, including Bao. 4534, 4809, and even then, you're bound to get jealous as a content creator, but what you choose to do with that jealousy is what defines your character. You either let it make you spiteful or you can fuel it to forge your own success, because when you're a streamer, yeah, you can share audiences with people, but at the end of the day, you are building your own community. You shouldn't focus on trying to take what other people have because that's not how you get it. That's what they made for themselves. I felt like from my point of view, they were so much more further ahead of me than I could even imagine, and I got kicked down a ladder that I feel like I initially gave you. None of us would be where we are without each other. Jealousy didn't fuel anything Red or I did. Someone else was telling Bao that was the case. None of the evidence shows I or Red ever being jealous of anyone because we weren't. I don't know what Bao was talking about, which he implies I was talking about. I was taking other people's communities for myself, and I didn't kick down the ladder on her. In January, Red made a mistake that I didn't know about to stop it from happening. I agree. Bao was someone who was kind to a VTuber much smaller than her. Someone she had no obligation to show any kindness to, but she did, and so did the rest of my friends, and I'll always be thankful to them for it and everything they've done for me. 50-50 to 50-55. You could not have had this go on for so long and not know about it. This wasn't going on, and not for as long as my friends were misled to believe by Nano. Any of the problems Red had with Bao only started in December 2024. If I were them, I could understand why it'd be unbelievable too. Okay. 52, 37 to 54, 13. I feel like I was tasked with an impossible choice, and I hate it, but I had to be in the position where it had to be me to say something or no one else would. And it's not about whether or not I was right or wrong. It's the fact that I didn't even want to be in this position to begin with. And I know that for so many people to be affected that it was the right decision to do, but it really fucking sucks that I had to do it in the first place. And I feel like I've been given that impossible task so many times already in my career. If I don't say something, then no one else will. And if I had a choice not to do it, then I would take it. But I know that would be the wrong choice. Just like Buff said, Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. I believe Bao made the best choice with the information she had and the state of mind she was in, and for all the people she was thinking about when making it. I forgive her for what she chose to do. What I don't understand is why the choice to make public was left up to Bao. Why didn't they look to Nano to say something when all of the evidence was from her DMs? Why was it Bao's responsibility to say something or no one else would? Why would they put that pressure on her in the state she was in? Speculation. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along. It couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. 5501 to 5523. I just wish my apology had any semblance of evidence that you even knew me as a person, and not just someone that you had to surpass, and when I read it, I felt like you didn't. Bao was never someone I felt I needed to surpass. Someone else must have convinced her that was the case. I cared about Bao, but Bao was my friend that I was treating like my friend for too long. I'm sorry I wasn't a better one to her when I needed to be. I'm going to pause. I'm going to pause here, because from what I'm reading, Sinder is really banking that Bao wasn't really trying to get at her, and she chose to believe whenever Bao said, we forgave you when you didn't go show up to Cinder's concert. Sinder is choosing to believe Bao is not lying. She is choosing to believe Bao was just making a mistake. She was under the influence of surgery. That's fair. What bothers me is the fact that she was under the influence, but a lot of time has passed. This is me projecting. A lot of time has passed, right? And if, they actually cared, why did they follow up? Just saying, maybe it was private. Did they follow up? Because even if Bao was under the influence, she still did what she did. She still lied to thousands of people. She still painted Sinder in a negative light. You can say, for me personally, I'd be lenient with Bao, but she ain't out of it, because she still did it. And according to Sinder, no one reached out to her regarding this. No one. Like, was everyone just in on it? Like, it feels like everyone was just in on it. Like, they just didn't want to do their due diligence and do that. And to me, as of right now, at this point in the Google Doc, I'm just saying, it seems that Sinder was just surrounded by some fake friends. That's what I personally think after seeing everything here. Because Sinder is really... She's truly a heaven hound, because she's choosing to believe that some people were lied to and manipulating. She's choosing to believe the optimistic route here. She's choosing to believe that Nanolis was manipulated by Shy Lily. She's choosing to believe that Bao was under the influence of surgery, and she made a mistake. She's choosing to believe that. Now, to me personally, I feel like they're in cahoots. But if that's how Sinder feels, that's how Cinder feels, and that is valid. That is genuinely valid. But something tells me, and that's my personal thing, they did it on purpose. Let's see, exactly, Mouse-chan. Literally, Bao could have gone back. If Bao, after a lot of time has passed, that's what I was saying earlier, a lot of time has passed, Bao could have walked it back. Bao could have talked to Sinder. But she didn't. Maybe that was the whole thing. But it just, it irks me that, they are fake friends. They're just fake friends. If you were a true friend, you would talk to the person regardless. The fact that Sinder said that no one reached out to her, and this all went on, to me, personally, just proves they're just fake friends. Why did none of them question it? Did none of them think, oh, maybe we should talk to Sinder? Because this further proves the point, the theory that I had in my mind, that they never tried. They never tried to reach out to Sinder. It just feels like they just wanted to gang up on Sinder. It really does. Now, there is a possibility I could be wrong, but after everything I've done on my YouTube videos regarding the Sinder situation, or the Sinder slander, if you prefer to say that, it just really feels like everyone just wanted to dogpile her. I feel like there could be some exceptions, but it really feels like they just wanted to dogpile her and get her out. Oh. Speculation. Nano could have said she shouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along. It couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. Oh. Why did Charlie have to contact Bao for Nano? Speculation. Charlie encouraged Nano to bring her DMs to the people affected, including Bao, but Charlie was the one who ended up reaching out to Bao. Why? I don't think Nano could confront Bao herself. Nano only showed Charlie the select screenshots of what happened in her DMs with Red over Bao's model, not the full context. The difference was that Charlie was already on her side after she told Nano she was being manipulated if Nano went to Bao alone. Bao wouldn't have any of that pre-established context, meaning Nano would have had to explain what happened to her model by itself. Bao would have obviously wanted to see all the messages of it happening, and Nano would have incriminated herself. But if Shiley was the one to contact Bao for her, Shiley could explain Red's manipulation of the messages about herself first, then Nano wouldn't need to show the full context of the messages about Bao and her model because Shiley was vouching for her. She just had to nod along. Bao wouldn't have doubted Shiley's word. Was Bao's model really canceled the second time? Speculation? Throughout this document, I've been writing under the assumption that Bao's model with Nano was canceled twice, first in August of 2024 and second in January 2025. Nano told Red in January that Bao's model was on her commission list and went as far as to offer to cancel it a second time herself, eventually agreeing to do so in their deal. But Nano's document, which Shiley presumably wrote for her with the information Nano gave her in Bao's document, never mentioned her model ever being cancelled another time after August 2024. She said on stream that after her model was cancelled the first time, it was shelved. Unless Bao was lying, I don't believe her model was ever officially rescheduled with Nano after August 2024, meaning it couldn't have been cancelled a second time. What I think happened is that when Bao's model was cancelled and she told Nano the above, Nano kept Bao's model on her commission list in something like an indefinite waitlist section unbeknownst to Bao. When Red approached Nano about their exclusivity deal and brought up Bao's name, Nano said it was on her list, not telling him the context of it being there. After encouraging Red to explain the reasoning to her, she offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for us paying for her own model's rigging, which she discount from her next commission with her. Why would Nano have been so quick to offer to cancel Bao's model a second time when she didn't have the courage to do it the first time in August 2024? Because Nano didn't have to cancel it this time. She never had to confront Bao because the model was never rescheduled. Nano knew she wasn't accountable for Bao's model when she made Red her offer, but Red didn't know that. She used it to negotiate with Red to get what she wanted at Bao's expense, offering to cancel it for basically nothing. In making this deal, she just had to forever kick the model down the road, never making time for it, while Bao would forever cling on to hope that she would. Out of the messages I showed above, these were the only ones present in Nano's document. Nano never showed Bao, Shiley, and my friends the messages where she and Red were talking about Bao's model in January. She never showed when it was first brought up, when Nano offered to cancel it, or when they made their agreement. Nano lied to my friends and told them she never made a deal with Red like it said in Nano's document, and they believed her. She never showed them it happening, and nothing happened to prove it did other than Nano's rigging getting paid for, including Bao's model never actually getting cancelled a second time. No matter what Red said to Nano in that conversation, no one that was named in their agreed upon deal suffered any losses due to it before it was cancelled. Did Nano even want to make Bao's model? Speculation. 1. In November 2023, Nano was excited to do Bao's model before there was a design for it. All that was known was that it'd be a mommy model and it was planned for June 2024. 2. Bao showed Red and I the finished designs for this model at WeebCon in March of 2024. 3. Bao's model was planned for June 2024, but at the end of July, it hadn't even been started. Nano told Red she was considering canceling her model, and that he encouraged her to do what she thought was best for her. 4. Nano canceled Bao's model at the start of August 2024. 5. Bao said in her stream on April 27, 2025 that her model was shelved after it was cancelled. 6. When negotiating a deal with Red in January 2025, Nano offered to cancel Bao's model forever in exchange for paying for her model's rigging that she'd discount from our next commission, essentially canceling it for nothing. When she canceled her deal with him about a month later because she wanted to work with Silverveil, she told Red she didn't care about Bao. Nano was excited to work with Bao in November 2023, but after the design was made, she didn't want to make the actual model for it. I'm not going to say what that design was out of respect for Bao's plans, but it's plausible that it could have been a factor. Nano canceled the model once, and without having to deal with the guilt of canceling it a second time, offered to cancel it forever for her own benefit. Red coming to her in January was just an outside excuse for her to never have to actually do it, while getting something she wanted out of it at the same time. It doesn't sound like Nano wanted to make Bao's model, no matter when or if she ever made time for it. Do you know what Nano specifically said she did want to work on? Sinder stuff, that's right. Charlie's response to my apology. Charlie's reply to my apology is what canceled me. With over 8 million views, it's full of false accusations made without showing any evidence and triggering language to turn people against me, painting me in as bad of a light as possible. The same way Nano's document was written. I'm willing to bet that most people just read Shiley's reply and nothing else. It's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology, and who wouldn't trust Shiley? Dang. Sinder was right. Like, I took the time to read it, but I know for a gosh darn fact, other people didn't read it because they didn't have the attention span to. Posted after my apology on April 27, 2005 at 6:41 p.m. EST. The first thing Shiloh did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shiloh. Shiloh was involved in everything from the start. Convinced Nano she was being manipulated, organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. Yes, I hurt Numi when I chose business over a concert, and I apologize. But I was still there at the show for her, and that is true. I was a terrible friend to Bao and should have talked to her instead of ignoring the problem with Bread. I selfishly left Tricky behind in Japan when I wanted to make the most of my time there. I'm not innocent of ever hurting my friends. The only message I ever sent to anyone about how I viewed Shiloh behind her back was about how I looked up to her as a role model, and that once I became a part owner of Gamersubs, I felt pressured by no one other than myself to live up to the bar she set. That was what I said to Numi when apologizing to her about her concert, and wasn't a situation that was brought up by anyone before Shiloh's reply to my already posted apology. Red said he thought we'd have to start considering her competition if she was going to treat me differently for seemingly no reason, and was now working with our most valued artist. I didn't feel that way, and those weren't my words. I didn't know a single thing Red ever did. I didn't know about the specifics of what happened in Red's conversation with Nano and the other few instances shown in this document. He summarized things to me but didn't tell me everything and lied to me about their exclusivity deal. I didn't read his messages myself, and I didn't question what he told me because I trusted him. The only thing I lied about not knowing was about Red talking to Nano about spite, and that was not to make the situation worse for myself. Child and my friends who corroborated that we operated as the same person did not have any idea how Red and I worked together at home, or even the fact we lived together. The same way they didn't ever see us argue or knew that I cheated on him in the past. Them blaming everything on me only works if it's to be believed we share every message, thought, and feeling, and before they're acted upon. I don't know what Shiloh thinks she's referring to. I've never slandered any of my friends. What Red said in his own messages to Nano about Bao were his own opinions. As explained, Red didn't maliciously lie about anyone like Shiloh did about me, and only said that he believed was true from his own experience. Red is his own person with his own thoughts, feelings, opinions, and experiences, but his personal involvement in what happened was intentionally ignored to pin all the blame on me. Shiloh brings up what happened with Numi's concert, something I had no idea I was expected to address since it was already settled between us and wasn't related to any of the accusations made against me. I'm going to break this part down in pieces. Shiloh did not experience this. This wasn't a private conversation between Numi and I. She said this was in my own screenshotted words, but there were never any screenshots of any of this situation made public, but she chose to address it publicly. So wait, am I right or am I wrong about that? I guess I'm right about that, because I guess I'm right about that? Question mark? Anyway, I did not proceed to throw Numi under the bus. I said this while I was apologizing to her for the decision I made, ending with me trying to make my mistakes right by facing my fears and getting on stage or rescheduling the collab I had with Shiloh to be at her concert sooner. I did make it to her concert and I was there to support her. Shiloh says months of continuous planning, but the first message of Numi trying to plan anything with me was to Red 2.5 weeks before I decided not to perform, and 5 weeks before the show itself. There was nothing planned beyond me being on stage because of my own hesitancy, not even having songs picked out. Bao also said this was being planned for over half a year, which may be true for the concert itself, but not me being involved. I did choose business over a friend when it was between V-Card after my promotion to part owner and making it to Numi's concert, but I did feel bad about my decision before I had even heard from Numi. My tweet is evidence of that. I was wrong and I apologized to her. I was still at her show supporting her. Me canceling my performance had nothing to do with business and everything to do with my own fears and insecurities. Our collab had nothing to do with earning the bag. I had already earned plenty the day before on the actual launch day. It was about being responsible as a new part owner of the brand and representing them during a very important launch weekend alongside Shiloh. If I wanted to compete with Shiloh then, I wouldn't have asked to collab. Why would I have wanted to share the screen with her in that case? I wanted to collab to work together so her card game was as big of a success as we could make it for the entire company. I rescheduled our collab on the day oblivious to my friend's event and my blind excitement for V-Card, as I explained before. It was a mistake, and I made another mistake choosing it over going to the concert, but the collab was rescheduled after I had already pulled out of the performance. I agreed to be in the show, but I never made a promise to Numi I would perform or that I would be there, and Numi even told Red it was okay if I didn't do either. But it sounds a lot worse on me for Shiloh to claim that I did break a promise to a friend for money. Agreeing to do something and making a promise to a friend have very different connotations, especially when making claims to the public without any evidence. Shiloh said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No, what I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't perform because of my own reasons. Not going to the concert is what she's talking about, which by Numi's own words, I wasn't obligated to go to. I didn't lie to Numi, and I didn't blame Shylily, and the fact she thinks I did points out the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability for what I did and apologized to my friend, and still made it to her show after our collab. When I made the decision not to go to Numi's concert, I told her I felt obligated to be around for VCard's launch weekend as a partial Gamer Subs owner now. My collab with Shylily was planned for that day, but even if that wasn't happening, my choice would have likely been the same. When I apologized to her, I told her I felt pressure to live up to what Shylily is for Gamer Subs and the VTuber community now that I had the same position. I wasn't blaming Shylily, it was about my new position as part owner. Shylily was the only example to follow in the footsteps of, and she set the bar I felt I needed to hold myself to for the company. I then told Numi that I made plans to collab with Shylily the day after VCard's launch day, and that I planned it as early as in the day as possible to make it to her show. I should have been more clear when I said that. I didn't really know how to tell Shylily no, as I explained in the VCard section of this document. This was not at all me blaming Shylily for the collab I planned with her, or that it was the main reason I made the choice I did. I said I shouldn't have thought to put a product launch over my friend's once-in-a-lifetime event, because my decision wasn't solely about the collab with Shylily or trying to blame her for it. My decision was because it was VCard's launch weekend. I, myself, only viewed one person as competition. It wasn't Shylily, and it wasn't any of my friends. And yes, my friends have helped me along the way, some a lot more than others that I should have been more grateful towards, and we all grew together. But I don't owe every single thing I have to them. And I especially don't owe anything to Shylily. Her saying, "You're welcome, by the way," comes off as extremely narcissistic, as if she had any major impact on where I am and what I've accomplished, and expects credit for it. Other than the few collabs we had, most of which were on my stream, and a skeb she agreed to let me get. I have no idea what she could be talking about. As far as she said, she's always had a bad feeling about me, making it seem like the few things we did do together, she begrudgingly agreed to in the first place. Shylily purposely misconstrued my "it's just business" quote into something to attack me with, just like in Nano's document. In the actual context of the situation where this quote comes from, I meant it to accept whatever decision Nano chose for herself, regardless of how I feel about it, because in the end, it's just business. If you actually read my apology, you'd see that I admitted to more than nothing like she claims here. I just didn't admit to the things I didn't do. Again, if you actually read my apology, you'd see that I apologize and take accountability for the things I did do. Shylily's the only person who made the claim I was narcissistic, and given her actions before and after this, it really seems like projection. If how Shylily handled everything and what she did to me is what's supposed to be better than what I was to the Pyropups, then it's not my community I'd feel sorry for. That's right, you tell her! You freaking tell her! Shylily stream on April 28, 2025. Shylily didn't hold back at all on her stream, telling her viewers how she really felt about me. She would full mask off and convince the public it was completely justified, mockingly saying it's all just business. And that VOD peeved me. That VOD made me angry. I kid you not, I watched this VOD / listened to it. She spent 3 whole hours. 3 whole freaking hours insulting Sinder. She literally spent 5 minutes setting up a meme template, literally saying it's shrimply business. It disgusted me how far she was going to benefit from Cinder's downfall. She was milking it for all it was worth in that stream, guys. I'm not kidding. Knowing what I know now and listening to that VOD was infuriating. It showed a disgusting display of VTuber clout. Like, it was horrid. I hated it. I hated it. And then she starts going off. Oh, by the way, I want to point this out there. There are 2 videos I covered about it. Apparently, there is 5 minutes in the VOD on YouTube where the audio is cut. I'm not joking with you. There is 5 minutes in that VOD that is shown on the screen right now where it is cut. There is no audio. It's just empty. And by the way, I found a piece of the audio that was cut on another YouTube video. And in that YouTube video, Shylily said she didn't watch Bao's stream or something like that. It's infuriating. And I still remember, side note, there was a stream where she talked about non-competes and all that stuff. And that was infuriating to hear. Because it was like something about like, the company wanted like 5% of the sales, and she was like, no, or something like that. Don't quote me on that. I just remember listening to that, and I thought to myself, this is infuriating. Why are you saying this? It was something about a non-compete or whatever. Please don't quote me on that. Please do your factual checks. Go to the VOD. I don't want to. That was a genuinely infuriating VOD to listen to. I didn't even finish it all. But anyway. Oh, man. Oh my gosh, she quotes it. Alright. 1022 to 1048. The business eye should be green with a $sign, yeah, but, or maybe like a little knife. Sorry, this is going to be my way of coping with this. You're going to have to just sit through this. They're going to have to sit through these very distasteful comments. It's simply business. Throughout her stream, Charlie justifies her petty jabs at me as her way of coping, just like her tweet. She continually makes fun of the phrase, it's just business. She was the one who purposely lied about what I meant by it to make it look bad on me. Oh, yes, Sinder. Put that in there. 1105 to 1121. Petty. 1958 to 2006. Petty. 2011 to 2052, and I'm not even reading that. I've listened to it. I don't want to read it. Charlotte continues to discredit anything I said in my apology, manipulating the audience to see things her way. You're probably simply just as easily manipulated as everyone else if you don't, which I think was a really stupid thing on our part. 2406 to 2451. Charlotte was terrified about how I could manipulate my way out of this, which is why I believe the documents were posted when they were, so I wouldn't be able to respond. 25 to 32 to 2542, Charlie doesn't know what hearsay is. One's personal account is not hearsay. You've already seen the bullshit put out against me in Nano's document, and by the end of Charlotte's stream, you'll see more. 2745 to 2805, Charlotte was gleeful over my cancellation, which is true! She was very gleeful over that. 3230 to 3348, if more proof of their claims wasn't shown due to its containing personal info like Charlotte said, I have no idea what it'd be if not what's already been shown and censored in this document. I didn't seem to have that problem putting my evidence together. She may be talking about my message with Numi, and maybe Numi didn't want that to be made public, or Charlotte was giving a bullshit reason why the full context of Nano messages weren't shown, and the evidence she claims to have doesn't exist. Charlotte also calls me a criminal and another petty insult. Alright, I want to reinforce Cinder's decision. Because people have called this out before. Charlotte was like, we have more receipts, more happened, but we didn't want to put it because there was personal information in it. I call baloney. First off, if you've seen the Google Docs they posted, they selectively cherry-pick screenshots. It is not hard to censor things. So if there were some personal information, hey, Charlotte, you could have literally redacted it. You could have put the snip tool, you could have widened it out. That is a stupid excuse. That was a full-on bluff. I want to call it a full-on bluff. It's angering for Charlotte to talk all big during that VOD. And nothing come from it. She literally talked big. Nothing came from it. It was just it was genuinely stupid. Like the fact that she literally was like, more stuff happened. We have receipts, but we decided not to use them because there's personal information on them. I was like, as if leaking private client information wasn't leaking private information to begin with. I'm not even gonna lie, that was stupid. I literally was like, you're gonna say that when you can selectively, edit screenshots? It's built into the snip tool. Like, you can edit it, as shown in this document that Sinder showed. Like, what is he? Like, people have called her out on her bluff, and I don't think she ever responded to that. She brushed it aside. I was like, I agree with Sinder. What more proof is there? Oh, wait, there wasn't. Like, genuine. If there was, feel free to prove me wrong then. Charlotte can take those receipts that she says there are and that as personal information and post them then. And prove me wrong. Prove me and Sinder wrong. Like, what the fudge is this? It's absolute asinine attitude. Anyway. 4507 to 4608. There was a lot of animosity behind Charlotte's words here. Why? 4708 to 4753. Charlotte manipulated her audience to her side, basically calling them stupid if they don't see things her way. She did. I remember hearing that, and that peeved me off. 4801, 4829. Petty. 49 to 4912. Charlotte encourages viewers to donate my merch of mine they may have, but doesn't disavow burning it either. Exactly. She literally says, if that's how you cope, that's how you cope. I covered that. 5305 to 5337. and says that 53:37. Lily is rated and reacts exactly how you'd expect. Yeah, she calls them out. Anyway, hour 2 minutes 46 seconds to an hour 3 minutes 30 seconds. One thing did not leak 5 or so days ago, but what Bao said. Charlie messaged her on Friday, April 18th, about what Nano told her 5 days before this stream was Wednesday, April 23rd, when Bao was brought into things after her surgery. As the timeline at the top of this page shows, one thing leaked 2 weeks before this. Charlie knew about this for 2 weeks by the time of her stream, and at that time, it never said anything to me. The things Red said weren't slander, and below you'll see Charlie admit that herself. Yes, she's getting cooked. Unfortunately, guys, I've hit my limit. I need to get sleep for work later today. Before I end, guys, alright, I'm going to ask this for the fellow Sinder fans and Power Pups out there. Please help me by time-stamping my VODs. I have 3 VODs of me reading this already, and I know people are going to be like, where's the timestamp? Bruh, I'm busy. I need your help, Pyro Pups and Sinder fans. Please, in the comment section of the VOD, make a timestamp for my VODs so people can look it up and they don't have to scroll through the playback to find the thing. I am asking for help. Guys, I am losing my voice for you guys. I am basically being an audiobook for Cinder's Google Doc. Not a good one, but still an audiobook nonetheless. But like, if you guys can help me out here, thank you, I appreciate it, Rubies. If you guys can help me out here and literally post in the comment section of the VODs timestamps, like literal timestamps, like work with each other, make timestamps for my VODs so that way people can go to specific points in the playback to see the truth that Cinder is putting out there. Or not just Cinder's truth, just like what Cinder has to say about it. I will say this before wrapping up. I will try my best to continue reading it, but I'm busy the next 2 days, or today and tomorrow. I'll try to find time to do it, but oof. Yeah. Please, if you guys can help, because I have a stream from 2 days ago, and then I have the stream I did earlier yesterday, and now I have the stream that you're currently watching. I have 3 streams for this already. Timestamps, you mean by page? No, just timestamps for, like, what I'm covering. So if I started covering about a specific thing and it just kept going, please timestamp it. I feel like people need to see, like, if you see a detail that you think needs to be shown, put it in the timestamp in the comment section below, please. I guess I'll pin it if it helps, but, like, genuinely, if you guys can help me out, I am one man. I make mistakes. I'm human. Please help me. But anyway, yeah, no, I think... It's just, yeah, no. It's just no, like timestamp the VODs. That's all I'm asking. But yeah, no. I love Cinder's response to like Shy Lily's VOD, and I will say she did her due diligence. I applaud her. I applaud her for that. Also, I'm really okay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very interested. So, when I read earlier in the doc, she mentioned Buff Pup's, like, Vichiban stream. That was so vague, I'm not gonna lie. That was so vague. How did she get the information? Like, some of the information she covered in this Google Doc already, how did she get the information from that? Like, did she watch, like, some of my videos? Did she hear it from somewhere else on X or something? Some of the information that she's provided in this Google Doc is interesting because I'm like, how are you even able to get that? Did you watch my videos, or how did you get, like, the Vichiban stream? How did you know about that? I was like, how'd you know about the Vichiban stream? That wasn't even, like, explicitly called out. Like, oh, someone told me about it. And that's how I knew about the Vichiban stream. That happened on July 22nd. And I made a video about it. I was like, how else would you have known that Buff Pup said that? Huh? Like, wait, what? So now, this is me, wishful thinking. Something tells me Cinder may have looked at my videos. Something tells me. But that's me, wishful thinking. Dude, guys, what I just said, like, oh, maybe Cinder watched my video. I'm coping. I'm straight up coping. Guys, there is no way. There's no shot that she actually watches my videos. I ain't that great. Like, genuinely, I'm pretty... guys, I'm coping, and I'm on fumes, so... Okay, yeah, no, you know, that's more realistic. There's no way she'd watch me. Yeah, there's no okay, yeah, but I gotta keep my head out of the clouds. There's no way she ever watches my videos. After all, like I'm a know nothing creator. Anyway, okay, enough about me degrading myself and projecting my fantasies onto you. Again, guys, if you guys could help me out by time stamping my VODs for like specific points of interest, like specific, like for example, the Eastern Standard Time comparison that she made earlier in the doc, pointing out Bao's stuff about how, like I covered in a video, how she used stuff that happened in 2025 to cancel her model, the speculation she made that Shy Lily may have written Nanolys's document, that's a big one. That's a big speculation. That's a reach. And how she chooses to believe that Bao made a mistake when Bao said, hey, Sinder, Numi forgave you, we didn't go to her concert. There's just a lot of things to unpack here. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I'll try to, like, make progress in the next couple of days. No guarantees. With that being said, guys, I encourage you, the viewer, to go to the source so that way you can come to your own independent conclusion. The link to the Google Doc should be in the stream description below. So, yeah. Now, I shall be going to Dreamland and having less than 6 hours of sleep because I really wanted to read this and wanted to make headway on this. So, take care, guys. Peace.